I forgot she had the bow. It's like the bow jump scare gets me every fucking time. Just look at her. Alright, I have to get used to playing again a little bit. So we have to find 9S, right? I believe that was the no, hold on, the quest is this way. Let me active quests. So we got a mysterious letter. You received a sudden mail from an unknown source containing 3 coordinates. They seem to point out locations in the desert, the flooded city, and the forest. Investigate the coordinates. Right, I remember this. And then Jackass's research. Right, we have to do that battle thing. But yeah, I believe we were told, like, hey, go find 9S, because who knows where he is. Speaking of, we can do this. And try to look. So, that's my current destination. How the hell do we get over here? Maybe this way? I don't know. I'll go back to this area that was over here, and we'll take a quick look. Don't tempt me with fishing, though. No, 2B. Stop. Because last time that we streamed, we caught a shark, like, right off the bat. And that was pretty cool. I ended up looking that up. I looked up the table for, like, fishing in this area. It turns out that the shark that I caught is like a 7% chance of being, like, pulled by fishing it, compared to some of the other fish, which are like 14% and all that shit. So we got fucking lucky as usual with pulling sharks, be it on this stream or on other streams. All right, so here's the camp. Let's see what the resistance, like, leader has to say. The fuck? There's another one? Strange resistance man. Ah, this is amazing. This oh no. I'm not no. This is amazing. This head is amazing. Put this on and you can see the whole world. Ask me something, anything. I'm omniscient. I'm omnipotent. Fire a question at me. Reading mails are convenient. It's hard to use the 3D map. What's the currency in this world? What's a black box? I don't have any questions. You know, what's the currency in this world? Basically, we take apart the enemies we destroy and use their reconstructed parts. It's much easier than digging up the iron ourselves. Worth is decided according to weight of the enemy and value of the parts you obtained. We call that unit G. Huh? What does G stand for? Sorry, that's classified. Aren't we, like, a higher rank than you? You're just a resistance android, and we're, like, you know, in the government. Alright, let's see what you want. Alright, Anemone.
何か用か。微弱なブラックボックス信号を検知できる特殊なスキャナーを探している。特殊なスキャナー。ああ、奴らが作っていた機械か。ちょうど遠征から戻ってきているな。そのあたりに赤い髪のアンドロイドがいるから、そいつに聞いてみろ。
Red-haired androids?
To be. Huh? 赤い髪のアンドロイドは。いや、なんでもない。
Also, give me another second. Just do this on my end. There we go. Redhead androids, you say? Now, we did kind of see them last time in the background, but we saw them, like, back here in one of these areas. I mean, they're not here, right? Because the quest marker is not in this area. But they were, like, back here. Back in that little area. Behind me. It seems like they've moved. So where could they be? Let's find out. So, oh, here they are. And what are your names this time?
なんだお前。そんないきなり喧嘩腰はダメじゃない、デボル。ポポルは不用心すぎるんだよ。ごめんなさいね。何かご用でも？
Can we help you? No, not really. So this is Devil and Popola.
微弱なブラックボックス信号を検知できるスキャナーを探している。ああ、そういえば前にそんなのを作ったな。こんなのでよければやるよ。そのチップをセットすれば捜索の手助けになるわ。ブラックボックス信号以外にもクエストで指定したオブジェクトや他にも貴重な資源とか、そういうものに
に反応して音を出してくれるから。
ま、うざったい時は外しちまえ。
他にも必要なものがあれば聞きに来てね。
あんまり私たちと仲良くしない方がいいけどな。
でも、
Interesting. So we got the scanner, where you obtained a pod program, A170 scanner. Interesting. Because remember, in NieR Replicant, Devil and Popola's job was just to watch over all of the replicants that existed. So they were androids. They would be, you know, placed in a village or placed in some town. And if a villager had questions, you know, one of the villagers be the replicants. If they had any questions, they would answer them, or they would make up stories, right? And they were the ones that kind of led us on our journey when we played as NieR, the protagonist of Replicant. And then, of course, if any of the replicants were to die, it was up to Devil and Popola to remake their bodies, wipe their memories, and then basically set them out into the world. Reintroduce them to society, basically. I'm not sure at what stage of life. I assume maybe as kids, because having babies would probably be a little more, I don't know, annoying to like deal with, in the sense of like, how will you just explain that you have a baby, right? Oh, hey, we found this abandoned baby, right? When no one in this world can reproduce, right? It's also their job, of course, to make sure that Grimoire Vice, like our little pod box here, the little book that's floating next to us, and Grimoire Noir, would eventually unite so they could start the Gestalt project, so that all of the souls in the world, all these shades, would go back into their respective bodies, which are the replicant bodies that were, you know, around all over the game. Everyone was a replicant, right? So they just needed to get their souls back into their bodies, and so on and so forth. It makes you wonder what the hell they're doing here then, because at least one of the sisters died, and I can't remember which one, at the hand of Emile. So, they also have a flower. Oh, never mind. I thought it was like sticking out of their eye socket, just like Zero from Drakengard 3. All right, let's talk to Devil now. Once you approach a target, the scanner can make it visible. Okay, anything else? And you? Welcome. Is there anything you need? She sells stuff. A Type 3 S or a Type 3 sword and a Type 3 blade. Okay, so outdated sword models. Skill valves, impact bracers, evasive system. Time slows when near enemy projectiles. Interesting. Can combos continue while evading? Bullet detonation. Taking bullet damage creates an explosion. I don't know if that's such a good idea, unless that means for like enemies. Auto collect items. Oh my god, that is great. I'm gonna take this, and we'll probably take the evasive system. We'll see what this is like. Okay, I'm rooting for you. Yeah, so one of the sisters was always usually nicer than the other. And also, is this fixed? Or do you need me to help you fix it? Sorry, this terminal's out of order right now. How unfortunate. Alright, let's look through the map now and find out where we're supposed to go. Automata doesn't respect your time as much as Replicant did. Where in Replicant, while they still told a story and they still were like, well, you gotta go from point A to point B and you gotta walk it, that's fine. The distance wasn't, you know, too long. Meanwhile, in Automata, it's like, hey, here's the first mission in the game. Go to the resistance camp. Cool. Now that you've spoken to the people there, help them out. Alright. Hey, go ahead and try to find these items for us. The drop rates for them are random, and good luck. You can find them in these areas. And now it's up to you to try your best. Is it this twink right here?
Potto, チェックモジュールと論理ウイルスワクチンを。信号はバンカーに送ったから救援はすぐに来ると思う。
ありがとう。
我々は同行していた夜破機隊 9S を捜索している。情報があれば提供してもらいたい。
どんな情報でもいい。お願い。
9S。あなたと一緒にいた男の子。あの子なら確か爆発時に飛ばされてた。
方角 は？
落下予測地点のデータを渡す。
ありがとう。救援部隊が来るまで安静にしていて。
目標地点の情報を入手。マップにマーク。
So fucking mad that she was right next to the bus. Good thing I gave this place a once over, and a twice over, and a thrice over. Because otherwise, we would have missed that, and I would have had to look it up again. Because I try to just, like, find a vague kind of, you know, guidance point. It's like, hey, find the Yoda soldiers. I'm like, okay, well, there was only, like, 4 or something here. And no, it turns out there's, like, 7. Is there one right behind the bus? I thought this pile of, like, rubble was another one. Because you can kind of... Tell me that does not look like a corpse, right? That little piece of like rubble behind the bus. Tell me that does not look like a corpse. Like one that's like, you know, splayed out like a starfish. It's so fucking dumb. And then you get closer, you're like, oh, is that a soldier? Nope. Concrete. It's fucking concrete. So this is what I mean. Like the game, Replicant would respect your time a little more. The game was 20 hours, right? Just on the first playthrough. Second playthrough starts you at the you know, the 5-year time skip, so you can get the second ending. And then the third one, I don't know when that starts, and the fourth one, I don't remember where that starts, right? But the game respects your time. Here, in the amount of time that it takes us from us to run, let's say it's from the city center or from the resistance camp all the way to the desert, you can like go from NieR's village all the way to the area, and then all the way to the end of the area, and probably back to the start of the area within the same amount of time. Either that, or you could probably go from NieR's village all the way to the desert in that game, and then all the way to Facade, and then be told, hey, go to the temple, and then go from Facade to the temple to do the first mission with you know, with the king or the prince at the time, as child NieR, in the same amount of time that it takes you to run from, you know, the resistance camp all the way to sorry, from the resistance camp all the way to the desert in this game, which, as a reminder, is from here. No, actually, yes, from here. No, this is Pascal's village. Where the fuck are we? That's a mechanic shop. This one was up here. Am I fucking blind? No, because here's the desert, right? And then here's the resistance camp. It's from this area. You have to go from here all the way this way, all the way around, then all the way down, then all the way through here, to get to this little corner. And then you go through here, and then you go through this little path, and then this little path, and now you finally made it to the desert. Just kidding, there's an entire area here. Here's the housing complex. Here's the desert. Right, it takes for fucking ever. Meanwhile, in like, this is NieR's village. You take the east path, you walk this way, bam, you're in the desert. Bam, you're in Facade. Bam, you're in the temple. That's what I mean by the game not respecting your time as much. Anyway, seems like this is where we need to go. So let's warp there. Not to rag on Automata so far, but it's been not so good in terms of respecting your time. Okay, city ruins here. But hey, maybe it gets better. I don't know. Yeah, that corpse behind the bus looks like a pile of clothes. But anyway, just ranting aside. Since I'll probably cut to this on YouTube, I had to look this up off screen, and we spent like 50 minutes looking for 9S's corpse. We couldn't find it, and it's like, oh, go look for a signal. Go look for one of the Yoda soldiers from the area that you spawned in, or where you woke up in. Good luck. And then we spent like 50 minutes looking for one. Okay, so we came this way. I did not see this path. Oh my god, I'm fucking dumb. And I was looking for, or no, this was not open before. This was not available before. This little cave area was not available before. It was a straight line that way. I'm pretty sure I remember that. Because I was looking for, you know, split paths.
9S が入ってきてるのか。
警告。敵の罠の可能性。
罠でも構わない。
Okay. Don't carry, didn't ask. Plus, we're saving 9S. Plus, I have a bow. And you're just like a talking book that can shoot bullets. Alright, 9S. Oh god. Get ready for a flashbang, I guess. Ah, it's so bright. Huh? Huh? Copied city. Hey? This is like the remade world in like Shin Megami Tensei 3, except that instead of it all being yellow, it's all white.
ケイ素と炭素が含まれる結晶状の物質。詳細についてはデータ不足のため不明。
誰がこんなものを。
不明。
I'm assuming this was built by the aliens, in an attempt to maybe replicate our world or something. Ages ago. Since it is right next to where their mothership is located, I assume this is maybe where they lived. Maybe this is a copy of maybe one of the universes of like NieR or Drakengard or something, or maybe this is a replica of Cathedral City for all I know. Who knows? Here's the Devila. Is that one of them? No, it's a Yoda soldier, I think. I thought it was like Devila or Popola, and if it was, then it's like, okay, this is Cathedral City. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying not to look up too much so that it doesn't flashbang you guys and blinds you. Imagine watching this in a dark room and then all of a sudden I look up and there you go. You just have nothing but whiteness. It's like me when I step outside and the sun shines on my like vampiric pale skin. And I radiate everywhere I go.
どうして死体が。
ヨルハブ隊員が自力で侵入した可能性は低い。予測。意図的に敵によって配置されている。
See, it's like the eruption of the volcano in Pompeii for a bunch of these. Like, it's just two chicks, you know, two besties, right? Like, next to each other. Like, even if they're holding hands, they're not really holding hands, they're just like, you know, besties, right? See, like them? Definite besties. Like, that's what they were. Like, there's nothing else to look into. Okay, vengeance +1. Let's check this way. And this one is unlocked. Large recovery. And then nothing else, right? No. Nope. This. Impact brace. Oh! No, that's I thought that was a bracer, like the weapon. No, it's just like the defense up item or whatever you can get. My bad. It's just like a chick's apartment after like they went clubbing. Like that's what all this like area is. It's like 20 chicks go clubbing, they come back to an apartment, and then they all just get like this. No? Oh god.
ようこそ我が町へ。
Ugh.
私たち機械生命体は人類に興味があるんだ。愛や家族、戦争や宗教、人類の記録を読み解けば他に例を見ない複雑さに魅了されるばかりだ。この町もそうした人類への渇望が生み出した場所の一つ。君たちアンドロイドの墓場にはもったいない崇高な場所だろう。私たちは人類の特徴を学び模倣する。あるものは愛を、そしてあるものは家族。そして
Stop giving me this fucking weapon.
私は気づいた。人類の本質は戦い、奪い、殺し合う。それが人間だ。
その口で人類を語るな。
崇拝する人間たちのことは悪くない。気を悪くした。だがそれが真実だ。私は人類の本質に到達した。ネットワークにつながれた私たち機械生命体だ。だが無限に続くデータ、生の実感はない。死ぬ概念理解できない。
Yeah, I'm sure most chicks can make it to their bed, but if you like went partying with your friends and they all came back to the same apartment, a bunch would probably be on the couch or on the floor.
命をかけて戦うことにした。
Unless you're really cool and they ended up in bed with you.
ネットワークから自分を切り離した。さあ、殺し合おう。
Okay. This dude is like that. Is that how he picks up chicks? He's like, check this out, and then he just lifts his hands. He got blocks everywhere. Like he impresses women by just lifting blocks with his hands, his little mind. Oh, come on, you're not aiming at him. What are you doing, Vice? Meanwhile, this dude's busting out all the King of Fighter moves. Literally, he's just like K from King of Fighters. Like, with some of his attacks. It's pretty funny. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was the inspiration. All he needs to do now is, like, shoot fire as well whenever he, like, punches you or something. What? You saw me heal. You saw me bust out the menu. Oh my god. A double-crossing android saw a lost machine at the bunker, looking at Earth. Do you talk, like, all the ladies' ear-offs? Or it's just me? He's really busting out the King of Fighter moves. It's just so funny. Like, seriously, just look up, like, King of Fighters, like, what, 98 or 99, whichever it was, and look up K's moveset, and it's the exact same shit that this guy's doing. Now, just imagine flames coming out of all his kicks and punches, and that's what you get. Instead of, like, hair or whatever this is.
Nice.
Let's see if these do anything.
君のために用意したんだよ。戦うためにはそれにふさわしい理由が必要だろう。
貴様殺す。
そうだ、その感情、憎悪だ。
Can't take this guy seriously, man.
おい、
This is now some fucking like generic shonen anime that's like trending on Twitter because the manga got a new chapter. Like, what's one that's like super popular right now? Jujutsu Kaisen or something? Is that one? That's what this became. We're gonna have like a beam power struggle or something at some point. Oh, come on, I dodged that. And then he fucking hyper combos me in the air? Okay. Oh, I did not want that bullshit again. See how close to death I was? Sent 3 blocks my way. Okay. Alright, he's almost dead though. Let's not fuck it up. Oh my god. This is so fucking stupid. So this is what death is like. The fuck? Yeah, it's so stupid. We stab. Let's see. Those who love humans complete the copied city. We stab him right through the fucking gut, into his liver, or into his like kidney, and the guy gives us a hug. Come the fuck on, man. I seriously can't take this game. Like, seriously. Like, mind you, we're talking about a game that's got giant robots and fucking, like, Macross air units that transform into, like, Batroids, right? And like, Garewalkers and shit. And then we have, like, King of Fighter, like, cameo characters. Or rejected designs for it. Anyway. This is what every short king wants. Every pocket prince. They want their, like, 510 GF to carry them like that to bed.
そうか。9S は大変だったな。言われた通り、ボディごと君たちの司令部に打ち上げておくよ。ありがとう。え、何か？君の口からそんな言葉を聞くなんて意外だな。まあいいさ。あと伝言がある。君たちの司令部が連絡を欲しいってさ。わかった。
So back to what I was talking about again, the game respecting your time. Or hold on.
こちら 2B 司令官につないで。
あ、2B さん。
We'll stand here so the text is more legible.
ちょっとお待ちくださいね。
2B か。敵機械生命体。コードネームアダムの破壊。ご苦労だった。分析の結果、奴らのネットワークシステムの半数をアダムが管理していたことが判明した。ネットワークを破壊された機械生命体は弱体化するだろう。
司令官、9S は
9S はこちらでデータオーバーホールを行う。問題がなければまた君と同行してもらう予定だ。
よろしくお願いします。
9S が動けない間、 君には別の任務を頼みたい。内容をメールしたので確認してくれ。
了解。
Because again, I try not to. Oh.
アクセスポイントからメール受信の連絡。
Because again, I try not to joke around too much whenever I do like these type of streams, because I want the game to be taken a little bit seriously, right? But at that point, I was kind of just annoyed. Because remember, I've been streaming for an hour and a half. In this hour and a half, I was looking around for any clues that might get us to 9S, right? And I backtracked to the area that I was in a few times after we got like the item that we needed, right? After we got the black box, before we got the black box, I backtracked to the sunken city. Then I'm like, okay, well, there's nothing here because I'm not getting anything new on the map, because I assume like if there was, it would pop up like, this, like how it's telling me, hey, here's a red marker, right? So that didn't happen. So we come here, I get the black box scanner, and it's like, okay, well, maybe now it'll show me like the corpses of like the other Yona, like, soldiers. Cool. Let's go look around. Maybe we'll find them all over the map, right? Because we've been finding bodies all over the place. Like, not just here, but here and everywhere else, right? And it's like, okay, well, that's not enough. Maybe we got to go back to the flooded coast. And then we go back to the flooded coast and they're still not marked on your map, which, again, I get it, right? Explore yourself, right? Who cares? But we've got scanners for this shit. You'd think at least they'd be some black marking like this or something just on the map, anything. We spend 40 minutes looking for one possible android that might give us the coordinates. We find them. We then backtrack all the way back to the fucking alien ship, like, tunnel. We go through the alien tunnels. We find this whole new city. And once we're in there, we have a 5-minute boss fight and we are out of it. It's like, it was such a waste of time. Like, it was such a huge waste of time. Anyway, let's read the mail that we got. So, trends among the machines. Sender, Commander. Due to the destruction of codename Adam, we have been able to deal a significant blow to the enemy's network system. I've already confirmed that numerous machine life forms have been severed from the network as a result. However, just because they are no longer connected doesn't mean that they no longer pose a threat. It is highly likely they will continue to interfere with our operations. 2B, I would like you to gather some intel on the machine life forms. Report back to me if you see any machines behaving oddly, and keep me informed of their activities. That is all. The Commander. Okay. You couldn't just tell me on the holo? Yeah.
平安同族である機械生命体パスカルからの情報入手。
Yeah, that was my guess.
パスカルなら何か知ってるかも。もしもし、聞こえる？パスカル。
ああ、2B さん、どうしたんですか？
最近の機械生命体の動向について何か気づいたことがあれば教えて。
最近の機械生命体の動向ですか？そういえば2日前、中央ネットワークから外れた機械生命体たちから和平協定の連絡がありました。
和平協定？
ええ、ネットワークの支配から逃れた者たちがこの村と同盟を組みたいと。
ならパスカルの村に合流すればいいだけなんじゃ。
いえ、すでに大きなコロニーを作っているそうです。
コロニー？
はい、廃工場に逃げ込んでいるようです。興味があるようでしたら場所を転送します。
お願い。
私もそろそろ話しに行かないといけないと思っていたので、現地で合流しましょう。
了解。
目標地点の情報を入手。マップにマーク。
Alright then. So now we gotta go somewhere else. Where specifically is it marked? Probably in Pascal's village or in the desert, maybe? Mysterious letter? Nope. I should have actually gotten this one while we were over here. Well, Pascal's village is this way, right? No, that's the other mysterious letter. The village is right here. So, where is it marked? Unless I'm fucking blind. Oh, wait. Jeez, it's here. The factory. Okay. I believe they said go talk to Pascal anyways. So let's check just to see if they have anything. If not, we can still talk to the blacksmith and see if I can upgrade any of my weapons. And if not, then, you know, we'll move on to the factory. But yeah, so, like, I try not to, like, you know, joke around too much whenever I do these type of streams, mainly because the focus of the game, or the focus of the stream, is supposed to be on the game itself, not me, like, you know, cracking jokes, right? Which, I don't mind, like, streamers that do. I try not to, because, again, I'm trying to give more of a, Pascal ain't here to begin with. Just more of a focus on the game itself, and to build atmosphere, right? Here, to the factory entrance. But I was, like, kind of annoyed at that point, and then, it's like, I can't take this game seriously. I really can't. It had a huge start. Right now we're like, oh man, we lost INS, where could he be? We gotta get him back. Look, he's being crucified by blocks. Like, we gotta get him back. And then we have this wacky ass motherfucker busting out, like, King of Fighter combos, using hair to teleport and all this shit, and it's like, come on. He hugs you when you kill him. It's so stupid. Alright, where is the entrance? Probably up here. Oh. It was a little unbelievable, you know? Okay, so here's where Pascal is. She's like, meet me at the factory. Interesting. You move quickly? Oh, you just hovered. Good. So, like, do the war machines just have, like, PTSD, or... Let's see. Oh, no. Oh my god. They get cut off from the network that the aliens set up to turn them into war machines against the humans. And the second they get disconnected from that network, they all become religious zealots. Well, right now they're religious. I'm sure we're gonna say something to offend them and they're gonna get, like, hyper aggressive. And that's what's gonna, like, show that they're zealots. Let's see. Let's talk to one of you. If I can. And you? Oh god. So now they're repeating themselves? You? Okay. So they say the exact same thing, just in a backwards order. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Move to be. Thank you. Just shimmying along. Okay. Well, this is kind of weird, but we'll see where this goes. Like, mind you, this series has been pretty quirky at times. But this is so far, like I still can't get over the previous boss fight. I'm sorry. It's just really dumb. Oh my god. She's so fucking mean. I'm sure we would have been, like, attacked on site had we not had a more outdated looking robot with us. Oh my god. Oh, here's the zealotry part, right?
あちらの扉を開くと教祖様のいらっしゃるお部屋です。
Imagine taking that pisses all of them off. They have stolen from the temple. They have stolen a sacred artifact.
心に安らぎが訪れました。神を信じるようになって心に安らぎが訪れました。
Filler metal? Yeah, that's what this entire section is so far.
教祖様に私たちはお導きいただいたのです。教祖様に
Oh, okay, so I guess they just say the same thing, maybe?
教祖様に
Yes, alright, we'll just walk straight ahead then.
この地上から苦痛と戦争がなくなりますように。 神を信じるようになって心に安らぎが訪れました。
Oh my god. Oh.
私パスカルと申します。和平交渉についてお話をさせていただくために。
教祖様は神になった。教祖様は神になった。教祖様は神になった。私たちも神になる。私たちも神になる。君たちも神になる。君たちも神になる。君たちも神になる。みんなで死んで神になる。
Oh no. Pascal, we were suckered in.
こいつら
やはり私の予測は的中したようですね。しかし興味深い。こんな特殊な思想を持つ機械生命体は見たことがありません。きっと貴重なサンプルとして。
いいから逃げる。バカ、こちら 2B 廃工場跡地で適正機械生命体と遭遇。脱出ルートの確保を要請。
通信環境が不安
救援信号ループ発信。
了解
クソ。
君たちも死んで神になるのだ。死後の世界は素晴らしい。死ぬことこそ最後の平和
No, not pod
死
scene.
んで神になれ。みんなで神になろう。僕たちも神になるよ。なるんだ。
So dumb. So again, we go from a King of Fighters reject to a cult of robots that believe in deification through suicide, through a mass culling of their own kind by being burned in a funeral pyre. Oh my god. Like through immolation, they believe they will achieve salvation. Insane. Jeez, these guys just fucking hit so hard.
トゥービーさん、部屋の奥のゲートが開いたようです。行ってみましょう。
Okay. Well, there's stuff to get, so we can hold off on that for a bit. It's like, yeah, fucking smack. Anything else? Not that I can see off the top of my head. Or just like from a quick glance. Alright, let's get out of here. Can we go in? Come on, Pascal, they can't get past the invisible wall. Alright. Oh.
待て待て待て 2B 僕です 9S です
9S？
バンカーからハッキングしてこの機械生命体をコントロールしています。これから工場のシステムに侵入しお二人を脱出させます。 2B 無茶はしないでくださいね。また後で会いましょう。
分かった、お願い。
Dude, they're gonna like interrogate you. Oh, never mind. He ditched the body.
出口までのルートを確保完了です。
ありがとう。
Oh, I can target Pascal? Why the fuck would it let... Why would you let me do that? Why would you let me target Pascal? Look at this. They are targetable. Why? Can I just kill Pascal in this mission? Why would the game let me do this? Is like, did 2B hack into like my little pod? And he's letting his racism like seep in through it? So he can discriminate against the like lower gen robots? Who did, actually? Bulletproof salve. What are we doing on HP? Let's take a small recovery. Okay, so here's the possible boss fight. No? Oh, there it is.
Enemy 本体のエネルギーシールドを確認。物理防御シールドを確認。報告。遠距離攻撃、近接攻撃ともに効果なし。
どうすれば。
本工場から大量のエネルギー供給を確認。推奨。エネルギー供給源の破壊。
9S、 今遭遇してる大型機械生命体が。
大丈夫です。モニターしてました。工場の電力を落とします。
お願い。
システム掌握率 80%。 2B あと少しです。
Okay.
90%、 92、95、98。 電源供給を停止させました。 2B
敵機械生命体のシールド解除をかける。
Alright. Well, that wasn't too bad so far. This thing reminds me of a Gundam ball. Which, if you don't know, they're tiny machines used during the 1 Year War in Gundam. And they look like this, except they've got it's just a pod that has a little window in the front for the cockpit. And they have two little arms, and then usually a cannon or some gun attached to the head, and like that's it. And they're really cute. But they were meant to be like mining machines, and they had to be repurposed for war. So it's kind of funny seeing them, like, you know, be little war machines. So I assume that this is supposed to be like a Gundam reference, of course. Because there's been quite a few, at least that I've been able to see. I assume we're supposed to attack, like, the giant yellow thing here. You wanna... Okay, never mind, 2B. Thanks for staying so close to the edge. I am glitched in the air. Never mind, not anymore. I was stuck for a bit, like I could not move. Because I pushed this thing too far to the edge. And now it's shitting out little robots. That's fine. Of course, there's suicide bombers. Now it's a literal ball. Did you hear the tire screech when it turned around? But you can barely see like some like sliver of HP being like removed whenever I hit it with the great swords. There we go. Where the fuck were you, Pascal? Alright, well, here's the ball just destroyed. This really does look like a ball from Gundam, just scaled up quite a bit. Okay. You got anything to say? Nothing on you? Okay. Alright, well, let's leave. We need to go this way. Here, I'll try to get one on screen in a bit. Alright. Yeah, here we go. This is good enough. So this is what a Gundam ball looks like. They look like this. And that's basically what we just fought, which is pretty funny. But the balls are cuter. Saying that out loud is not good. Anyway, back to the game itself. Okay, so not that elevator, it's this way? Because I know that elevator takes us, like, out of here, too. But alright, we made it out. Never mind, so complete the abandoned factory. Oh, the symbol of the Watchers.
いやひどい目に遭いましたね。しかしあの廃工場の地下にあんな巨大空間があったとはいつかまた調査しなくてはなりませんね。その時は 2B さんとまたご一緒できれば。
断る。
Nothing else, Pascal?
私はレジスタンスキャンプに行く。パスカルはどうする？
私は自分の村に帰ります。村の撮影をしなくてはいけないので。
そう。
Okay. Yeah, so that's weird. That, oh, well, never mind. More.
通信状況が悪い。
電波障害を確認。
機械生命この通受信要請頼む。
急ごう。
Yeah, so, like I mentioned before, again, with the lore dumps and all that stuff when we were doing all that shit, we know that the cult of the Watchers is what started basically all of this going wrong. Again, it was with one's brother not killing himself at the end of Drakengard 3, which then led him to start like a religion as he wandered throughout the world as everything kind of fell back into disarray. And he started a cult to remember his sister, which is what that little symbol on the guy's like chest was. But all of this was in the year 1000, right? Like this game is set in the year 3500 or something, right? So after the events of Drakengard 1, we got the events of NieR because of the ending of Drakengard 1, which results in like the killer beast or the beast queen or whatever appearing in Tokyo, and then it dying spreads the ashes, right, which spreads the Black Flower's influence, which then like corrupts everyone, and then that's how we get all the events of NieR. And then now we've got this. So why the fuck does that guy have that tattoo on his chest? Is this like the aliens abducted. Well, they didn't abduct one because again, we don't hear from one's like brother one ever again. Did they like? Did the aliens have something to do with this, or I don't know. Crazy, huh? Anyway, let me check what's the closest one again to the resistance camp. We went like super far away. They never explain it? Yeah, I thought so. It's probably something that gets covered, maybe. What's this? No, that's the cave. So, city ruins near factory. It's probably something that you read in a book. That, like an actual book. Oh, no, wrong place. Near factory, listen. It's probably something that gets covered in some book, in some manga, in some interview. Who knows? I'll have to research that once we're done with the game and probably cover it there. Also, welcome. Thanks for sticking around, Galgan. So I guess we'll find out. If anything, it's a Nito reference, I guess, to Drakengard, maybe. We'll find out. And thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate it. So let's head over to the resistance camp. Oh, look at these guys now. Alright, we want to go around.
原因不明。
バンカーにレーザー通信での呼びかけを継続。
了解。
Is there interference? No? Okay. But yeah, I guess we'll find out, like, what else the story has to tell us. Because so far it's been very in the now. Oh my god.
アンドロイド食ってる。
Fucking god, dude. Are they eating them? How are they eating them? 2B, why are you... Stop jumping in the air so much. Oh god, they're pushing me into the camera. This maybe... No, not this. This is what I meant to do. Anyone else? Oh, there's a dude back there. Geez, they fucking, like, cut through this place. Where the hell did they even come from? Okay, they're over here. Anemone? No? There she is.
大丈夫。急に奴らがキャンプになだれ込んできて応戦したんだが、銃が効かないんだ。
敵個体からエネルギーシールドを確認。推奨近接物理攻撃。
わかった。あなたは他のアンドロイドを退避させて。頼む。
Yeah, so I guess that's like your third hint, if you didn't get it before, that these guys are androids compared to, you know, to everyone else. Because remember before, we were told that they were like earlier models, right? That and that humans have been extinct for who knows how long. Or not extinct, but are not around. I don't think we've been told if they're extinct or not yet. But these guys, like, are androids, which I assume some people that were not, like, familiar with the franchise probably thought that they might have been humans, because they look so much like humans. But I guess they're, like, the game is directly telling you, hey, by the way, these guys are androids. Oh, where are you aiming to be? There we go. Okay. I guess being this under-leveled also doesn't help out too much, I suppose. At least compared to them. Speaking of, there's our level up. There go their little shields. Oh, and there's another big boy. Huh. We just dodge out of the way real quick. Yeah, let me pick up this item. Oh, come on. Anyway, he's almost dead. Anyone left? A treasure chest that we can't open? Of course. Alright, let's go back. The resistance camp was destroyed. How unfortunate.
ありがとうトゥービー助かったよ。
Hmm.
一体何がわからない。奴ら急にこの拠点に攻め込んできて。何？キャンプの外から聞こえたぞ。
Okay, well, let's save here. Can't transport, which is fine, I guess, but let's do this.
推奨
Let me rest. They really don't want to break immersion, I guess. Like, nah, you can't just bust out the RPG rest mechanics. The ball is back.
またこいつか。
Yeah, I ain't touching that, dude. Like, it's electrifying the water. That's like suicide. It's like that boss in Rogue Legacy. Or Rogue Galaxy. Luckily for us, he's got bullet time. I see. Okay. So we'll keep our distance, and then he'll telegraph his attack. Maybe this will do more. Yeah, kinda. Oh, wrong pod. I meant to do this. There we go. Alright, so let's get his ass. Okay, there's the telegraph. Or the tell, I guess. And now we just wait again. So let's see, that's 23 a pop. This is a lot faster. Ooh. All right. Come on.
周辺の機械生命体が当地域に集結中。
これじゃキリがない。
予測
Trust me, I am dodging those, by the way. And that was the telegraph. Just trying to get away from. those. Okay, I'm gonna ignore them. Target it. No, what are you doing to me? Why did you jump into the fucking water? Oh, also you target multiple enemies. Let's try this. As this hits everyone, which is... Oh, nope. Okay, that is fucking lame. That was so much fucking time wasted. Alright, I guess back at it. Cool. Come on, dude. Nines, do you know how expensive those flight units are, dude? Oh no. Alright, well.
トゥビー、大丈夫？大丈夫。この化け物を倒す。わかった。
Because mind you, I get what he did, right? Totally get it. Flight units are packed with missiles, which he could have used. Instead, now you're being juggled by the lasers. Like some raver in 2012. Oh. Oh no. Right, I'm out. No more heals. Okay. Should have maybe bought more than 10 at a time, you know, when I was with that seller. There was literally zero reason for me to limit myself to just 10. But maybe I guess to try not to make the game too easy. Oh, the fucking bullet time is insanely cool. So long as I don't get hit, this is gonna be really neat. Get him. Oh, that laser finish would have been so cool. There we go. Level up. Ugh, fuck that boss fight, dude. We fight the ball, we get out of the factory, then we fight it again. Uh.
どうすれば？
トゥービーさん、聞こえますか？トゥービーさん、私たちの村が。
パスカル、聞こえる？くそ。
Oh god, look at these guys. I'm just trying to go to the safe point, man. So that I don't fuck this up. Even though I could have saved, I guess, in some other way. Can we go to the bunker? I don't know. See what happens if we warp up. Because I'm about to go restock, man. Good luck to everyone, like, down on Earth. We're bouncing. But I still have to head to Pascal's village. Alright, well, Pascal can wait, like, 10 seconds while we, restock. Alright, let's buy a few things, mainly these. Let's buy 20. Same with this. And 20 of these. Alright. I guess I could have used all of those other items too. The, like the things that decrease damage I take and all that shit, but eh. No need. Alright, Pascal's village. Where are we at? Okay. So the closest one to Pascal's village, if I check our map real quick. Come on. Alright, transport. It was this one, near the tower, I believe. I believe that's the one that's like right in front of like the gated entrance to Pascal's village. We'll find out. And the music is like super fucking tense. Right, can't skip this. We'll do this. And yeah, it's right in front of us. Alright, Pascal, try not to die. I am on my way. So these are my targets.
ネットワークにぶら下がっている機械生命体が全部暴走したらしく、村の入り口を封鎖して応戦しているのですが、私たちの武装では
まずこいつを排除する。
Now, target the guy that's right there, right in front of us. There we go. Next. Okay. Now that's my target. There we go. Now, why does this bounce us back and forth, I wonder? Like, it pushes us back whenever we deal damage. Maybe to force you not to, like, one-shot the boss or something? Just by constantly comboing it? Also, you might get motion sickness watching this with some of my camera work. There we go.
ありがとうございます。助かりました。
No!
何があったんだ。
ネットワークに接続されているすべての機械生命体が一斉に暴走したんです。おそらく全体を統括しているユニットが暴走したかと。
イブって機械生命体だ。
その統括しているユニットを破壊すれば全体の活動が停止するの。
おそらく。
ポット、イブの位置を特定できる。
報告。位置はすでに特定。地図にポイント完了。
私たちがイブを倒す。
パスカルは村を守ってて。
I stood here to make the subtitles like more legible, by the way.
お気をつけて。
これは
広範囲に強制通信をまき散らしているみたいです。おそらくこの強力な通信が敵の機械生命体を凶暴にさせているんだと思います。イブを探し出して破壊しましょう。
了解。
He's just broadcasting his grief over an open channel. That's like really fucking dumb. Alright, sorry. Was killing that guy because I thought that would level us up, but it didn't. So let's save again, and then we'll warp wherever we need to go. So let's check. Alright, we gotta go this way. So we can go from the ruins, or it's actually faster just to run it. Because we warp to the ruins, and then we have to climb the stairs, we have to, or climb the ladder, and then we have to go through the pipe, or jump up the pipe, and then run straight ahead, or here we can just run around the corner. Either way. Let's do this, and hold on to this, like so. Although I guess I could have saved. We should be fine. Oh, right, thanks for reminding me, 9S, I can do this. Are we close to the unit that I can quick save here? I cannot. Alright, well, never mind. Let's hope for the best and not die. I'll try my best. Is he below us? Am I just supposed to wait? Where are you? Ah, wait.
ああ、来たのか。お前たちも思うだろう。こんな世界、意味がないって。俺にとっては兄ちゃんだけが全部消えてなくなる。どうして兄ちゃんを殺す。俺は
I seriously can't take this guy I can't take them seriously. Like, there should be Linkin Park playing for this boss fight. The dude is like, his skin is turning like dark, right? Because he's being possessed by whatever tattoo he's got. He's crying blood, right? Like, this is a villain you would get from, you know, a game from 2012, maybe 2008. Back in like the gritty, like PS3, 360 era, there should be like a sepia filter above this, making the game like a pain in the ass to look at. That, and so far there's been no like block button. I'm not even close to him. What am I doing? Also, his arms look a lot like the arms that NieR would use. Like those stone arms that he would get.
ネットワーク経由で周りの奴らのエネルギーを吸ってるのか。
Come on.
このままじゃ拉致が開かない。イブにハッキングして停止させてみる。2B 援護して。了解。
So, not sure if that's another reference, or...
敵個体が接続されているネットワークは膨大。予測 9S のハッキング成功確率は低い。推奨 9S トレーニングの
9S がやれるって言ったらやれるんだ。
Right, I forgot. You can't use the laser beam and dodge at the same time. But yeah, when he does his like big arm attacks, those look like the dark hands or whatever that NieR would use in Replicant, which is interesting. They just look like they're made out of like stone and gravel. So is this like, you know, just another continuation of like that cycle? Where instead of it being a brother and sister, it's now two brothers. Oh, I meant to... No, not this. I meant to do... meant to do that, but sure. Uh-oh. Yeah, those arms. What am I doing? No! Oh, that's so annoying. There goes the pipe. That pipe is so good. Did not mean to use that. I meant to use it. Medium. Oh. Also, it doesn't help that he looks a lot like Nero from DMC5. If he would have had like the emo haircut from 2012, it would have been Nero from DMC4. But here, like with that short hair that he's got, it looks literally like Nero from DMC5 or Dante from DMC, like the crappy remake or crappy reboot attempt. Oh no. So my guess is that this guy was maybe made from like the Dark Lord's DNA or some shit. Some sort of like remnant of it. And that's why he's got such a strong like tie to a brother. Or, you know, a sibling. Oh, come on.
NFCS 破損近接戦闘が不可能警告 FFCS 破損遠距離攻撃が不可能
Oh my god. Oh, what he done? No, she didn't say it. Oh no.
失敗しちゃった。
2B, kill him.
イブのネットワーク分離時に物理汚染されちゃったみたい。
そんな。
大丈夫。バンカーにあるデータで巻き戻ることはできるから。
でもそれじゃ今の君は戻ってこない。
そうだね。汚染データをバンカーに アップロードするわけにもいかないから。
イエス。
お願い、トゥービー。僕は君の手で。
まだ残ってるのか。こんな機械。これは通信。データ信号が共鳴し合って。
ちょっと待って、トゥービー。
君は。
僕、パーソナルデータを機械生命体側に残していたみたいで、なんか気づいたら周囲のネットワークの上で自我が再形成されたんだ。こうやって複数の自我が統合されていくのは貴重な体験だから記録しておきたいんだけど、まだ保存領域へのアクセスができてなくて、とりあえずこの辺りにある敵のメモリーに多重化して保存しておいた後に、僕が自分のボディに戻れた時に。
よかった。
うん。
機械生命体と私たちアンドロイドを分かつものは何だろうか。意志と感情を持つに至ったロボットたち。彼らが死の間際に振り絞る最後の叫びが今もまだ私の中に残っている。
I was like, no way this is the fucking ending for whatever this ending is. God, like, not to ruin the atmosphere or anything. That was so fucking stupid, man. That was such a fucking waste of time. I played NieR Replicant for this. I get it. It's one of the like 70 endings this game has, but what the fuck? The fucking asphyxiation shit is so stupid too. You remember when we were limping towards 9S, his sword was impaled on the ground, right? She chose like the most intimate way, like the most painful way for him to go. Slowly asphyxiating him for like a few seconds before like crushing his windpipe, instead of just decapitating him. What the fuck is this? This is peak. This is what people were going nuts over in 2019. This is the game that everyone was like, oh my god, this is fucking amazing. Mind you, this is ending A or whatever the fuck this ending is, out of the like multiple possible endings. But imagine you buy this game in 2019, you have like this super cool segment of like, oh man, the opening is pretty cool. Oh look, we just took out of this giant like whale battleship submarine thing. And then you have to, and then the past 3 hours of this entire stream were me going from point A to point B to try to find 9S, right, for like an hour, only to then go through the entire fucking factory and then back to fight the same boss again, to then fight like Eve. What the fuck? What a huge waste of time. This is so fucking stupid, man. I can't believe it. Like at least Replicant, when you went through the first ending in the game, it felt like a completed arc, right? You went through this entire experience with like young NieR, you know, Kaine and Emil. Well, mainly Kaine at the first part. Then you go through a 5-year skip, and then you go with Kaine, Emil, and then again you go through the world, right? And that's pretty neat. You get a concise story. You reach the Shadow Lord. You fight him, right? Even though there's a little bit of backtracking here and there, all the story points were really good. Everything that like, you know, going from point A to point B felt solid, and you felt like you were progressing. What the fuck did we do in this game throughout this entire ending? We landed on Earth. We took out a giant robot that was like, you know, destroying shit. Then we went from the resistance camp to the desert to the carnival to the forest, back to the resistance camp, back to the factory, back out to the resistance camp, and then we fought Eve after, well, we went through the, you know, through the alien battle, like alien ship, then the replicant city, and then we like went to the resistance camp, then we fought Eve again. What a fucking waste of time, man. I summarized the entire game in like 5 sentences. Like everything that happened. Meanwhile with NieR, it's like, yeah, you went kind of like north, south, east, and west constantly, right? But it was a little more, I don't know, fulfilling, right? Here it was a huge waste of time. Like literally nothing was stopping me from just looking up the cutscenes on YouTube for ending A, and then seeing like all the cool shit and not have to go through all the backtracking and all the miscellaneous like padding that the game tried to add with all the fights. Because again, if I was fighting everything, right, this playthrough would have taken for fucking ever. But I know how I learned how NieR worked like halfway into like Replicant, and I was like, nah, if I'm not forced to fight anything, there's no reason to fight them. And then there really isn't. It's just a waste of time for you to level up. This sucked. Sadly, I can't get a refund on this. Otherwise, I would. But yeah, Automata is so far, at least as per ending A, complete garbage. Holy fuck. Neat character designs, sure. Neat music, sure. Great like action scenes with all the cutscenes, some of the like bullet hell shmup elements, sure. The Macross references, neato. But this is terrible, man. Like, I get it, right? I'm supposed to replay this over and over again, but imagine you don't know this, right? Imagine it's 2012, right? Imagine it's 2008. The internet isn't huge, right? This game comes out in that era, and you have no idea that there's 27 endings because everyone else is also like confused, and everyone just thinks, okay, well that's it. Like, like there's, in my opinion, there's no reason for me to replay this ever again. Like, sure, I can see ending B, C, D, E, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, because that's what they all are. This is ending A. one battlefield, right? I could go through all 26 fucking endings, but why would I do that? If they're all gonna be like this, it's a huge waste of my fucking time. Alright, notification from Square Enix. What? To all players, thanks so much for playing NieR Automata. Alright, go fuck yourself. Voice change options, who cares? Save? Sure. Thanks for playing this game! Ain't that incredible? To continue playing with the same game data? Yeah, who cares? We're not doing that. Alright, time for me to, like, dive into, like, just researching, like, what the fuck's going on then, and then next stream we'll do, like, a bonus addition to this. And then we'll explain everything. I'll do the, like I've done before, if you haven't seen, like, my playthroughs of this. When we did Drakengard 3, or when we did NieR, when we started Replicant, I summarized all of Drakengard 3 and how that linked to Drakengard 1, and then how Drakengard 1 linked and was connected to NieR Replicant. And then from there, once we were finished with Replicant, I summarized all of Replicant and how that went into Automata. And again, I'm sure there's the other endings explain other shit, like who she is, right? But dude, it's just gonna be a huge waste of my fucking time to go through like all the other 24 endings that I'm missing. We've gotten 2 of them so far. What was it, like H and A? Fuck that. Like all that just so I can get a little more like, you know, morsels of lore, so I can kind of like piece things together. No thanks. Like see, like we're not seeing any of this shit, right? Like we haven't seen most of the stuff that's right here, that's playing before us. And I'm not gonna do that. So I'll just do, like I said, I'll just research all this shit, and then we'll, yeah. So far the macro ending was the best ending. Eat a macro, your body, like your fluids coagulate, and you die. Because my god, this is fucking terrible. But again, I knew what I was getting into, because that's what this entire series is like. Drakengard 3 has like 4 endings. Drakengard 1 is probably the most bullshit game to finish, because you have to get, again, endings like A through E, and to get all those endings you have to do so much fucking horseshit just to like actually finish the game. And to get the true ending, which will then not make any sense if you were playing that game back in 2002. So I'm not gonna keep talking about this anymore. So let's do this. Let me load into the game, I guess, and we'll just have like some of the background music playing. So let's just continue. We'll do this, and we'll start game. We'll just have some background music playing in the background while I'm ranting about this, because I am incredibly fucking disappointed. Holy shit, what a waste of time. I'll stop saying that because it's probably annoying, but jeez. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. No music? Alright, then never mind. I'm just gonna leave a pause. Let's swap over to the ending screen. God damn, dude. Holy shit. I still can't believe this. But alright, so like I said, I'm gonna just quickly look into how Automata, or how like what actually happens in Automata, because again, playing through this is gonna be not worth it, and I'm not gonna like spend 3 weeks just getting through all the endings and then just trying to piece together like what the fuck's been going on. Also, I can just get to my conclusion, because at this point I don't care enough. We played through 3 of the games in the whole series. We skipped Drakengard 1 because of what I just mentioned of how bullshit it is to get all the fucking endings, and it's not really a fun game to stream or to like play live because of what happens in it, because of how slow and clunky it is. So that's why I went ahead and summarized it. So next stream, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna wrap up all of NieR and Drakengard into one final like just Loredump section. So I'm gonna talk about what happens in Drakengard 3, how that leads into Drakengard 1, how the events in Drakengard 1 lead to NieR Replicant, and how the events of NieR Replicant lead into NieR Automata. Now, when we did the Automata playthrough, we got the first ending, which was ending A. And if I'm 100% honest, that was incredibly disappointing. Mind you, I won't rag into the game too much again. I will give like a full like final thoughts at the end of all this. But like yesterday, I was just so fucking mad. I was like, well, I wasn't mad, but I was pretty like miffed about like that being your first ending, right? And I just couldn't fucking believe it. I talked to a friend after the stream. I was like, oh man, I was able to finish Automata. I got ending A. It sucked. And he's like, yeah. If you were to compare it to Replicant, NieR Automata's ending A is like the first half of NieR Replicant, which means that, you know, you get a half-baked story, and that it doesn't give you like the second half, quote unquote, until you get ending C, meaning that you have to waste 30 hours of your life playing through the game again and again before you actually get some sort of cohesive narrative that kind of lets you know what's going on to an extent. Now, I didn't want to bring up a lot of the stuff that I thought might be happening in game until we went through it at least once, because I thought, okay, they're probably going to talk about this shit. But a lot of the stuff that I was thinking about as the playthrough was going, little things that I was noticing, little bits and pieces that I was picking up, were eventually confirmed when I was doing the research for this part of the stream. So a lot of the stuff that I thought might have been a possibility, it turned out to be true. So I'll talk about that again when we get to it. So I'm gonna super quickly summarize once again Drakengard 3, how that leads into 1, how that leads into NieR, and how that leads into Automata. I'm not gonna spend an hour talking about this shit, so I'm just gonna like, you know, speed run that first section because it's a lot of fucking lore. It is so much fucking lore to go through. So again, if you are watching this later on YouTube, if you do want the full like deep dive into what happens in Drakengard 3 and how that leads into 1, just watch the first part of the NieR Replicant playthrough. And if you want to watch how NieR leads into, or how Replicant leads into Automata, then watch the first part of the Automata playthrough, because that's where I just do the full lore dump there. And I also give a super quick summary. So, if I recall, I also timestamped it, in which I like separated the Drakengard 3, Drakengard 1, and NieR lore dump sections. So it's easy to get to if you really are curious about it. So, the short of it is this. You have our world as we know it, up until the year 856. Let me just double check. Yes, 856. So up until the year 856, our world was exactly the same as it was in game, right? In the Drakengard universe. Then out of nowhere, in the Iberian Peninsula, an earthquake happens, and this giant city appears out of nowhere. From this city, known as the Cathedral City, we start having a bunch of like dragons appear, like just everywhere. Dragons just start to show up. It is total chaos. So before the events of the Cathedral City appearing, dude, like I'm not even reading my notes for all this shit. That's how many times I've gone through this, like telling all this shit on stream. When before Cathedral City showed up, all of humanity was basically fighting each other. Right, because we were warmongering like humans. Then Cathedral City shows up, it brings dragons, and then humanity unites. We fend off the dragons, and then eventually all the brightest minds and scholars and lords move to Cathedral City. It becomes its own little like social hierarchy. Bunch of shit happens, and you know, corruption spreads. Now, after some time, some lords leave the Cathedral City. They start their own kingdoms where corruption further spreads. Inside of Cathedral City is a immense force that we don't get to know of until later, which is known as the Black Flower. Now, Cathedral City and the Black Flower came from the future, which is already really stupid. They came from the future, and it was transported to our time, right, in 856. Now, after some time, I'm not going to go into the specific years because, again, I've done this so much, but after some time, some magician inside of Cathedral City tries to, like, cast this forbidden rite that was, like, you know, banished or, you know, like, made illegal, like, years ago, and it backfires. She ends up causing an explosion inside of Cathedral City, leveling most of it, destroying a lot of the buildings and killing everyone inside, leaving in its wake the dust, like black dust in the shape of a giant black flower. So obviously something went wrong. Then we get to the events of Drakengard 3. So this is when Drakengard 3 basically starts. We have Zero, who is known as an intoner. Intoners are essentially tools, or well, they are manipulated and corrupted humans that were taken over by the Black Flower's influence. The Black Flower itself is a tool of God sent to the world to destroy all of humanity in not just this world, but this universe and every other universe and every other timeline possible. Intoners have the ability to call upon something known as a Watcher, which is again another tool of God, used to wipe out humanity. So just think of like giant creatures, right? That can take any shape that they want. In Drakengard 3, you have like giant crabs and like other like weird creatures, like two giant blue dudes, right? In Drakengard 1, they take the shape of giant babies, which I talked about when we did the Drakengard 1 stream, the Loredump. Anyway, Intoners have this power as well, and that's what Zero has. Zero is the protagonist of Drakengard 3, and when she realizes that this is what is going on like inside of her, that she's going to be a puppet for this Black Flower to then destroy the world, she tries to kill herself. She tries to commit suicide by stabbing herself in the chest with a giant sword, which doesn't really work, because right before she's about to stab herself and kill herself, the Black Flower senses the hostility and splits up like Zero's personalities, or splits Zero's personalities and creates 5 clones of her, numbered 1 through 5. So each one of the clones have their own specific aspects and traits from Zero, and they usually just embody that. So for example, her self-doubt, her lustfulness, her sense of courage, that sort of shit, right? So after some time, Zero has to recover basically from trying to kill herself, while the sisters all manage to run away. Time passes. Zero eventually manages to get to make a contract, or well, no, she forms an alliance with a dragon, right? She ends up forming an alliance with a dragon known as Michael, and Michael is the strongest of all dragons ever, right? That's when we end up getting the start of Drakengard 3. Also, hey, put him down. Thanks for joining us today. So, at the start of Drakengard 3, we have Zero storming the capital city, right? Zero runs through capital city. She's trying to find her sisters. She fights all 5 of them and ends up, well, getting her ass kicked, right? She ends up losing Michael. Michael ends up sacrificing himself and ends up using something known as a last wish, right? Or a final wish, which all dragons get. Most dragons choose to reincarnate. That's their final wish because they live for so fucking long. And he ends up basically saving Zero from a blast and reincarnates. Zero manages to get out of the scuffle, and then you have the events of Drakengard 3 happen, in which we go from sister to sister, killing them in order from 5 all the way to 1. Right? So we're going to skip all that. So throughout the game, again, you kill all the sisters, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then you reach number 1 once again at the capital city, now with Mikhail, who is the reincarnated form of Michael. So I guess I'll just put him up on screen real quick. So Michael, again, like I said, was the strongest dragon, and he looks like this. Just grab this picture of him. Just a super quick image. So that's Michael. Again, he is the strongest of all dragons, and that's what he looks like. He's just white. He's got cool golden horns. That's it. Oh wait, no, that's Mikhail. Fucking hell, dude. That's Mikhail once he's an adult. Where the fuck's Michael? Here's Michael. No, that ain't him. Where the fuck are you, dude? Here's Michael. They look incredibly similar, by the way. They are... Because again, he is his reincarnated form, right? But this is Michael. Michael has different horns. But there's Michael, right? And then Mikhail, which is the one that I just mentioned, looks a little different. And this is what joins Zero, right? As the adventure goes on. This is the dragon that joined Zero. Sorry. So once we reach the capital city again, or Cathedral City, sorry, we are with Mikhail, and he looks like that by the end of the game. So we end up fighting one more time, and one also has a dragon. Her name is fucking hell. What was one's dragon? Fucking hell, dude. I'm like trying to do this from memory too. Not Legna. What the fuck was her name, dude? Gabriel. It was Gabriel. It was Gabriella. So we've got one who had Gabriella at the start of the game, and then eventually got corrupted into Gabriel. So like I said, most dragons have a final wish. Gabriel or Gabriella, instead of reincarnating, chose immense power, which, as dragons are known to be incredibly intelligent, find that type of wish to be very stupid because it's a very barbaric thing, right? Why long for combat when you can just be reincarnated and be, you know, this incredible, like, beautiful, majestic creature, right? Instead of turning into like a wild, like, senseless entity. Anyway, Gabriella doesn't reincarnate, but becomes Gabriel, just this big black like dragon that has like armor and shit, and it's a killing machine. Anyways, Gabriel and Mikhail end up fighting. Mikhail barely manages to win, but is severely wounded after killing Gabriel. Meanwhile, Zero is able to kill One. So Zero kills Sister One, and as Mikhail is dying, she approaches him, and she does something that is unique to the Drakengard universe, which is tries to form a pact with him. Whenever you form a pact with a creature, you end up basically combining your souls into one. The beast ends up gaining a lot of power, while the human also gets, you know, basically the ability to control a giant creature or a beast. They end up losing some aspect of themselves. In this case, that doesn't matter too much because they form the pact. Basically, Mikhail is reborn, and even though Zero knew that if she were to form a pact with Mikhail, she would basically infect him with the Black Flower as well. She didn't care at this point because of like how, you know, traumatic the events of the game were up to that point, that she still goes through with it. As she's like about to, you know, greet Mikhail again after he wakes up from almost dying, Zero gets stabbed through the chest by Brother One. So throughout the entire game, all of the sisters had disciples, right? I believe that's what they were called. And they basically exist to siphon the Black Flower's influence and power and keep the intoner in check. So all the other sisters. And the way they do this is sexually. One didn't get one of these. Instead, she took one of her ribs out and then created a brother, an exact twin of herself. And that's how we got Brother One. And Brother One was supposed to be the failsafe in case Sister One ever died. And that's what happens. So Sister One dies. Zero forms a pact with Mikhail to revive him, essentially, and then Zero gets stabbed through the chest by Brother One, and that results in Zero's death. Not only that, since she formed a pact, the downside to forming a pact is if one of you die, both of you die. So that's pretty fucking bad. So Zero dies, Mikhail dies, and then Brother One is the only one remaining out of every intoner or all the protagonists in Drakengard 3. Now, the failsafe here, besides, you know, in case Sister One died, Brother One's job was supposed to kill Zero and then kill himself so that there would be no more intoners left in this world. Unfortunately, Brother One kind of goes insane after realizing that his sister is dead, and he really loved his sister, and he kind of couldn't do anything about it. So he's wandering around the Cathedral City, and eventually he comes across a mirror. And obviously Brother One, for some reason at this point, doesn't know that he's like his sister's twin. So they look exactly the same, except he's just dressed in a male attire, but they have the same bangs, they have the same like eyes and skin and everything. Anyway, he sees himself in a mirror, and he thinks it's his sister. So then he realizes, oh, I can keep my sister's legacy alive, so I'm going to start a religion, which then turns into a cult, which becomes the Cult of the Watchers. And that's how we get into the events into Drakengard 1. There's stuff that happens between the years 1000 and 1099 that I'm just going to brush over. Just know that there's a cult that ends up being created. They all end up moving into Cathedral City. Shit gets corrupted. And then eventually they kick out Brother 1. He gets exiled from Cathedral City. Brother 1 ends up wandering around the world. He ends up managing to meet a woman that he falls in love with. Somehow has kids with her. And by the time we get to the events of Drakengard 1... it is one's great-great-great-granddaughter, I believe. It's either great-great-great-great-granddaughter or great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter. It's either 5 or 6 generations, I don't remember. But anyway, that granddaughter ends up... ends up being taken in by the Cult of the Watcher eventually. So, if we look at the Cult of the Watchers real quick... The Cult of the Watchers have a unique insignia, which is the two-faced or three-eyed twin. So it looks like this in Drakengard 3, but you know it's a much simpler image in Drakengard 1. But anyway, that's what their symbol basically looks like. It's their face. I mean, I can try to find one of them again, another image, but we'll just keep that on screen. Anyway. We now get to the events of Drakengard 1. So, the events of Drakengard 1, I'm also gonna like super summarize and brush through them. I'm not gonna go into like the characters too much. I'll just quickly give you the play-by-play. So, Drakengard 1 starts with the protagonist, Kaim, who is in the middle of battle. If you've watched all the other retrospectives or all the previous Loredump videos, you know that Kaim is a psychopath. This guy is obsessed with war, and he basically just joined the army to fight against the Cult of the Watchers, which are part of the Empire. He is fighting on the side of the Union, who is trying to basically annex themselves from the Empire. The Empire, at this point, is basically the Cult of the Watchers, but, you know, just, like, super crazy. By that I mean, by this point in the story, most of them have been infected by a virus, which is the red eye disease, as it's being called, which basically turns people into berserkers, and you know, it turns them into unhinged killing machines. Some of them do like get worse stages of this red eye disease, and they end up turning into creatures. They end up turning into monsters, like the literal monsters from mythology, such as chimeras or ogres, elves, fairies, and the like. Anyway, Kaim starts off basically in a battle outside of, I believe, one of his castles, where he is mortally wounded. As he rushes into the castle itself, he manages to see a giant red dragon named Angelus, who is currently being like just held down by a bunch of chains, spears, and swords, right? So let me get a picture of Angelus up on screen. 1 second. Alright, so here's Angelus. So we've seen Mikhail, we've seen Michael. Angelus is a little similar, right? So this is what Angelus looks like. So she's a cool, like, red dragon, right? Anyway. Kaim's backstory, if I just quickly summarize it, his parents were killed by dragons when he was young. He fucking hates dragons. He sees Angelus, but since Angelus is about to die because it's bleeding out to death in this giant courtyard, as it's again it's got like chains all over its wings. She's got spears all over her back. She's got swords stabbed through her wings. Kaim basically makes Angelus an offer. We make a pact right now. You survive, and I can get my revenge on the Empire. And Angelus mocks him and then agrees. So they form a pact. And Angelus, you know, is healed from all her wounds, and Kaim manages to survive manages to live another day, right? He rushes into the castle to see his sister, Furii, and his friend, God, I already forgot his name. God damn it. Because I'm not looking at my notes for that section, but, let's see, hold on. Fuck was his name? She's the betrothed to, come on, Inuart. There we go. Sorry, she's engaged to NieR. Oh god, this is so much. It's so much to fucking keep track of. Anyway, so all three of them were childhood best friends. So she, again, Kaim manages to catch up to Furiai, his sister, and then NieR as well, who happens to be in the same room. They manage to get away, and they just fucking leave, right? Because there's a war going on. So at this time, the cult had established essentially a warning in their like doctrines and their scriptures of, hey, there's these things known as the seeds of destruction. There's 4 seals, 3 in this kingdom and 1 which is the goddess seal, which gets randomly assigned to a woman whenever they're born, and if she were to die, it goes on to someone else eventually, to another woman. This woman will not be allowed to marry, will not be allowed to give birth, and they are imbued with the power and, well, not power, but the pain and literal like gravitational force of the universe within inside of them. So they are in constant pain. Most goddess seals end up killing themselves because of how unbearable it all is. So it's a pretty shitty like thing to be given against your will, and it just so happens that Furiai happens to have this. Anyway, that was like in the between the year 1000 or so. By this point in the story, the cult has been overtaken, and they've rewritten that to basically be, instead of it being the seeds of destruction, they are now the seeds of resurrection, right? So we've got the seeds of resurrection, and we have an entire cult that wants these fucking seeds so that they can just end the world, right? Most people don't know that they're gonna end the world, but these guys, just to them, they're like, oh, well, it's part of the prophecy, right? The previous leaders were obviously wrong. It's not the seeds of destruction. They got to reincarnate something, and it will reincarnate something, and we'll get to that. So as the story progresses, we eventually get to the point where NieR and Furiai get captured. Furiai manages to get away and greet our protagonist at some point, and basically tells him, hey, NieR's being held captive over here along with this other guy that we met. You should go rescue them. When you go rescue them, of course, NieR is gone. It turns out that while he was being captured, he was being mentally tortured by who else but one's great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter, who was taken and indoctrinated into the cult of the Watchers. So you have to remember that she's 6 years old. I forget her name. It was Mana, I believe. Mana got incorporated and turned into the high priestess of this cult at 6 years old. And she starts manipulating NieR mentally. She basically starts plaguing him and reminding him of how weak he is compared to Kaim and all that stuff. And if you know the Drakengard series, which I've talked about at length, I don't know how many fucking times already, all of the characters have some sort of like quirk. They have some sort of like mental instability, where Kaim is bloodthirsty and a psychopath. You have Furiai, who is madly in love with her brother Kaim in a very incestuous manner, but she never acts upon it. And then you have NieR, who is jealous of Kaim because not only is he a better swordsman, is he a better fighter, his sister, who is his betrothed, is also in love with him and not NieR. But she still chooses to marry NieR to, kind of unite two kingdoms and so on and so forth. Anyway, this makes NieR super fucking pissed, and the guy manages to join the Empire. He gets talked into it, he gets manipulated. He's now part of the Empire. He ends up making a pact with a black dragon, this black dragon being the dragon that ended up killing Kaim and his sister's parents way back in the day when they were younger. So it's like a 1-2 punch, a big fuck you to Kaim. Eventually, we end up meeting up with NieR and Furiai, because NieR kidnaps Furiai, and Kaim obviously needs to not only get his sister back, but also protect the goddess seal so that the world isn't destroyed. He ends up getting into a fight with NieR, and NieR wipes his ass, like wipes the floor with him. Wipes his ass. He wipes the floor with Kaim. And Kaim is mortally wounded. The black dragon almost kills Angelus as well. And it's pretty fucking bad, right? So from there, we end up just continuing on with the story. There's one final battle that happens at like the gates of the main like stronghold for the Empire, right? And that battle ends up going in the favor of the Union. The Union somehow manages to win, despite the fact that the Empire has fucking giant Cyclopses. I don't know how they end up winning that, but they do. And then once they're celebrating, some fireballs start raining from the sky, and it just so happens that there's an air fortress that's being controlled by Mana. By this point in the story, we've already met some of the other characters in the game. I don't remember their names off the top of my head, but we do have the pedophile, we do have the woman that likes to eat babies, and then we've got Mana's younger brother, Serra, who is a goblin-like geomancer, right? And he's also like 6. And I know, if you just hear, like, what do you mean the pedophile and the baby eater? And it's like, yeah, the characters are pretty fucked up in the series. Anyway, the pedophile basically took his eyes out because he felt guilty about, like, his actions, right? About him, like, wanting, like, kids. So he fucking, like, tears his eyes out just so that he doesn't have to see them anymore and succumb to this, like, these desires. And then the chick whose name, again, I forget, goes nuts after her husband and child are murdered in front of her, that she believes that her womb is now a magical place, and if she eats children, she can protect them within herself. Obviously that's not true, but she ends up killing a bunch of kids and then just eating them, which results in her getting a bounty on her head, and then that's when, you know, the Empire captures her and then we bust her out of prison. Anyway, by this point, when the airship comes down, the party ends up flying up to the airship. They burst through, they start just killing everyone in their path, and we end up meeting with Mana. Serre, of course, doesn't recognize Mana. At this point, she's become like a completely different person. And he basically tells his golem to kill his sister. So his golem just smashes her, like just brings his fist down on her 6-year-old corpse or body, and then just splats her on the ground. Mana ends up dying, and unfortunately for them, Mana was also the main force keeping the entire air fortress up in the air. And with her gone, well, the fortress is now on a huge decline as it's about to hit the fucking ground. The party barely manages to make it out alive, but unfortunately, Inuart and Furii were inside of that fortress. Because Inuart and Furii were in the fortress when it crashed, both of them die, which results in not only the Black Dragon dying because Inuart made a pact with them, but also Furii dying means that the final goddess seal has been broken. By this point in the game, the other 3 seals have already been broken, and since those 3 seals have been broken, there's no real chance for a new goddess seal to be chosen, resulting in the Seeds of Destruction basically being enabled. Now, like I mentioned before, the Seeds of Destruction were created or brought to this world essentially to by God to wipe out all of humanity. I didn't mention this at the start, but God is not like the typical, say, archetypical God that we think of. All he thinks is that humanity is currently a failure, and he wants to restart everything. So how does he do that? He just sends down the Watchers to basically destroy shit. That's what the Seed of Destruction is. Anyone who walks into the Seed of Destruction is able to become a Watcher, powerful enough to bring basically the apocalypse to this world, which is what ends up happening when the final goddess seal is destroyed, or in this case, when Furii dies. So the Seeds of Destruction are now brought to life, and from it we get, well, the final Watchers, right? So I mentioned this a bit ago, but the Watchers are just giant babies in Drakengard 1. So I'll get an image of them on screen real quick. So this is what the, actually here, this is a better image. If I can get like a huge one. Yeah, here we go. So this is what the Watchers look like in Drakengard 1. Like I said, they are literal giant babies. Oh, there we go. So they're literal giant babies. And they're pretty fucking creepy, right? The Queen Beast is basically a giant mannequin, right? So she's got like no face. She has no eyes. She has nothing like that. It's just a giant female like mannequin. So imagine that, just huge. Anyway, the Watchers are unleashed, which results in basically the apocalypse starting. So everyone starts being slowly slaughtered by the giant babies that have appeared. And after some time, after like Inuard and sorry, not Inuard, sorry, after Kaim and Angelus start hacking through them, a huge one shows up, and that's the Queen Beast. Now, the Queen Beast herself is, well, like I said, is huge. So we get a picture of her up on screen. Here we go. I think I used this one last time too, but this can work. Anyway, so here's the Queen Beast. That's what she looks like. She's just a giant mannequin. And she is huge. Like, you can see, like, below the tongue in the center, like, in the central area. That's, like, the silhouette of Angelus, right? Who is a giant dragon already. And Kaim you can barely see on her shoulders. And then you have the Queen Beast, who is Titanic. Now, the Queen Beast shows up, and as she shows up, she starts to absorb the literal space and time around her, distorting the dimensions, and essentially erasing time as it goes into her body. It slowly starts to make her stomach swell with just all the, like, energy that she's absorbing. Kaim and Angelus are able to see this, and they're like, well, we might as well go out with a bang. They fly high up into the air, and then they ram the Queen Beast right in the stomach, which results in this giant flashing white light. And then we get to essentially the start of NieR Replicant. So this is still the end of Drakengard 1. This is the final ending of Drakengard 1. It's ending E, in which after the white flashing light happens, we go into another dimension in the year 2003, in which a rift in the sky just opens, and from it comes a giant plummeting mannequin, which lands in the center of Tokyo, and that's the Queen Beast, along with Angelus and Kaim. Angelus and Kaim then proceed to destroy the Queen Beast, and once the Queen Beast is destroyed, her body starts to disintegrate into this, like, black powder that starts spreading all over Tokyo. From this, we end up getting one of the, like I've mentioned before, one of the weirdest endings ever in a video game. So you do have, again, you are transported into modern day Tokyo at the time, because this game came out in 2001, 2002, or 2003. Right. It came out in 2003. You're teleported to modern day Tokyo in 2003. You are a man riding a giant dragon fighting this giant, like, mannequin woman. And once you beat her, the Japanese Air Force shows up, shoots a few missiles at you and the dragon, and you both explode. Angelus's body is then impaled on Tokyo Tower, and Kaim's body is nowhere to be seen. Angelus dies, which is implied to also result in Kaim's death. So let's see if we can get the Tokyo Tower image. Yeah, here it is. So here we have Angelus's corpse on Tokyo Tower. Which is already, like, a pretty fucking, like, messed up image, right? Alright, let me get my replicant notes real quick, because I'm not as fresh, or sorry, Replicant is not as fresh in my mind as Drakengard 1 and 3. Okay, hold on. But anyway, those are the events of Drakengard 1, which are something, dude. Okay, so I'm not gonna go super into the previous world building of NieR Replicant, because again, it is so much fucking world building. But okay, we were able to speedrun Drakengard 1 or 3 in 1 in about 40 minutes, which is still kind of slow, but not bad. Alright, NieR Replicant. So, Replicant takes place at least starting in the year 2003. So like I mentioned before, in the Drakengard universe, our world was exactly the same in that universe until the year 856 when Cathedral City showed up, right? And it brought the Black Flower with it and all that shit. That's when the world completely changed. In the NieR timeline, all of this happened in the year 2003. That's when all this like went to shit for them. So it happened in modern day Tokyo at the time, modern day being 2003, in which in which the Black Flower's influence just started spreading, and then essentially the red eye disease came back. It was known as the white chlorination syndrome, which basically did the same thing. It turned people into berserkers, it turned people into killing machines, and people couldn't figure out why. The government had no idea why this was happening, and as time goes on, again, I'm gonna just gloss over all this. As time goes on, we end up finding out that the white chlorination syndrome is basically a pact, like it happened in Drakengard, except it's a pact between people and God. Like the actual God that, again, I've been talking about before, that I mentioned a few times before. What would happen is, if you accept the pact, you're affected with the white chlorination syndrome and you become this berserking like creature. And if you don't accept the pact, you become a statue of salt. Right? So it's pretty easy to tell who declined the pact and who accepted. And the only way people are able to be offered, or the only way people are able to be offered this pact is by being afflicted by the white chlorination syndrome, as in they need to have the Black Flower's influence in them. Now again, the Black Flower's influence, or the white chlorination syndrome, cannot be spread like, it's not spread by like touch, right? It's spread by you basically inhaling this thing. So in Shinjuku, that's when all this shit starts, in Shinjuku, Japan, and you start getting a bunch of people just going berserk, right? A bunch of people start going berserk, and it gets to the point where they just quarantine the entire area off. The US government eventually gets involved, and they end up carpet bombing the place. That doesn't help, so they end up nuking the place, and that also doesn't help. After they nuke the place, though, that does end up spreading the white chlorination syndrome all over the world as it travels through the air. More people get infected, and then just shit starts to really go down. We end up getting to the point where we've got something known as Project Gestalt happen. And essentially, Project Gestalt, if I were to just super boil it down, is you have the government, the Japanese government, basically creating two magical books, a white and a black one, so Vice and Noir. And what they're supposed to do is they're going to be overloaded with so much fucking magical energy that at one point they're going to initiate a sequence that's going to save humanity, theoretically. So as time goes on, we end up learning that all the people that are affected with the white chlorination syndrome end up becoming these things known as shades. And what shades are essentially the souls of humans, right? They are the original souls of a human. Project Gestalt decided, okay, what we can try to do is we can make Gestalts. So we can make a bunch of just replicants, which are identical to humans in every way, shape, or form, except that they can't reproduce, right? But they do everything else. And they were originally just supposed to be meant to just be husks that were going to be created for humanity until we reach the point where we would reset the world, essentially. So you would have replicants walking around, and then at one point, all of the souls were going to be forced back into their original bodies if the souls still existed. If the original soul was still there, that everyone's bodies were going to be, like humans were going to be forced back into their bodies, and humanity was going to be saved, right? Obviously, this is a lot more complicated, and it didn't end up working. So that's when we get to the point, or that's when we get to the plot, or the start of NieR Replicant, which takes place in like 2054 or something. The dates here I'm already gonna like get wrong because I don't remember these specifics off the top of my head compared to Drakengard. But around 2054, we end up finding. We find a boy and his sister, NieR and Yona, who are running away from the shades. And it just so happens that NieR was also given one of these black books. The short of it is the government was basically going from place to place and just giving out a bunch of copies of Noir. And they were trying to find an exact match, an exact DNA match that could actually handle Noir's power so that they could eventually start the Project Gestalt and then, reunite everyone's souls with their bodies, right? No one had, anyone who touched it that didn't have the exact DNA signature would die. And it just so happens that NieR was a perfect match, right? So NieR's sister ends up being infected by something known as the Black Scroll, which is, you know, actually no, she ends up, did she get the Black Scroll or not? I don't remember off the top of my head. Let's just say she gets sick, and this sickness is slowly killing her. So the government basically tells NieR, we'll put your sister in cryostasis, and if you help us with this research, we will eventually have advanced technology so far that we can heal your sister. It might take 1,000 years. So NieR is like, okay, I'll do it. So NieR ends up helping the government out with the studies as much as he can, and then we start getting all the replica stuff. Okay, so it is the Black Scroll. Yeah, so she gets infected with the Black Scroll. And the Black Scroll is basically an infection that slowly starts to creep up your hand or up a body part, and then eventually covers your whole body, and you die. We end up learning what that is later, but I'll talk about that in a little while. So NieR agrees to help out the government, and then we end up getting the time skip to like the year 2400 or something in NieR Replicant. So that was the start of the game. That was the first like 15 minutes of it. Now we're starting like at the actual starting point of the game, where you play as Replicant NieR. So from this point on, I'll start referring to the original NieR as the Shadow Lord, and then I'll stick to NieR and Yona as being the replicants, and you'll see why in a moment. But that's the setup to NieR Replicant, and my god. It's fucking something. Anyway. We have young NieR, who is a kid, who tries his best to, of course, help out his sister, Yona, who is also affected by the Black Scroll. It turns out that her mother ended up dying of the Black Scroll, and now we've got NieR's sister, Yona, who now has it as well, in the future, right? There's no real cure to the Black Scroll, but there is a way to kind of mitigate the effects of it, which is constant pain. And of course, NieR will try to do everything to save his sister, or to help his sister as much as he can. In his village, there are two sisters that are, two redhead sisters, which are Devula and Popola. Let me actually get this. Hold on. Here. Since we're now talking about NieR, let's get this going instead. Oh, wait. That's not good enough. Let's use... Here we go, this one. It's just this, so we can have a different image on screen. Alright, so here's our new cast, right? Now, I'm calling him NieR. He doesn't canonically have a name. So just know that. But everyone kind of agrees and just sticks to NieR, right? Like, that's what they call the protagonist. But he's never really given a name officially. Anyway. We've got Devula and Popola, who are two just chicks that are in this village. And they end up basically telling NieR at some point, like, hey, you should, like, go do something for us. NieR leaves the village. And then, of course, Yona wants a cure for her illness, so she stops being a bother for her brother, right? Because she cares about him a lot. And then, I always get them confused, and I don't remember who's who, but either Devula or Popola, whoever's in the library, I believe it's Popola, tells Yona, hey, there's a flower you can get known as the Lunar Tear, and it is known to cure any illness, or no, it is known to make anyone rich. So if you happen to get that, you'll become, like, incredibly wealthy. And, if you get that, then your brother can buy as much medicine as he needs to help you out for the rest of your life. And then they tell her, oh, it's actually located in this abandoned temple that no one's gone to in, like, the past, millennia or whatever. So Yona, of course, heads off to that temple, and at some point she gets kidnapped. And she basically gets forced inside of the temple. She's knocked out, and she's put behind this magical barrier. So once NieR comes back to report back to Popola, like, hey, I got your shit. Popola's like, oh, by the way, your sister got kidnapped. Or not kidnapped, but like, hey, she went to the shrine and she hasn't come back. You might want to go look for her. So we rush off to try to save our sister, right? Because who knows what could have happened. She's sickly, she can barely move, right? And as you go through, like, the path to this temple, it becomes evident that it's really hard for someone that is incredibly sickly, who can't really walk well, who is constantly fainting, to really be able to climb through like some of the rocks that we went through. Because, for example, there's normally a straight path to this like temple, right? But there's been a rock slide and it's been covered for who knows how long. So you have to like platform your way around to even get to like a section of the temple where you can see like the temple in the distance, right? So obviously Yona was kidnapped. Like that's your first like major hint that like no way she fucking made it through this place. Anyway, we go through the temple. We end up making it to the room where Yona is being held captive, and we see that behind her, or sorry, that she's behind a magical force field, and controlling that magical force field is this like book that's, you know, encapsulated in like this like round like magical energy. So we start beating the shit out of the like magical shield, and eventually we pop Vice out of his prison. But we actually hit him too hard, so hard in fact that he actually lost most of his memories. All he remembers is that he's a magical book that can do magic shit, and that's it. We end up accepting his offer to, you know, to lend us his power, and we end up helping Yona out of that room where, you know, you fight some bosses and you fight some enemies. As you leave with Yona in hand, or Yona on your back, I guess, we now have Vice. Now, what was going on here is that essentially Popola was trying to guide us to go to this temple for a reason. So Devila and Popola are both androids that have been created, or that were created ages ago, for Project Gestalt, to essentially oversee over the replicants, to make sure that they would be integrated into society, to answer their questions, and to, if possible, help them out in case they died. Because remember, replicants can't procreate. They don't have any genitals, right? Or if they do, they're they don't do anything. So since they have no genitals and no ways of reproducing, anytime one of them dies, Devil and Popola usually go to a specific area of the map. They make a copy of them, and I'm not sure if, I don't recall if it's ever stated. I'm gonna assume like as a kid, like they get reincarnated like as a child, and then they're brought back into a village or into another village and reintroduced into society. That way they're able to continue the population and keep it in check. So in case, let's say, an hour from that reincarnation, like Project Gestalt is a-okay and everything goes as according to plan, then, you know, at least the soul comes back into a younger body instead of no body at all. So at this point, like I said, Devila or Popola ends up telling NieR, hey, like, go rescue your sister. And what she wanted him to do was basically just get Vice. We need to get Vice out of his like fucking prison so that we can start the project. We need to rush things along. It's been 1500 years. By this point, NieR, the original NieR, the Shadow Lord, was kind of like done waiting. He gave the scientists 1,000 years. 1,000 years passed. Nothing happened. He gave them 400 more. He's like, I'll just wait a little bit longer. Still nothing. Sister was not saved. So at that point, he's like, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I am now going to interfere. So he becomes the Shadow Lord. He becomes the, basically what starts giving life to all the shades in the world, in the entire like planet. He's the one that's providing life energy to all of the shades that exist. Meaning that they're allowed to exist because he's basically allowing them to. He's keeping them in check. And he also has, of course, Noir with him. Now, all we needed was for Vice to be, you know, removed from his prison. He wakes up, he remembers what his duty is, which is to start Project Gestalt, and then all of these souls get forced into the replicant bodies, and then that's it. Like, humanity is saved, right? Obviously, that doesn't happen. And now, since Vice has, like, you know, lost his memories, he doesn't remember anything, Popola is like, shit, well, you're gonna have to find some verses. These are parts of a song that basically give us like an idea as to like what's going on with this legend from the past. And if we can piece together this legend, we should be able to like help humanity out in some way, shape, or form. So that's what you spend the first half of NieR doing. You go from boss to boss, you end up getting a verse, and then from there you're able to piece together this like story of like, a long time ago there used to be this evil black book, and it was up to this like righteous white book to show up and stop him. And once he stops the black book, he's able to save humanity and everything goes back to normal. Like the black scroll goes away. Obviously this story is a lie, but all they need is for Noir and Vice to meet so they can start the fucking project. which is what Devil and Popola are trying to speed along. So you end up going through the entire first half of the game, going from area to area, trying to get all of these verses. Eventually you do, and when you come back to the village, it turns out that the Shadow Lord has arrived. He's brought a bunch of forces, which you end up fighting, and he kidnaps your sister, right? He ends up taking your sister. Vice is almost like brainwashed by Noir when they meet. Noir basically reminds him, hey, your entire existence is to start the Gestalt project. Fucking do it. And then Vice is being like talked to by his friends, right, that we've made along the way, such as Emil and Kaine. Emil being on the left, Kaine being on the right in the image that's in front of us. They're basically talked, he's like talked out of it by his friends, and he's like, no, I need to protect my friends, blah, 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 blah. And Noir's like, what the fuck's your problem, dude? Your whole job is to save humanity. He's like, I am saving humanity. And he breaks free of his, like, you know, mental grasp, and then you chase the Shadow Lord off as he goes to his castle, and he kidnaps your sister. So, great, right? At this point, there's this giant shade, right, that you end up fighting, and you end up sealing in the basement. And then Kaine, the chick on the right, is like, oh, I'm gonna hold it here. Emil, you're still a human right now, but you have the powers to basically turn anything to stone. Turn me to stone so I can seal this thing in here for 5 years. So Emil begrudgingly agrees, and then he basically turns Kaine to stone by looking at her. So she turns to stone, and now she's blocking this giant, like, this giant shade in the basement of this library. Cool. So now we have a 5-year skip. By this point, NieR, in the first half of the game, I believe he was 16 or 17. It was one of those two. And now he's around 23. No, he's 22. He's 21 or 22, one of those two. And that's after the 5-year skip. God, this is so much lore. Holy fuck, hold on. Okay. Now we reach the 5-year time skip. So at this point, Emil's older, NieR's older, and Kaine has been kind of frozen in time. I mean, she's been turned to stone. By this point, Emil basically tells NieR, hey, you should come to my mansion again, because that's where you meet Emil for the first time. This giant mansion. And you're like, hey, it took us like a while, but we finally figured out how to like undo like the petrification magic that I can cast. So we can try to save Kaine. Can you come over? So we show up, and then it turns out that underneath Emil's mansion is this giant fucking testing facility that they used way back in the day, like 2,000 years ago, with Project Gestalt, where essentially they were turning children into bioweapons, and they try to make them into the strongest possible weapons to fight off against, well, these shades and all the people with white chlorination syndrome. It turns out that Emil was weapon or Project 6, I forget his name. He was number 6, his sister was number 7. So we end up finding his sister, who was like chained up still to this like a wall within the testing facilities. After calming her down, Emil is able to merge with her, and then Emil ends up looking the way he does in the image that's right in front of us, where he's a skeleton with a funny head. And then that's Emil. He's the ultimate weapon now. He's literally like the strongest being in the world, or in the universe, I guess, or one of them. And by universe, I mean like the literal universe, not like in the NieR timeline or whatever. Anyway, so Emil is now the ultimate weapon. So he's incredibly strong, and now that he's the ultimate weapon, he has the ability to kind of undo his magic. So we go back, we rescue Kaine, and then we fight the fucking like shade that was waiting there for 5 years, and we move on. So now we're told, hey, you need to get 4 or 5 in order to get to the in order to get to the Shadow Lord's like castle, you now need to get 5 keys. So go get them. So we go get them. and then we go off to fight the Shadow Lord. We end up going through his castle, we end up fighting the Shadow Lord, and at the very end of the fight, we have our sister wake up, but it's not actually our sister. It turns out that Yona, the original Yona, ended up taking over Replicant Yona's body, and she could feel all of Yona's desires the entire time that she was like laying in bed, right? The entire time that she was asleep. And all she could feel was the Replicant Yona's desires to see her brother again because she loves him so much. Like a genuine like sibling love, and she just really cares about him. So what she ends up doing is she ends up committing suicide the way Shades would commit suicide, which is walking into sunlight. So she opens a curtain, she walks into the sunlight, and then her Shade half leaves Replicant Yona's body, and we've got Replicant Yona back again. Obviously, this pisses off the Shadow Lord because he spent the last 1400 years of his life trying to help his sister out, only for her to realize, you know what? I don't need to really be in this body. I'd rather let this replicant, live instead of me. He gets really fucking upset, and we end up beating him, and we decapitate him. By decapitating the Shadow Lord, all other shades in the world instantly disappear, because he was the one thing keeping them alive. Now, remember, I mentioned that all of the shades were originally human souls. They were the original human souls that existed in this world. Without shades, humanity is immediately doomed. In other words, there's no way to salvage humanity, meaning that the replicants are going to die out within a generation or so. And after that generation's over, after 100 years, that's it. There's not going to be any other life on Earth, which is horrible. But that is what happens in NieR. After some time, of course, we end up having NieR die. And we end up having kind of just really want him back. So she ends up making a pact with this shade that's actually inside of her body. Was like, hey, before I go, I can bring this guy back if you really want me to. But if I do, you'll lose all memory of him. He will basically disappear from everyone's memories. But he'll come back. And she's like, okay, let's do that. And as time goes on, Kaina ends up going through her own little adventures. She ends up going to one of the areas that we went to, which was the forest of dreams, or whatever it's called. And it turns out that the giant tree that was inside of this forest that everyone worshipped was not really a tree, but it was in reality a supercomputer. And this supercomputer kept alive all the memories of every single human to ever exist. And anytime a replicant died, Devil and Popola would come to this tree to make a new copy of it. So we end up learning as the game goes on that Kaina is one of the few individuals that is known as an anomaly. An anomaly being an actual entity that can alter the timeline in a significant manner, just like Zero could in Drakengard 3. So Kaina ends up going through the tree, and eventually just Deus Ex Machina's she wills NieR to kind of exist again, and he comes back. That's the general gist of it. So sorry, I get it wrong. One sec. So at the end of the Shadow Lord fight, Kaina is the one that goes insane. She goes insane because again she's her shade that she's got stuck inside her body that's slowly killing her kind of comes out, and then NieR makes a pact with the shade itself, and the shade tells him, hey, I can bring her back. You will just disappear. You'll be gone from everyone's memories, but she will live, right? Your sister will live, everyone will live, but they will all forget about you. And he agrees to this. Then we get to Kaina going through the tree, and throughout this entire adventure, throughout these 3-4 years or whatever of time that passes, Kaina feels like she's missing something in her life, because she's got all these memories of all these traumatic events that she went through that she overcame, and she can't remember how she overcame them. Because again, it was NieR who helped her out, right? It was NieR who talked her out of dying. It was Emil and NieR who rescued her from being petrified and all this shit. And she can't remember anything. And eventually she Deus Ex Machina is NieR back into existence in like his young body. And that's essentially the end of NieR Replicant. It's quite something. But essentially, humanity dies after this generation of replicants is done with. Like, once they all die, that's it. There's not going to be any more humanoid creatures, I guess, on Earth. And that isn't until NieR Automata, which we finally get to, and it only took an hour, which is great. I thought this was going to take me for fucking ever. But now we've got 60 pages of notes to go through. And that's going to be something. Mind you, most of the stuff that I just said was kind of like off the top of my head. So I'm kind of like surprised that I didn't read any of my notes for this. I'm kind of happy that I didn't. That I was able to remember all the important shit, like just the play-by-plays through like sheer like memory. Because it's so much, dude. It's 90 pages of notes just summarizing 3 fucking games, which is insane. But alright, now we're going to get into the more cohesive section of the stream, which is when we start talking about NieR Automata. So, Automata is very, very interesting. So, the world of Automata starts about a couple hundred years after the events of NieR Replicant. This is after all replicants go extinct. Essentially, the only thing that exists at this point were robots that existed previously on the surface. Because remember, there are robots in this game, or in this franchise that did exist. And they were in the scrapyard and all this shit. And in different parts of the world. So we've got those robots. We have Emil, who, as the ultimate weapon, never ages. And now we have androids, like Devil and Popla. So... They're the only creatures that I guess exist in the world now. They are somewhat sentient to an extent, but they're not humans, right? They don't have souls or anything like that. But anyways, so while we know of those like entities, there was like hundreds, if not like thousands, of androids that were created, like throughout the entire like timeline. Because we know of Devil and Popola, but we also have Emil's butler, who I mean I didn't mention in this recap, but I mean he had a butler who was an android. He was one of the older models, right? He's one of the other examples, right? But in Automata, the androids that we're gonna like talk about are a little different. So, let's start with like what happened to Devil and Popola, like after NieR. So, after the events of Project Gestalt, which it failed, that Devil and Popola, remember when we went through the game, as you storm the Shadow Lord's castle, they try to stop you. Both of them end up dying, right? But besides those two Devil and Popolas, there were like a bunch of others that were created to oversee other parts of the world. Right? Because remember, it's not just NieR's village, it's not just like the kingdoms that were near them. There was thousands or hundreds of Devilas and Popolas that were created to watch over other Gestalts all over the world. Remember, most of humanity was backed up, and they had their bodies, saved into the Gestalt project, and they were being overseen by other Devilas and Popolas in different regions of the world, right? So after the project failed, all the like Devil and Popola models were like antagonized by the other androids, they were antagonized by other androids who kind of knew like what happened, and they were basically treated as criminals, because they were supposed to help humanity, they were supposed to bring humanity back, and they fucked up. So of course all the androids now hate them for not doing their job. So in order to kind of like calm people down, most of the memories of that project were erased from like the minds of most of these androids, and only the name is what remained. So just Project Gestalt is like all they remember, right? And after this, like just Devil and Popola just live in exile. and they are still kind of prosecuted by androids that happen to find them. And yeah, and that's about it. So that's essentially what happened to Devil and Popla. So they were either hunted down by other androids, or they killed themselves because of like how much they like hated the fact that fuck, you know, we couldn't save humanity. All right, so after the failure of Project Gestalt, the androids that remained start to kind of lose hope and purpose into what they're supposed to be doing, right? Because like up until this point, all they cared about was doing everything to keep humanity alive, right? But now there's no humanity to keep alive, so they have a crisis of faith. So what they do is they try to like find something to believe in, and they kind of unite under the banner of like remaining loyal to humanity and to keep like the planet clean and preserving like, you know, human legacy as much as they can until maybe in some future humans can come back. Whether or not that's possible, they don't know, right? Because again, they don't know that humans are extinct. So we end up eventually getting a section of androids that, you know, like why should we fight for a set of like a species that's no longer alive, or that there's a chance of them being alive or extinct? We might as well just fight for ourselves. And they are known as the rebels, right? These are the guys that we encounter like in NieR Automata when we start playing the game. So eventually there was a small period in time in which the androids and rebels ended up in conflict. And then eventually just stuff got like resolved, right? And then we ended up getting an independent this conflict happened like around Australia, which eventually became an independent state. And then we end up getting the real problem in the Automata timeline. And this is where like it actually like begins. So on the 4th of July in the year 5012, aliens invade Earth. Which is fucking stupid. I mean, I'll give you, you know, earthquakes and time distortion and cities bringing dragons to our world, but I draw the line at alien invasions. But anyway, we have aliens now invading Earth. So there was no real reason for the alien invasion either. It's more like, you know, the aliens thought that they were a superior species and they saw humanity as lesser beings, so why not take over their planet, right? So they show up and they start creating a bunch of robots within planet Earth, and they quickly take over both North and South America. And since they took over those parts of the world, they start manufacturing the shit out of like machines, right? And we start getting a bunch of machines. Now, whenever I refer to machines from now on, I will be referring specifically to the alien ones, of course. Androids will be the humanoid ones that we know from NieR Automata. But if I quickly get an image of one of the robots on screen. Remember, the robots in NieR Automata look really simple. Actually, let me do this. I just need like an image of them. This should do... no, it's too small. This might work. Alright, just grab it. And again, I'll put it on screen. Where are you? Here we go. Okay, so these are just the robots from NieR Automata. If you haven't seen them, they are very, very, very simple. Right, they look harmless, almost. They look like toys to an extent, right? But one thing to note about them is they are incredibly complicated. So even though they look very simple on the surface, they've got a very complex, like, inner structure. Anyway. So, let's see. So in response to, like, the aliens attacking and invading Earth, we end up having the androids uniting, and we end up getting an army, like, to fight for the sake of humanity. right? And it's called the Human Heritage Restoration Management Organization. Just so fucking long, right? And it's basically this network that unifies like all androids. It allows them to communicate easily. Anyways, they start the production of like the first generation of like androids that are ready for combat. And despite this, the machines were the ones that came out on top. Now, it like over time, like the androids were losing like whatever territory they had like a hold of to the aliens. And let's see. I mean, like, of course, as the aliens were invading, they were constantly like worried that the aliens would, of course, take over and then wipe out all of humanity's history. And if all of humanity's history would be lost, well, then androids would not only be destroyed, but then everything that they've been fighting for up until this point would have been completely lost. So what they ended up doing was, in order to preserve humanity as much as they could, they created this like storage facility on the moon to hold and host all the like data that that to back up all of humanity's records basically on the moon. They eventually created a satellite base to orbit like around the moon, and that's where they started creating like some specific combat androids that were used to fight against the aliens. But one thing to note is that probably the first person to actually fight against the aliens was Emil. Now, in the events of NieR Automata and NieR Replicant, we know that Emil faced off against Popla and ended up using so much of his power that he lost his body and just his head was remaining. Like his head being that little mask thing that he has, right? That's the only thing that remained of Emil. And then he spent like the next 3,000 years or something trying to reconstruct his body and get all his powers back. But instead he just got his powers back. And as a matter of fact, let me see if I can get this image. Because I believe we saw this image at some point, too. This one. Suck. Which looks really stupid. So that's Emil versus the aliens, right? Emil being on the right, the dickheads on the left are the aliens. So when the world was under like attack, obviously people wanted to protect it, and of course Emil wanted to protect it, because by this point, remember, when the timeline actually starts, Kain is dead, NieR is dead, replicants are dead. It's just Emil because he's immortal and he's been around for fucking ages. So Emil still holds the beliefs that NieR and Kain had throughout the time that he met them. Because remember, you went through the entire events of NieR Replicant and the story itself trying to preserve whatever world you thought to be true, right? So NieR, even though being told like all this shit by Devil and Popla, was like, I want to protect those that I hold dear to me, such as Kain, such as Yona and Emil and everyone in the village and so on, right? Emil wanted to keep these like thoughts alive, and the way he thought he could do that was by fighting the aliens himself and protect the world as best as he could. So he launched a one-man army against the entire alien invasion. And despite being like the ultimate weapon, like the aliens themselves were kind of like equally as powerful as Emil. And it got to the point that Emil started making clones of himself to try to fight the armies, which is why you see like a bunch of different like little images of him, like him on like wheels of like a spear, and then like a giant one that has like little tentacles and stuff, right? So Emil ended up making a bunch of clones of himself. This ended up happening over the course of 100 years. And over the course of those 100 years, he ended up making about 85 million copies of himself. Which is a ton. It's a ton of fucking clones that he made of himself. And he tried his best to diversify his like combat strategies, which is again why we have some why we have different images on the little mural that I just put up. So some Emils were like, you know, best for aerial combat, others for like, you know, close range or long range and so on and so forth. Now, he tried his best to stop the alien forces with his 85 million clones, and that was still not enough. Like it was not enough to actually save him. And one downside that came with him multiplying himself so many times or cloning himself this much was that with each clone that he made, his memory was spread thin throughout all of them. And it got to the point where all of his memories kind of became lost. And he got confused. He started getting more and more confused with each clone. Because again, eventually if you lose all your memories, or if you imagine it for you right now, if all you could remember, like what you could do is like how to breathe, but you wouldn't remember like anything else, how to do anything else. You wouldn't remember how to eat, how to move, or anything like that. Like that's essentially what happens to Emil, right? He just becomes this little husk as all of his like memories end up spreading throughout all these clones of himself. Now, let's see. Right, so we don't really know what ends up happening to the original Emil during the war. He's probably out there, but let's see. We do know that at some point, if you do play the game, if you keep playing Automata, at some point you end up finding this like little cave that he's in this little like motorized body that we found, and he's got this like huge bed of lunar tears. So that was the flower that both Kaine and Yona really loved. So he managed to cultivate a bunch of them, and he's just growing them essentially in this little like cave that he's in. Let's see. And yeah, that's basically it for Emil. Just going through my notes a little bit. Hold on. All right. So one downside to Emil fighting these aliens is that it's not really stated outright, so it's more like fan speculation / stuff that you might imply, or stuff that would be implied, is that because Emil made so many clones of himself and Emil faced off against the aliens, he kind of helped them create these robots. Because what ended up happening, like at the start of the war, is the aliens show up. Emil wants to protect the Earth. He makes 85 million clones of himself over the course of 100 years. And, he ends up he doesn't lose the war, but, he doesn't win it, right? He ends up getting away somehow. And then we end up seeing the taking of North and South America, and then we have the fabrication of robots. So, if you remember the robots that I just had on screen, they look very similar to Emil's, like, design. They have very simple features, but all of them have a head that is very, very similar to that of Emil's, as in just a simple, a ball with 2 eyes, and that's it. In fact, when we play NieR Automata, there was a scene where we defeated like a robot, or like we had a robot's head like come from the sky, and then it splits in half, and out of it comes Emil's head, if you remember. Meaning that Emil's head fits perfectly inside of these robots. So it's kind of implied that he's the reason why they were able to get access to magic. If you remember, some of the robots shoot magic at us. A lot of the robots shoot magic at us. They shoot all the like the red and like dark red balls at us, right? So it's like a very, it's a coincidence. It's a huge coincidence, if I'm honest, that this happens. But anyway, in the year 5645, we end up having a huge change in the timeline, in which a prominent figure from Replicant actually makes an appearance again, and that's BP, the P-33 unit. So I talked about him in the NieR Replicant Loredump, but essentially BP was the first robot in the entire like history of robots, I guess, to gain sentience, right? He achieved natural sentience, meaning that he evolved to the point that he was able to, understand like complex emotions and stuff like that. He was intrigued by people crying and understanding like what all that is, and it made him the most advanced like life form or machine life form on the planet. even, you know, compared to the ones that the aliens made because they weren't sentient. So after some time, he ends up climbing out of the junk heap, and he sees the machines and androids fighting, and he ends up feeling like remorse for this. He feels like really bad, right? Because back in the day, he was also like a mindless machine. He had no free will, and all he was doing was just what he was programmed to do, which was kill or, like, you know, protect the scrap heap, right? Kill any intruders. And it wasn't until he learned about, like, emotions from Khalil, which was the little shade that was with him, that he realized, oh, you know, maybe I shouldn't be doing this sort of shit. Okay, hold on. I accidentally lost my place. Music. I'll keep going. Okay, so what he ended up doing, what BP eventually did, was he flew out into space, and he was able to connect to the machine network, which is the network that, you know, unites all the machines in the world, and lets them all communicate with each other. He accesses the machine network, and then he teaches the machines how to have sentience, like how to be sentient, and he basically grants them life. So that's fucking something. Anyway, so after this, BP basically leaves Earth and he starts to, like, fly through space because Khalil really wanted to, like, explore the stars and all that shit. So he's like, you know what? I'll honor Khalil's dreams. I will go off into space as well. So he goes off, he fucks off, and at this point, BP is now considered to be the god of machines because he gave them sentience. And because he gave them sentience, they now had access to emotions that, well, they never felt before, obviously, right? Anyway, now that the machines were able to reflect on their actions, now that they had emotions, they were able to reflect on their actions of the war that they were, you know, taking a part in. Because, you know, like, imagine if all you, like, know how to do is to kill, and then all of a sudden you're told, like, you start feeling emotions like remorse or sadness or pity, and then you realize, holy shit, what the fuck am I doing? I'm just out here killing. Like what the fuck am I? I mean, I'm a machine, but I've got feelings too, right? So they end up feeling remorse, and they all kind of come to the conclusion that war is kind of bad. And I mean, I'm not saying they become hippies, but they start to feel remorse. They start to kind of hate the idea of war, right? Like they would have all these emotions well up inside them, and it got to the point where the aliens were like, this sort of, like, emotion shit is, like, really fucking annoying. So if they noticed that a robot was, like, you know, would get scared because they saw a comrade die, they would take away their eyesight. Or if the screams of their friends, like, made them cower in fear, they would take away their hearing, and so on and so forth. If they were complaining too much, they would, like, strip their voice from them. It was super fucked up. Obviously the robots didn't like this, so the robots turned on their creators and they killed all the aliens. They were driven to extinction. Which we learn about in Automata as the game kind of goes on, right? But anyways, this would take about, like, 1,000 years for all the aliens to be wiped out from the planet. But that's it. Like, that's everything that we know about aliens up until this point. Is that, like, from this moment onward, they don't really bring them up anymore, except for when they're like, oh, we need to find the aliens, and then they find out that they're all dead. Okay. So, let's talk a tiny bit about the Kingdom of Night. So, in Replicant's story, this is something that's that's pretty relevant, but it wasn't, you know, covered in Replicant too much. The short of it is this, that after a specific incident, the Earth became tidally locked, meaning that half of the planet was in a constant day cycle, and the other half of the planet was in a constant night cycle. So the events of NieR Replicant happen in the Kingdom of Day, while we also have the Kingdom of Night, which is the area where the sun doesn't shine, literally. Now, we don't know too much about it. We just know that it's, that in the Night Kingdom, it's mainly... Let's see. Just double check here. Like with my notes, one sec. So the sun never goes down, right? And we never like get any insight into the Night Kingdom. Some things that we do know is that it's composed of North and South America, which is again where the aliens took over. They seized control, and then the androids gather. They fought back, and this is technically where the timeline kind of wraps back in on itself. In this with the war against the machines of the Kingdom of Night, right? Because the Kingdom of Night is where the dragons were created, right? And then this is where a cord was also invented. Again, we don't like, a cord is important to the game, but I won't talk about her too much. Just know that she was also like created to kind of spot anomalies and to destroy timelines that could possibly result in the Black Flower fucking things up. Which is why she goes back in time and finds anomalies like Zero, like Kaina, and kind of helps them out a little bit so that, they can try to save their timeline as best as possible and stop the Black Flower if they can. Anyway, it's also implied, or people assume, that the Black Flower was created in the Kingdom of Night, that Cathedral City came from that as well. And yeah, and then we've got the stuff where the cathedral city gets sent back to the past. Okay. Anyway, skipping ahead a little bit. One sec. Okay. But essentially, like by this point, it's kind of implied that maybe the Black Flower may have not been a creation of God, but maybe the machines were creating an ultimate weapon to maybe wipe out humanity. Because remember, the dragons were created in the Kingdom of Night, and they were created specifically to fight off against the Black Flower. Their sole purpose, they're the only creatures in this world, in this universe, that can fight the Black Flower. So it's implied that maybe God didn't actually make the Black Flower. All we know is that the Black Flower was inside of Cathedral City, and Cathedral City was sent back to the past in another timeline. But anyway. Let me just check a few other things and skip ahead some more. Okay, let's go back to the machines. Oh boy. So let's start with actually what the androids were doing at this point, I guess. So before they got sentience, they were just very complex, right? They were constantly evolving and learning. Was at the highest when it came to just like the combat that they, took part in, because they battled every day, right? Like every time they would go into battle, androids would kind of just adapt their strategies. Due to like the machine network that connected them, and they kind of acted like a hive mind. And as time went on, they were able to like they were just able to constantly just evolve, right? They kept getting more and more knowledge. Anyway, with the machines constantly being manufactured and all of them being connected, it was kind of impossible for them to be wiped out relatively easily. By that I mean, if you cut down hundreds and thousands of them, their data was still being backed up in this network, which was then being uploaded to the new batch of robots that was being created, which would then already have this like knowledge, this combat knowledge, and they would be able to fight the androids a lot more easily, because that's just what was going on with the machine. So it was a huge fucking problem. Right? So anyway, the machine network eventually comes to like a conclusion that like, hey, if I want to get smarter, like if we want to improve, if we want to evolve, we need to like change shit up a little bit, right? So 1 second. Since they were focusing only on war, like that's all that the machine network knew, it wasn't enough to really help out. So they're like, you know what? Let's why don't we stop fighting the androids and let's conquer the rest of the world. So they took like 80% of the planet, and that was, you know, pretty good. By this point, the androids kind of were like, shit, we can't fucking win. This is gonna take forever, and this kind of prolonged the war for thousands of years, because since the machines took over 80% of the planet, the androids were forced to kind of go up against these guys, right? And if they can't overcome the robots, they're never gonna take over. They're never gonna take back the rest of the planet. So it was a war of attrition that they were going to lose. Like the odds were insurmountable, or insurmountably against them. Anyway, so despite war still kind of going on, machines still kept evolving because that was the network's like primary objective at this point. And they wanted an evolution that was greater than that of BP's like sentience, right? Because remember, BP gave all the machines in the machine network just sentience, but they want it more. I mean, at this point they can feel, right? They can feel remorse. They can feel emotions. They want something else. So, right. So it's at this point that the robots end up discovering that there is a base on the moon that has all of humanity's like, you know, past records on it. So what they want to do is, I mean, if they can read all their history, then they can of course evolve and be more like humans, right? So they ended up doing that. They ended up reading all about, you know, our history, and how, you know, Project Gestalt came to be. They learned why androids were created and how complex they were. And the network at this point was like, well, this can't be the final form, right? So they want to go even further beyond. They want to surpass this stuff. And then this is when we get an entity that gets created that's known as N2. Or they're known as the Red Girls, right? So if I get a picture of them on screen real quick. So the Red Girls are basically like young girls that are like wearing a red dress, like a red and black dress. So they look like this. They're fucking creepy, but this is what they look like. And this is essentially it becomes like this AI that gets created by the robotic network, right? And the Red Girls, they come from like they have this motivation to be like humans, right? So because they have this, the network itself takes on a human form, and that's how we get these like these little girls in like, you know, dresses, right? Just know that again, they don't exist, right? They're like holograms. They're, you know, a representation of the network itself. That is what they are. They whenever I bring up the Red Girls, like this is what I mean. Like if I ever mention, oh, they show up, right? It's this. So with them wanting to evolve humanity, the Red Girls, they wanted to like diversify the machines themselves. So what they ended up doing is they started creating like small communities that would be quote unquote released from the machine network, just to see how they would act on their own. Because remember, all machines are currently connected to the network, and they are told to make machines, fight in war, win, right? So they're like, what if we let like a few of them form little communities and we quote unquote remove them from the network and see what they do on their own, right? It's like playing Simant. It's like playing The Sims. That's essentially what they did. And that's where we got Pascal's Village, the amusement park, in the Forest Kingdom. We ended up getting the Forest Kingdom, and there were a few others as well. Each community would have their own experiment by the Red Girls, and they all had a different aspect of humanity as the base for this village or for this like community. So if we look at Pascal's Village, right, they were all pacifists. Remember when we show up to the village, they're all waving their white flags. They're like, we will not fight you. We do not want war. We just want peace, right? They're all pacifists, right? We have those in the amusement park who are all about having fun, and that's it. When we show up to the amusement park, if you do not have 9S on aggressive, like I did at first, they will not attack you. But if you start to attack them, they will fight back. But the second we turned 9S off, they were just having fun. You would have all the little robots like partying. They were literally just throwing confetti and having fun, right? Then we had the god robots from the factory, and they embodied religion. And then we had the Forest Kingdom, which was like loyalty, right? And I mean, you notice that with how they like were all united under the banner of protecting their king or doing their king's work. Anyway, as time went on, the Red Girls would watch over like how things would develop in these communities, just so that they could just run their experiments. It wasn't until we get to the point of the game itself that these experiments actually are concluded, right? We get some sort of conclusion to them. But let's see. Right, they weren't really like just the only machines that went through this, but these are the ones that we see in game, to my knowledge. So there is also the Kingdom of Facade. If you recall, the Kingdom of Facade from NieR Replicant was a kingdom where all the inhabitants wore masks and they covered their bodies in like this weird outfit. Right, they had like a tarp over themselves made of like straw or something, and they lived in the desert. And they also had like how many, I don't remember how many rules, 128,000, 124,000 rules. Anyways, you have some machines in the desert that ended up finding remnants of those people and their culture, and they ended up adopting them into their own kingdom, which is something that I noticed. I mean, when we were playing through the game, I was like, oh, these are like the masks from the Kingdom of Facade, and it turns out, hey, I was right. Yeah, they were. They ended up adopting like their rules too, which is fucking funny. Anyways, they ended up adopting all the rules, and then eventually, like, as the other machines were like awakening to other emotions, they were doing stuff like caring for their friends and, you know, raising children and all that stuff. And they tried their best to protect the world, right? But since their sole prerogative, the entire prerogative of all of the members of the machine network, besides war, is evolution. So let's see, 1 second. Right. So they kind of just like, despite forming the little communities, right? Again, their whole purpose was just to evolve as much as they could, right? To try to be as close to humanity as they could. Now, there is one thing that did come from this as well, which is known as the logic virus. This is something that does appear in the game. It does happen in one of the endings for Automata as well. But the logic virus, essentially, what it does is it infects androids, it corrupts them, and then it turns them into berserk individuals. Now, what does that sound like? The white chlorination syndrome, or the red eye disease. And yeah, whenever an android is infected by this thing, by the logic virus, guess what happens to their eyes? They turn red. So their eyes turn red, and that's because, again, the logic virus is very similar to the red eye disease from Drakengard. And even though it hasn't been confirmed that they're linked, right, you know, by Yoko Taro, at least as far as I know, you can kind of assume that it might be something similar to that. Because again, remember how I mentioned that the that the robots, that the network itself was able to eventually hack into the moon's like archives, and then they were able to read all about Project Gestalt and all this shit. When Project Gestalt was going on, they probably encountered the records of all the white chlorination syndrome. So even if it's not the red eye disease, it's more than likely the white chlorination syndrome, where people would become berserk, and there was records of red eye, which is usually one of the members of the white chlorination army, which would be stronger than the others and have a red eye or red eyes. So that's probably what they like started incorporating as like a form of biological warfare, or I guess mechanical warfare. So all right, so after these events, right, whatever we had left of the like army of humanity, remember the androids that were there originally to fight on behalf of Earth, they're like, well, we don't want to lose, of course, all our data, so they sent all the stuff to the moon, right? And they began constructing orbital bases all over the moon, which took about 6,000 years to complete, and they were able to make 12 of them. So the main locations, these were the main locations where all the androids were shipped off to battle. Remember, that's where we come in whenever we play the game, and we are sent to like Earth on one of the flight units. And let's see. Right. So then that's it. So we got the orbital space stations. So now, during this time, history is like chronicled a bit weirdly, and it's all told throughout the wars that happen in the game. So there's 14 machine wars that happen in the game. The first one that happened was Emil versus the aliens, right? And then we have the army of humanity being formed while Emil clothed himself and all this stuff. So when it comes to these wars, we don't have a lot of information on a lot of them, but the most noteworthy ones are the 8th and the 14th one. So we can assume that, like, you know, a lot of these wars were like descent operations, as in the androids came from, you know, the moon, and then they ended up fighting, and like that's it, and then it just didn't end up working. And that's kind of what happens with all these wars. Like, obviously, as time goes on, no real progress is made. Even when we're playing the game as like 2B, not much happens, right? Like, we're not really holding off the machines. Anyway, starting with the 8th Machine War. So this is notable, because this was like the largest descent operation carried out, in which we had 160 androids deployed at once, which is a huge number. Despite this, it didn't go well. A few that did survive ended up being some of the androids that we meet throughout the game as the resistance members. And yeah, essentially, once the descent operation happened and all 160 androids were sent to Earth, they were kind of abandoned and left to die by the chain of command up in space. And those who were abandoned, they either defended themselves on the surface, holy shit, or they abandoned the war entirely, right? They went and did something else. Anyway, so this was just a huge perpetual cycle of like androids being created, sent to Earth, and then sometimes they would make progress, other times they would not, and whenever they would, you know, emerge victorious, good times, and when they wouldn't, well, shit sucked, right? And this started fucking up like the androids' hope, right? As time went on, androids were losing more and more hope because they were just constantly being wiped out. Mind you, when we play the game, if we go through like the factory, we kill over at least 100 enemies, right? Just in like the first like walkthrough that we go through like the factory, right? When we enter and then we get to like the boss at like the start of the game, we mow down like at least 100 androids, or sorry, at least 100 robots, right? So imagine just how many robots there were during one of these operations. 160 androids. If it took 2B just like, you know, an hour to mow down 100 like robots, or 200 robots, or 300, imagine how many they were fighting with 160 of them down there, and they still lost because they got overwhelmed by their numbers. It's insane, right? So obviously androids were losing hope at this point, and there was one man that ended up coming up with a plan that would change just everything. And this is where we get into Project Yoda. So, Project Yoda it starts around the year 11,937. Remember when I said like 2003 was such a wild time, and then we have a 1,400-year time skip for NieR Replicant? And now we're in the year 11,937. Alright, let me find my place. Hold on. There we go. Alright. So, in the year 11,937, this is around 8 years or so before Automata takes place, we have a male android named Zinnia. And he comes up with this plan that is like, I'm gonna fix the morale of all the androids, and I'm gonna start Project Yoda. So he comes to this conclusion that androids were losing hope because they didn't have something to believe in. Literally, they had like what the fuck are they gonna, like, what are they fighting for? Literally, right? They've got no real reason to fight. Why even continue this war if it's all for naught? So he comes up with a cause worth fighting for. It's fucking stupid, right? He ends up creating God. He ends up creating a god in the metaphorical sense. He ends up giving the androids a god that they can look up to. Just like how humans would, you know, we would look at constellations, we would look at stories, we would create stories, and humanity over time has had different pantheons of different deities, right? Zinnia is like, I'm gonna do the same shit. So you know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell all the androids, hey, by the way, humans are still alive, but they are on the moon. After the alien invasion, they all fled to the moon. And it's your purpose to reclaim Earth so that humans could go back to Earth and have everything be back to normal. Sounds cool, right? Well, of course it's a lie. He's lying to them. But this ends up working. Like, humanity has been extinct. And, like, the only thing that's on the moon is the fucking server that has all the information, right? With all of humanity's past. But who cares? It's faith, right? This gives the androids faith. And now they have something worth dying for. Even if it's a lie, the Council of Humanity was created. And then we get the lie of, you know, humanity still being around on the moon, being propagated amongst the ranks. And at least at this point, androids have something to believe in. It is implied, or well, we're told that the humans on the moon are overseeing the androids' actions, and they're the ones making all the like decisions, like for you know, any of the wars that are about to break out or any of the events that are going to happen in the game. They're the ones that give out all the orders, right? That the commander ends up meeting with one of the humans, or with the humans tell them, all right, you guys need to do this now. And then the commander goes and gives out, you know, the orders to everyone. Now, while the commanders do meet with quote unquote humans, right? They talk to a voice, right, that tells them what to do. No one really knows like what the voice is, as far as I know. For all we know, it could be some sort of like advanced AI that tries to like maybe give us the best fighting chance or some shit. I don't believe it's ever explained. But just know that when I mention that they talk to humans, like, they're not talking to humans. They're talking to something. And something's giving out the orders, but it's not humans. Anyway. So, it turns out that Zinnia actually never went through with this idea because he thought it would be too risky to do this. However, there's another half to like this. So Yoda androids were like this brand new line of experimental androids, right? And they were created just like any other combat like type android that existed at the time. Except Yoda androids were the next generation, right? So they would be the strongest and most capable like androids that existed, but they were given one thing that set them aside from, you know, the previous androids, and that's something that we encounter very early in the game, which is the black box that they all have inside of them. Now, it does function kind of like a heart, right? But it's also a nuclear bomb, and it's a last-ditch effort for every Yoda unit to use. So if they were ever in a situation where they couldn't win, they were told to detonate the black boxes, right? Self-destruct and cause a nuke. And the reason for this is because Yoda units were created to die. Their whole purpose was to die. They are not to be treated like with courtesy or anything. You have the black box because the black box was made to ensure that you would die. It's your last ditch effort, right? One thing that we learn as the game goes on is that the black boxes were actually made from machine cores of the machines that you're fighting against, and that's kind of what gives life to the individual like androids. So it's not like an AI thing. So remember, the machines were given sentience. We basically stole their parts. We make this tiny black box that has the power to nuke. Like it's an instant nuke, and then we shove them inside androids, and that's what kind of gives them their hearts and personalities, right? Anyway, so skip ahead a little bit on my notes here. Right, and like I mentioned before, so like previous androids, you know, were treated differently. Yoda androids were not. And in order to like have people not be too attached to them, they were given code names instead of an actual names. So they were referred to by their model number. So each model number, of course, has a unique look, and they kind of act a little similarly because they're all kind of based on the same line, right? It's like the same template. And let's see. Right, so while all the other androids kind of know what a black box is, like what it's made of, like its true origin, the combat models for the Yoda the Yoda androids don't know any of this. So they're programmed specifically to not know what the black boxes like true origins are, and all they are told is to worship and rever humanity, right? All they care about is wanting to study their culture and imitate them and all that shit, right? So they despise machines, and if they were to ever find out that like, hey, the black box in your chest is actually like this fusion reactor that's made from the machines that you're fighting against, they would all kind of probably go berserk. But anyway, so when it comes to Project Yoda, since Zinnia didn't really like do this, let's see. Give me a sec. Because my notes are a little jumbled here. All right. So we get the black boxes. That's what's shoved into all the androids, and now we've got the androids themselves. So like I mentioned, they are all referred to by their model number, and if we look at some of the like experimental androids, there was a lot of prototypes that were created, and we end up having some that are more notable, like number 4, number 2, and number 9. And of those, number 2 and number 9 are the most significant, like for this part of the recap. So just note that the 2 and 9 that I'm talking about are not 2B and 9S. This is before, this again like 8 years before 2B and 9S, but they are similar models. Because again, they're the like prototypes. So by that I mean number 2 is an attacker type while number 9 is a scanner model. Because remember, that's what 2B is. She's a scanner, she's an attack type, and then 9S is a scanner type. So, one thing that all scanner types have is that they are constantly, like, just curious, right? They're constantly wanting to learn more about what's going on around them, what's going on in the world, right? So, this is a very dangerous thing. It's very dangerous for them to be this fucking curious, because they constantly want answers. And they will do anything they can to uncover any mystery that they come across, right? So, in like back in the day, like 8 years ago, while everyone's doing, like, you know, their normal stuff, number 9 asks Zinnia about Zinnia's name, and he tells him that he was named after a flower, and that its command, like, you know, the command center, they're the ones who determine names for people. Because again, this guy's just called number 9, right? He's just 9. He doesn't have a specific name. Well, Zinnia is named after a flower, apparently. So, command is the one who gives people names. 2, like, chimes in, and he's like, and she wonders, hey, can I and 9 have a name? And Zinnia's like, no, you can't. So, you can't now. Maybe once we're done with all this shit, you might be given a name, right? But obviously, 9 is like, well, that seems a little fishy. I don't believe you. So he's going to now start hacking into their fucking mainframe and start digging, like, secretly through their files. And eventually he starts finding answers that he didn't, or he begins to look for answers and he doesn't find anything relevant, right? Anything relevant regarding the names that they're assigned. Or why they can't have names. But instead, he ends up noticing that there's, like, a huge gap in, like, a lot of the files within, like, their servers. So it's like, you know, imagine you have records for a bunch of shit, and then for, like, an entire year, there's, like, nothing. So he notices this gap, and he starts to recover, like, all these lost files, and he ends up getting access to the truth behind Zinnia's plan and the morale about the androids and how humanity is not real, and how if we lie to the androids, they'll have something to believe in and they will become better killing machines instead of losing hope, you know, for a future that's impossible, right? A future that's impossible to, like, reach, that being humanity repopulates the earth. That, and he also finds out about the black boxes and what they really are. So now that 9 has learned that their black boxes are actually made from machines and that there are no humans, he throws a tantrum, and he starts to lose his shit, right? Because again, remember, androids are programmed to despise the machines, which is why as we go through the game, we have 9S being, like, super racist towards all the machines, and he's like, these fucking outdated models are, like, an abomination to mankind, right? This is why. As they were all programmed to be racist towards them. So 9 discovers this. He discovers again that they're all, you know, humans aren't real, the black boxes are made of machines, and then he starts seeing everyone on the space station as an abomination. And he goes on a killing spree, and he starts killing, like, just Yoda units left and right and setting off explosives all over the base. Then he reaches Zinnia, and he feels that that guy should be tortured as much as possible because he's the one that created all these fucking monsters, right? While this is going on, let's see, 2 arrives and sees that she ends up arriving and she sees everything that's going on, and she doesn't believe number 9's actions are justified, even when he tells her, like, hey, you know, we're paradoxical, like, we're all fucking abominations, like, Zinnia's lying about humanity and all this shit. Anyway, 9 didn't really have a problem with what Zinnia was trying to do, right? With, like, this whole project. What pissed him off was the black boxes. So he's like, I don't care that humans are, you know, extinct. I don't care that, you know, we're fighting a losing war and that it will probably never win. What really pissed him off is that he had a black box that was created from machine parts. It's like imagine being born and finding out you're mixed with like race 1 and race 2 and you hate like one of the races, right? Because you thought you were race 1 the entire time, and then all of a sudden you find out, well, actually you're half this. Like, that's what's going on in Nine's head right now. He's fucking losing it. So 2 doesn't care, and essentially, let's see. Before I jump into that, right. So 9 finds out about this, right? He tells 2 about all this shit, and then he ends up doing this thing where he he basically creates a backdoor system that after X amount of time passes, a set amount of data would be collected to develop the next generation of androids. When a certain generation of androids would be created, that's when this backdoor would open, and then all the machines would have access to like the base itself and have the ability to destroy it, which is terrible. And it's number 9 who actually came up with the name Project Yoda. So let's see. Give me a sec. So after this, 2 just kills him, and his death didn't really matter in the end. But then we end up getting a new orbital base. We end up getting the specs for the Yoda type androids to be created, and then their line starts to be produced. We end up mass producing Yoda forces, and then the entire orbital base gets destroyed, which is weird. Anyway, so as number 9 had started Project Yoda, this ends up happening with the 13th orbital base that gets constructed, and that's Yoda's like primary command station, and that's the only orbital base designed for Yoda units. So any other like androids or soldiers that exist, they come from any of the other bases. Meanwhile, this one specifically exists just for Yoda units or Yoda androids. And this is also where we get into like their letters that define their model types, their personalities, and their what was the other part? Their aesthetic, right? So like what they're gonna look like, their appearance, right? So if we look at model A's, they are attacker androids that specialize in close range combat. We've got defender types, which are D, right? They are, they use barriers and they absorb enemy fire. We've got gunner types, who are long range combatants. We've got healers, and healers were the ones that would focus on repairing teammates, not just physically, but they would also get their data and back it up and send it all the way back to the moon so that, they could retain their memories. You had model O's, which are operators, and they work from inside the bunker. They're the ones that you communicate with and they tell you what you need to do. They provide all the intel as well for the missions and stuff. You've got scanner types, the S models, and these were scouts, and they focused on hacking and gathering data. And then we've got the E-types, which were executioner models. So their purpose is to eliminate any Yoda androids if they needed to eliminate them. Whether they try to desert the mission, or they try to leave or some shit, the executioners were meant to kill them to stop any stragglers. Despite this, or because of this, I guess, they are the strongest android that Yoda has, because they can eliminate attackers or gunners if need be. So I mean, if one of them ever goes rogue, that's pretty bad. Now, regarding their outfit, if you ever seen just the characters from NieR Automata, they have a very unique outfit. So let me just bring one up. If you've ever seen 2B, right? She's got her own unique outfit. But if we look at, I don't know, just any of them. Let me bring one up. Here we go. Here's just an image of 2B. This can work. All right. So if we look at 2B, for example, her outfit's pretty iconic, right? Marketable. So she is just like a chick that's wearing a like Lolita dress or whatever, and an eye patch, and she's got like a little hairband, gloves, and all this shit. So all of this has a purpose, believe it or not. So, there's no reason behind the explanation, mainly because it's been so long in this timeline that they don't really care about appearance. So there's a lot of fan speculation as to why this is a thing. So most people tend to think that because androids worshipped humans, right, and they cared about them so much. Remember, they're fighting this meaningless war in the name of humanity, that they want to somehow try to remember their existence in some way, shape, or form, that they try to dress in a fashion or in a manner which emphasizes and then also kind of fetishizes humanity as much as possible, which is why we kind of see like, you know, she is wearing a dress, but she's also wearing tights, and then the dress has like a cut along the side so you can see her thigh, and then there's an opening so you can see her breasts and that sort of thing, right? As for the blindfolds, apparently those are not really blindfolds, as in they don't hinder their vision. They're more like a visor that helps them analyze enemies, which is something that I didn't know. I thought it was just like to look cool. And regarding the color of their outfit, so this one was the only one that's been confirmed. The reason why they wear all black is because since Project Yoda is meant to die, as in all the androids are meant to fail, and the project itself is supposed to fail, they dress in black as you would for a funeral, right? So even though the bunker itself, the project itself, isn't huge, it's got room for about 100. It's got about 100 rooms in the entire space station, and there's only about 100 androids out at once usually. But again, they all dress in black, mainly to evoke the feeling of a funeral, which is interesting, right? Because this also goes into the whole, well, not just funeral aspect, but like humanity being dead sort of thing. Anyway, we're almost done. I'm gonna get to like the story summary, and when I do, that's when like we're really gonna speed shit up. Okay. So, we end up having two androids, actually, or two characters that are a part of Project Yoda that are not Yoda androids. And these are Commander White and Instructor Black. So, Commander White is the one that we do meet in the game. She's the one that gives us all our orders and all that stuff, right? And she's the one that manages and oversees everything involving Project Yoda, right? So she's like the highest ranking member involved with the project. That's what Commander White's all about. And let's see. We don't know too much about her. We don't know why she or who she reports to. We don't know why she was chosen for this position. The only thing that we do know is that Commander White used to be a member of the Resistance in the past, before she became commander. So she ended up being acquainted with another android, Jackass, from the game. But as to like how far they knew each other, I don't believe it's ever like covered. But Commander White was chosen to just look over and command Project Yoda as the like director. Other than that, she's just like a calm person, right? Right? She has to be a commander, so that's what she is. And she's got all the qualities that you would want in a leader, right? To give, you know, soldiers like morale and all this shit. Now, while she was the commander, she was only in charge of leading soldiers. Despite this, she was still, you know, forced to take instructions from the Council of Humanity and do what it asked of her. And that's kind of where she's also again being deceived, because remember, despite like everything, she's kind of in the dark about like humanity's past and all this stuff. except that Commander White actually knows that humanity is extinct. So she doesn't know much about everything else involving humanity's past. She just knows that humanity went extinct. She knows there's no humans on the moons, and she knows that the entire like reason why Project Yoda exists and like the driving force behind their motivation is gone. It's all fake. It's all a lie. It's a ruse, right? She doesn't know though that the Council of Humanity is a lie though. Like that's the only thing she doesn't know. She doesn't know the origin of like the black box and that Project Yoda is meant to like end in failure, but she knows that humanity is no longer a thing. Let's see. Yeah, that's basically it. Like everything else is just like generic info that you would assume of her, right? Like she was chosen for like her, you know, leading capabilities and all this shit. Anyway. One sec. Trying to like skip ahead a little bit past this, because I mean we end up learning a little bit more about like her past, right? And since she was a part of the resistance, I mean she did suffer like heavy casualties. By that I mean like she lost most of her squad mates, and eventually she learned to detach herself from this so that she doesn't get attached to all the like Yoda units, because again they're meant to die over and over and over again. You go out into the field, you die, your data gets backed up, you get into a new body, and then you go out again. And if you're constantly seeing your comrades die or your allies die, it will take a toll on you, right? And over the course of like 1,000 years it happens to her, right? So she has to detach herself from all of these people, and she becomes basically like cold-blooded, right? What else? Give me a sec. Alright, so now when it comes to Black, so we've got Commander White, we've got Black here. So all his entire like existence is just like his whole job, right, is to be in the backlines and to look dignified and kind of like hold the team together as much as he can. There is like a stage play that ends up happening. Let me just skip ahead a little bit. The short of it is the whole point of this stage play is to explain why we have female androids instead of male androids. And despite male androids being a little more, you know, physically capable than the female variants, they were a lot more hot-headed and also harder to control and being less predictable. By that I mean in their first trial run, all the males basically ended up killing each other, where they ended up in a situation where they were split on a decision and they just ended up fighting each other. All of them died, and yeah, it wasn't good. Meanwhile, when we look at Commander White's team, who was all Yoda female units, all female Yoda units, all of them survived. And at that point, they were like, "We're gonna go with females for this. We can't be using dudes in this war. Otherwise, shit might not go well." So anyway, let me skip ahead a little bit past this. Yeah. Okay, there we go. All right, we're almost done. Let's focus on A2 next. So A2 was an android that we encountered for a little bit in the game itself. So let me get her up on screen. So A2 looks like this. Let me get an actual like large image of her. There we go. So she looks very similar to 2B, kind of, right? I mean, all Yoda units kind of look similar. But here we have A2, right? So she's got long hair, she's got like a tattered like outfit and all this stuff. Anyway. She is technically the first main protagonist that we get in the Automata timeline. Comparing her to like 2B and stuff, like A2 is the first one that is actually pretty important. So, one thing to note is that, like I mentioned before, when all androids are being manufactured, they all had their unique designs, aesthetics, and personalities. And usually, they were given this these personalities from memories obtained from the past, from someone's past, kind of to again give them some sort of diversity in the team so that they were all not the exact same. Now, it's not outright stated to my knowledge, but it's heavily implied that A2 was given the memories of Kaine, which is something that I assumed as well when I played through the game. When I saw her design and the way she would act, I was like, this is literally Kaine. And it just so happens that everyone else kind of thinks the same thing, which is good. In the sense that, again, Kaine is very, well, I mean, in NieR Replicant, Kaine is very violent and aggressive. Eventually, she becomes a lot more like stone cold. That's kind of how A2 eventually gets, right? So, let's see. Like it's heavily implied that A2 was given the memories of Kaine, and you know, the whole background of like when Kaine like lived with her grandmother in the countryside and all that stuff, which I talked all about. You know, during the Replicant, or the Replicant summary start of the Automata series. But anyway, so she was giving that part. She was given like her memories, like the good memories, like before things went to shit, before Kaine's grandma is crushed by a giant lizard's foot and like Kaine gets like possessed by a shade and shit, right? So she's given like all the happy memories. Let's see. So despite like being like these happy, or being given these happy memories, like A2 is still an attacker type android, right? She is a 2 chassis, and she like that's what she's meant to do. She's meant to attack. She is an attack type, an A2, right? So it's apparently that like at the start, A2 was like a little more timid, right? Kind of like Kaine was when she was younger, and then you know, she was like known to be literally average. Like everyone would describe her just as average. Now, despite her combat capabilities not being the best of like the squad, and of course she wasn't really a great leader because of this, as being like just being mediocre, literally run of the mill, as mid as you can get. Despite this, hold on. Here we go. Despite her being, again, very mediocre, she had the potential to improve compared to all of her other, like, you know, all of her other allies. Because remember, if you are like, if you already excel in like, you know, close combat or some shit, and you suck at everything else, then that's, you know, you're kind of limited to just that role. But since she is middle of the road, she has the chance to grow basically in every aspect, which is neat. Anyway. There's a major event that changes A2's history. And that's when the Yora androids were deployed on a mission. Jesus fuck. And I shit you not, it's called the Pearl Harbor Descent. Oh, God. So, this is the first time that like androids were sent out into actual combat. Everything before this point had been simulated, right? It was all simulated combat. This is the first time they taste actual physical combat. They go out and they fight for realsies, right? And the Pearl Harbor Descent was actually, they were sent to, I mean, it's called the Pearl Harbor Descent, I guess because of the location, but they were basically sent to Mount Kala on Oahu Island. So in Hawaii, they were sent to Hawaii to find a machine server and destroy it. That was their mission. So, and it's Mount Kala. It's K-A''AALA. Kaala. Misspelled it here on my notes. Anyway, so for this descent, we have, you know, the squadron sent out. We've got number 1, and she is placed as a leader, right? So she's the leader of this mission because she's like intelligent and all this shit, and she's got like some of the best combat capabilities compared to like everyone else. So they head out, and during the descent, she was the first soldier blasted out of the sky. And the second that she got destroyed, everyone starts freaking the fuck out. So we've got A1, right? She's fucking gone. So as per the chain of command, A2 is now in charge. And this happened to us, right? When we play through the game, when we start losing everyone, and then it's at the very end, it's up to 2B to actually fucking, finish it. Anyway, she becomes the fucking squadron leader. Anyway, so now she's coordinating the squadron as best as she can, until the bunker, right, the space station, is able to fire this like satellite laser cannon at the source. Sorry, because again, they're being shot down, so they need to like distract the enemy so they can set off an EMP bomb, which will then allow them to fire a satellite laser on them, so that they can get rid of their anti-air measure, so that they can actually get through and actually destroy the server. So after everything's like after the dust settles, there's only 4 survivors, including A2. A gunner number 16, a scanner number 21, and who else? Oh, fuck, hold on. It was A2, gunner 4, number 16, and scanner 21, right? So there were 16 units that were deployed in this descent, and there was only 4 survivors, right? So if we quickly go into their personalities, 4 is the cheery one. 16 is like the rough one, who is the no nonsense one. 21 is the analytical one, right? And like that's basically it. Like she's analytical, but she wants to protect her friends and all this shit. Let's see. It gets to the point where 21 tries reaching out to command, to kind of like abandon the mission, because they're like, hey, we lost everyone. There's only 4 of us. Can we go home? And they're told, no, keep going. So they fucking have to keep going, right? Again, they don't know that the Yoda units were meant to fail. So, and like I have here on my notes, yeah, this mission was expected to fail. So the whole point of this mission, or this operation, this descent, was to kind of monitor and see how the experimental Yoda units would behave in battle like this, or in a fight like this. And then they would take their information and then implement it into the new Yoda models that were coming, right, in the future. Because again, these are experimental prototypes. And that would be for the next generation models. That's what they're called. So they were not going to be evacuated and returned to the bunker, and they were not going to receive any kind of backup support. So they were literally left to die. So from this point onward, A2, let's see, she kind of feels like she didn't have what it takes to be a leader, but she has to kind of continue, because again, remember, it's her, she's next in line, so she's the next just commander. The mission that they're in sucks, though. As they're trying to reach the server, they're ambushed by 100,000 machine lifeforms. So that fucking sucks for them. They try their best to fight back, and they are eventually, like, unexpectedly saved by members of the Resistance, who end up detonating a bunch of explosives. It causes the machines to withdraw, and the Resistance members are, like, pretty aggressive at first because they've never seen Yoda units before, so they thought that they might be, like, evolved machines. There's a bunch of tension, guns get pointed, and then eventually A2 starts pleading with the squadron or with her squadron to, like, quit their shit. It's like, hey, calm down. They've already lost so many allies, we can't just keep fighting amongst ourselves, especially amongst other androids, right? This is, like, pointless. The leader of the Resistance, her name is Rose, empathizes and is like, all right, you know what, fine, we'll help you out, right? So it turns out that Rose and the other Resistance members were all survivors of the 8th Descent mission from 200 years ago, which, again, remember, was the largest, like, descent, or the largest military mission ever carried out by the bunker, which resulted in the failure, obviously. So ever since then, they've all been, like, kind of fighting and trying to survive together. Anyway, their group consists of 7 members. So Rose is their leader, and she's, of course, dependable, trustworthy, all that shit. She's eventually become jaded, mainly because, again, she's lost so many allies. a bunch of her allies would have been infected by the logic virus, and it turns out that as like her exposure to this like continued, right, she kept finding or realizing that a bunch of her allies were turning or were being infected, that she was able to kind of pick up on these signals before or like as the second that they kind of like started appearing. So what she would do is she would execute them as quickly as possible so that they would not become a threat to everyone else. Because if you execute them when they have the logic virus, well, you know, they can't spread it once they're dead. So obviously because of this, she's like not trusting, right? And let's skip ahead a little bit. Right, so also this group that they encounter, they're not considered survivors by the bunker, you know, by command. They're all labeled as deserters, because they kind of abandoned the war, but they didn't really like want to. I mean, they lost all their friends on the battlefield. All they did was retreat. There was not really too much you could do. Again, you're surrounded. I mean, this is just one descent, and there was 100,000 robots in like this one section that they landed in. What the fuck are they supposed to do? Anyway. So A2 still wants their help so that they can try to like complete their mission, you know, to destroy the server. And let's see. I'm trying to like skip ahead because this section is what essentially ends up happening is A2 and then this like resistance group, they end up fighting their way into this like bunker, right? Into this like facility, and they try to get to like the server, right? And it gets to the point where as they're going, some of the androids start sacrificing themselves, right? Some of the ones that came with the descent, right? So like all the gunner types stay behind. They're like, hey, we'll hold them off, you guys go in, and so on and so forth. It gets to the point where one of them gets infected by like the logic virus, and she's like the hacker type, so she's trying to like turn on the elevators, and while she's doing that, like Rose stays behind and is like, well, I mean, I can smell the fucking logic virus. Hey, I'll stay behind and protect her while you know, she gives you guys like access, and as soon as she does her job, she gets executed, so that, you know, she doesn't come back and bite everyone in the ass. Let's see. So after that moment, essentially, we get to the point where A2, number 4, and any of the other survivors that are left at this point, which again doesn't really matter, they make it to the bottom of like the server area. And when they reach the server area, they are met with the red girls. So again, the chicks and the little girls in the red and white dress. So remember, they're not real. They are just like a hologram. They're like a physical, well, not physical, but a visual representation of the machine network. So the machine network has been watching this entire time and just looking at what they've been going through, and have taken an interest in, well, the androids and in what's been going on. So they kind of like take interest into they take interest in how Rose and all the other androids tend to have like this wide range of emotions, and they don't understand that. So in order to try to comprehend like what makes them tick, like how they're able to like feel these emotions, the red girls do what they do naturally, which is put them through like severe psychological trauma just to fuck with them. And it's pretty messed up. So again, natural evolution is one thing, but like what the red girls do over and over again is they purposefully fuck with things, and they create like conflict whenever they can, just to see like how people would react to certain stimuli. And if it crushes them, too bad. And if they overcome it, cool. It might draw out like some emotion, and like that's something that the like machine network just wants to try to understand, right? Like the stimuli and the emotions that they feel during these like traumatic events. So A2 and the others in this situation are told the truth that, hey, command betrayed you. You were all experimental and you were meant to die. And A2 kind of couldn't refute it. She kind of started thinking about it for a few seconds. She's like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Fuck. that's why like anytime they asked for any sort of like assistance, even like the most basic of shit, like the bunker was like, nah, keep going. And so I mean, she was kind of growing suspicious, but this confirms it, right? So this pisses off A2 and number 4, and they kind of chose to let it all out in combat. And they were like, well, we need to carry out our mission anyway, because that's all they really have going for them. So they start fighting the Red Girls. And the Red Girls ended up bringing this like huge machine to life, which it kills every single remaining member of the Resistance. And it also ends up hacking into their system, and it turns them into puppets. So Rose obviously cannot kill her own family, and she's like kind of traumatized by all this shit. So in order to like kind of mock the Red Girls, who are like, your whole lives are meaningless, this whole mission is stupid, like you're fighting for nothing, she ends up trying to find like a reason to live, right? Like despite all this shit, she had found some sort of like reason to actually keep going, right? And despite this, it's not like irrelevant, because at least she was able to do something worth living for. Like she was able to do something that had meaning, and she kind of like, that's her like, you know, her sticking her middle finger up to the Red Girls before she dies. Anyways, number 4 goes berserk, and she starts swinging her sword, and A2 takes her down, or she eventually gets caught and taken down. A2 is the only one that's left out of all the Resistance members and the remaining androids. So, despite what the Red Girls had done and told them and how fucked up it all was, she kind of wanted to like get through to her friends that were being controlled as puppets, so she was like apologizing as she cut through them and stuff like that. Then she finally makes it to the Red Girls. She tries to swing her sword at them, and then she realizes that her sword passes through them, so she couldn't really cut them down, at least not physically, because they're not physically there. They're just some sort of, again, hologram, right? So the only way that she could destroy them is to destroy the server, but to do it manually would take forever. So she's like, well, I'm going to use my black box. I'm going to go ahead and detonate the fusion reactor and then destroy everything. Since the Red Girls don't really care too much, they're like, oh, you know what? Fuck it. Go for it. As she's trying to do this, they start to tell her more like secrets, right? And then it turns out that all of the Yoda units have an additional bomb embedded into their fusion reactor. And this is all a part of Command's like plan. So step 1 was to get any of the Yoda units to the server, and whether or not they were killed was irrelevant, because once their signals went offline, Command was going to detonate all of the bombs. So that's pretty fucked up. It doesn't matter whether or not they made it, so long as they got as close as possible, and then they were all going to be just exploded. They were all going to be detonated. Which is fucking, like, horrible, right? Anyway, so A2 didn't really, like, know this, but she was already a bomb, right? So even though she was gonna, like, detonate herself, she, like, whether she wanted to or not, she was gonna explode, right? And this was kind of just, you know, more to, like, fuck with A2. But A2 really wanted the Red Girls to suffer, but didn't know really, like, what to do next. Then number 4 happens to get up, and she reveals that she was still hanging on to her, like, humanity, right? Or, well, the equivalent of, like, an android humanity. And so she didn't want A2 to die. She ends up sacrificing herself, and she instead detonates her bomb. So the machine server ends up being destroyed, the Red Girls disappeared, and then all of the machine lives in the area goes offline. A2 eventually wakes up. She doesn't know how she's alive, but she's the only one that survived. The whole complex was, you know, obliteratomized. They were all gone. It was turned to rubble. And she somehow didn't die. And, like, that's it. Like, it's one of those Deus Ex Machina moments where she just wakes up and she's still, like, around, which doesn't make much sense. Anyway. Despite A2 thinking that she was the sole survivor of this mission, there was actually another one that ended up surviving, which was Anemone. And she was the one that had stayed behind with number 21. She was one of the, like, gunners that ended up, or she's the one that, the 21, I believe, was the one that was, like, working the elevators or whatever. And she executed her once she got infected by the logic virus. Yeah, once he was able to get them into the server and all that shit. she was also gonna kill herself, because like, you know, she was eventually gonna also be infected by the logic virus. So she thinks, you know what, I might as well just kill myself. I'm gonna run out into the robots and commit suicide by machine. And as she runs out of the facility, all the robots are gone. Like, I mean, they're all offline. So since she couldn't blow her brains out, she tried to die at the hands of all these machines, and none of them were like alive to, or, you know, on to kill her. So because of this, she's like, well, you know what, I'm gonna lead my own resistance, and I'm gonna keep their memories alive. That way she can at least remember her fallen allies, and then also make sure that they didn't die for nothing. And just for future reference, A2 nor Anemone know that either of them survived. They have no idea that either of them are still alive. All right, let's skip ahead a little bit here. All right, so the mission that after the mission that A2 went on, they got so much data that it was pretty good, and this was enough to fund a new android model, and then that's when we ended up getting the ability to have a battle android that was able to combine the attacker and gunner type into a single model unit. So this was modeled after A2, and this is how we ended up getting the B unit. So the B unit was born. So A2 was a completely different person, like, after all this, from when we started, like, the mission and stuff. And again, because of all the shit that she went through, that was enough to be like, you know what, let's get another one going. We'll get the B unit going, and that's how we got 2B, basically. So this is stuff that gets covered in, let's see. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. All right, let's keep going, because we're almost done. There's like 20 more like pages of notes, and then we're gonna get to like the story summary soon. Yeah, almost, in like 10 pages. Oh god. Okay. So despite this mission being a success, the black box that's still inside of 2A is still online, and in order to prevent any information from leaking, they wanted her, like, the bunker wanted her to be destroyed. So they sent 2 E models to execute her, but she was able to, like, fend them off and destroy them. So everyone, even like the 9 models that were like deployed as well, even though they couldn't like really match an attack type, I mean, they couldn't fight her like head on, right? They could try to destroy her personal data by hacking into her. So the first time that A2 encountered a 9S model, she was actually very close to dying. She almost died because he was hacking into like her mainframe, and she was able to essentially fend them off. From this attack, she was actually able to learn just from like the encounter itself, because every single like future 9S unit that came after her would try the exact same attack. So what she ended up doing is she built this like barrier program inside of herself, and it will trap and destroy any 9S that tries to hack her, because they always follow the same route and they never like correct for this. And since they never correct for this, they show up, they meet A2, they try to hack her, and then they just get executed. It's like they just get fried. It's like, imagine trying to hack into someone with your brain, and then they just got a firewall and they fucking melt it. That's what happens every single time. Okay. So the only reason why she was able to keep going, at least in this case, was like her motivation. So like the first time that an executioner model was sent after her, she figured that like command was gonna like continue to hide the truth, right? And everyone, just anyone that came from the bunker was her enemy. Like even the humans on the moon, which was gonna like, we're gonna kill them or something. Hold on. And the humans on the moon, yeah, she was gonna kill them in the light of her old self, right. So her reason for going was essentially revenge at this point, right? Because she knew that, like, again, no, like, there were no humans on the moon. This whole mission, like, Yoda units are meant to die, and now like what she considered to be family is now sending people to kill her constantly. So obviously now she just wants revenge. So she turns into Shadow the Hedgehog, right? That's what she becomes. So that's essentially her. So now that we've got like 2A out of the way, now we can talk a little bit more about 2B and 9S. So these are the actual like main characters that we focus on in the story, right? In NieR Replicant. So so they would be the same type of models that are sent after A2, but they wouldn't have any of the memories of the past units. So that's why like 9S and 2B don't recognize her, right? But A2 knows who they are, kind of. Like, she recognizes them as the type of units that they are. The only thing that you need to remember about this is that the 9S that we have in-game, like the one that follows us around, is currently the best scanner that exists out of all the scanners that have ever existed. And while like there are other scanners in the game, he's still like the best at it, right? He's still the best one out of all of them, in terms of hacking, in terms of like recon, in terms of scanning, right? And one important trait about the 9 series of androids is that they were given a wide range of emotional expression, which kind of fucks with things, and it makes them a little non-compliant with like the Yoda standards. So like I mentioned in a little while ago with like the prototypes, with the prototype 2 and the prototype 9, where the prototype 9 ended up just delving deep into their secrets, right? It gets to the point where like the 9 series is kind of known that they're going to be doing this shit, because they're going to be asking questions, and then they're going to dig deep into like Yoda secrets, and then they're going to find out that, hey, humanity is not real, black boxes and all this shit, right? They're going to find out all that information eventually. So since this information is so important, every 9S unit that eventually does this is executed before he can do anything with that information. And then they would be remade without any of those memories, and the cycle would repeat over and over again. So he would find this information, and then he would get executed. And the only reason why the 9S keeps getting reborn or remade over and over again is because he's so fucking good at being a scanner that they can't not use him, right? If like all they have to worry about is him finding out the truth, and the solution is just to kill him and then reset him, who cares, right? So that's why they always stick a 2E model by his side. So he's always paired up with an executioner type. So they'll do whatever missions they're told to do. 9S will go out. He'll eventually like dig deep into Yoda secrets. He'll be like, fuck, there's no humans. Everything I know is a lie. And then he gets decapitated. Like the second he finds out, bam, head gets cut off. So normally scanner models would work alone. So it's kind of unique to pair it up with someone that isn't, right? And that's how we get 2B. Like or sorry, a 2B model is the one that's with this scanner type at all times, sorry. And then that's why scanner models, since they work alone, it's kind of interesting to see that, or see them with someone else. And since this situation, specifically for this guy, for this 9S, is so fucking unique that anytime that command sees that someone has hacked into their servers, they know that it's him, and they tell 2B to go kill him. So like, imagine like the fucking like commander just has a watch, and there's a light that flashes, and she just snaps her fingers, and then 2B goes, like she kicks down his fucking door, and then just cuts his head off. And it's like, all right, we gotta restart. Because that happens every time. And it happens so often that this is now like routine, because it's gonna happen eventually, right? So, since they are followed by an executioner type at all times, and they're meant to again be followed by an android in this case, or this case supposed to be followed by someone, other androids kind of go undercover under a different model, and they stick with him, which is why 2E would go under the, like, sorry, would go undercover as 2B. So we actually play as an executioner type, to my knowledge, throughout this whole game. And we're paired with 9S because 9S is eventually going to find out what the fuck is going on, and we're supposed to kill him, right? Anyway, 2B doesn't have any access to any of the secrets, right, of Yoda. And or sorry, any of the secrets of Yoda or whatever like 9S keeps like discovering. All she knows is that whenever he does this, she's supposed to execute him. That's her whole job. And the first time that she had to do this, it was like one of the hardest things that like she ever had to do. And this is covered in the story called Memory Cage. But anyway, like 9S and 2B are assigned to be partners. 9S is excited to be working with someone else. Same with 2B. They end up like, you know, growing pretty fond of each other. They end up becoming acquainted and they grow closer. And then she's given the order to execute 9S because he started hacking and digging. And 2B, like, again, was told, hey, you need to, like, fucking kill him. So he launches his own counterattack against her. 9S doesn't really want to kill her, but, you know, it's the only way that he'll survive. So he hacks into her system, he digs through all her memories, and he sees, like, the order that is being given by the commander. Anyway, well, in her system, he's attacked by a logic virus, because it turns out that 2B has a trap-style logic virus placed within her system by the commander to counteract 9S's hacking. So the virus traps him in there and prevents him from escaping, and then his personal data is deleted. So it's kind of like what happens with 2A or A2, where again, if someone tries to hack into her, or if specifically if 9S tries to hack into her, 9S gets, you know, fucked over. It's like the failsafe to the failsafe, right? And even though it's like his final moments with her, he doesn't hold it against 2B, right? He's happy that they spent time together. And as he's about to say goodbye, 2B destroys his corpse. And while she does so, she feels like terrible, right? She feels this like immense guilt build up inside of her. And like she's got all her memories and the conversations that she had with him. And like it's just, you know, a part of her job at this point. So despite this like interaction where she's forced to kill someone that she deeply cares about, she starts to feel emotions that she shouldn't be feeling. You know, remorse, empathy, right? She's a combat android. She's not supposed to have any of these emotions. So from that moment forward, she's like, I'm never going to interact with an 9S unit in a deep manner. As in, she's only going to keep them at arm's reach or an arm's length. She's not gonna, you know, she's gonna keep conversations to a minimum. She's not gonna refer to them as nines. She's not gonna do any of that. She's gonna just like, hey, this is our job. All right, cool. We're heading back. That sort of thing, right? And that was like 2B's mentality as she continued, right? So she wouldn't get attached to any of the 9S models in the future. Let's see. Right, because and again, the reason why is because this event was meant to play out over and over and over and over again. So every single time she would be paired with a 9S unit, the exact same shit would happen. He would eventually, after so many missions, start to dig too deep, and then he would need to be executed. And it got to the point where it kind of like started breaking 2B mentally. Like like there were so many times that she tried to convince him, like, hey, there's nothing suspicious going on, like command is okay, you know, they want our best interest in mind. And of course, like 9S is super fucking curious, so the guy's like, well, what if there isn't? What if there's something fucked up with command? And then he realizes, ah, shit, dude, humans have been dead for so long, we don't have a god, my whole existence is meaningless. And then 2B decapitates him, because otherwise he's gonna go on a rampage and kill everyone. But let's see what else. Yeah, so it was like taxing for him for her to be able to, for her to see like 9S be reborn over and over again. They would have the same introductions, they would have the same conversations all the time, he would tell the exact same jokes, and they would never remember any of their memories. Like they would never, you know, keep any of their memories. as it was 9S's job to back up 2B's memories primarily, and 9S would lose all of his whenever he would get like backed up, basically. So yeah, and that's basically how he ends up acting the same every single fucking time. Despite that, like, again, 2B constantly remembers all these like memories that she has, and they just accumulate over time, and it just feels like, you know, it kills her every time that she has to do this. Let's see. It was hurting her so much, right, that eventually she was exhausted and tired from it. And then when we get to the story Memory Thorn, things are a little different. So we have the regular order, like, to decapitate like 9S, and this, like, the cycle continues, blah 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 blah, and 2B's meant to kill him, and she's waiting for the moment to actually do it. But by this point, like, 2B is like super tired and lethargic of like doing all this, that she's acting out of character. They're sent to the Lost Shrine on a research mission, and that's where she's supposed to execute him. But they're attacked by machines at this point. So it ends up, it's not much of a problem. They end up destroying the machines. 2B falls because she's infected by the logic virus. It seems like maybe one that was already in her system, or it doesn't really matter, right? So she's brought to her knees, right? She's like damaged. 9S tries to hack her system so that he can save her and get rid of get rid of as much of it as he can. Obviously 2B is like, no, you shouldn't do that. And then that's when he starts to notice like problems in her personal data, and he starts to realize like, hey, the symptoms of the virus are here, but he ends up discovering the truth, that she's an executioner model and that Command has given the order to kill him. But despite this, this 9S gets to see all of 2B's like past memories. So he's able to see like how 2B acted with all the other 9S's, and everything that she feels during these interactions, and seeing like each version of 9S get killed, he feels more and more pain like from her system, right? And he comes to understand like how she was like feeling anytime that she has to do this. So when she wakes up, 9S confirms, you know, everything. And instead of like carrying out her job, like 2B is like, I can't do this anymore, man. I failed. I shouldn't be an E-type. Like, I couldn't kill, I couldn't execute. Like, what the fuck's my problem? So 9S understands, and he stabs himself. He tears open his own throat, and he does it like, you know, smiling, but not like in a fucked up smile like the Joker. He's just like, you know, I understand, and he kills himself. Because otherwise, you know, like, what the fuck is he supposed to do? He doesn't want like 2B to be killed, and he wants her to be happy. So he just tells her like, look, I was happy that I was able to spend, you know, this time with you. So I'm gonna do it for you. And then he just slices his neck open. And then he tells her basically like, hey, if I'm ever like reborn without any of my past memories, just know that I'll always be happy so long as I get to see you again, right? So don't feel bad about killing me in the future, because I always enjoy my time with you, no matter what. And then by the time we get to the event of NieR Automata, 2B has killed 9S 47 times. Which is a lot. Alright. This is the final stretch. These are the last 20 pages of my notes. This shouldn't take too long because it's just the story summary, and then we go into like the actual paths that we didn't cover during the game. So give me 1 second. Okay, let me get just an image of NieR Automata on screen. Which one can we use? I think grab one. Do this. Oh, jeez. Why is it so hard to pick an image? Just give me something. It's like a, what is it? An embarrassment of riches of like how many options I have. I'm just gonna go with this. We'll just use this shit. Okay, so this is the story summary segment. All right. So we'll just have them up screen or in on screen. So it's 9S, 2B, and A2. All right. So the story itself. So when we get into the actual game and we start it, the game starts with the 243rd Descent Operation, in which we're sent to destroy a Goliath-class machine in the abandoned factory. 6 Yoda units get sent out, including 2B, right? And then basically everyone dies except for 2B. She's the only one that survives, and she's meant to carry out the mission. 9S was assigned as support, and, you know, he's the one that focuses on disabling the machine's defense systems. Eventually, things don't go exactly as planned. 2B and 9S pull out their boxes, and they nuke, like, all the machines after they get surrounded. So, 2B's data is uploaded to the bunker, which allows it to be reincarnated, and then 9S, well, he wasn't able to in time, so he's reborn as a new 9S. If you recall, when we start the game and we come back from that mission, 9S like shows up and is like, "Hey 2B, how you doing?" And then he, you know, walks past her, and then we get a focus on like 2B like clenching her fist. Like that's why she does this. Like she clenches her fist because at this point, like, it's not their first time, you know, being introduced, and it's just like her being reminded of like, oh man, here we go again, right? This is number 49. Anyway, so the two get paired up as a team, right? As always, Commander White is like, hey, you should go meet up with the Resistance, get some recon done because we've lost some communication, and we go to Earth, right? We get sent back to Earth. We meet up with the Resistance. We meet up with Anemone in the camp, and then they're told, hey, there's some like machine activity going on in the desert. You should go check it out. So we go to the desert. And that's when we come across the robots in the desert that look like they have the facade like fashion or culture or whatever, right? These are the robots that ended up taking like the masks from Facade. So if you recall again, in Replicant, the members of the Kingdom of Facade all wore masks. They all wore this weird like outfit that was like made of hay that covered their whole bodies. But their masks were the most unique like thing about them. So even though we talked about like machine evolution a little while ago, this is technically the first time that 9S and 2B ever see machines behave this way. So seeing them like act all weird, like with this like weird like way of talking, is unique to them. Like as in all the robots that they've encountered don't really talk, and all of a sudden they're talking, or they encounter like robots that are talking. Like just robots that are, if you recall, they were like running away, some were scared. Eventually we get to the point where we reach like the city center, right? And then you have all of the machines from Facade kind of like one of them's like rocking a baby, right? Another one's like hugging another one or some shit, right? They're doing weird stuff, and this is like weird to them. And this is kind of when they realize that like as they kind of go through like, you know, the desert, they see like all the android corpses and shit. They find out that these guys are like trying to mimic like human behavior, and they don't understand much besides like physical action and like physical movements that the humans would do, right? So like waving their hands, moving their arms while running, right? That sort of thing, or rocking a crib back and forth. That's all they understood about humanity. They didn't really get them. All they knew is that like humans did this sort of stuff. But again, their sentience isn't like, they're not quite as woke as the other ones, let's say, right? So 9S gets pretty pissed off. He's like, these guys are just, you know, imitating humanity. They don't know what it's like to be human. He goes on a racist rant for like 30 seconds, and then we start killing them. And then after a little while, the machines kind of feel like, you know, they're gonna fucking lose. So they kind of combine. They go through their like network, and they try to look for a method that they can use to kind of like defeat the androids. And they thought to themselves, okay, if we can't, like we could try to do what humans did, right? since humans invented androids, we should try to invent something that's as close to a human as possible, right? So they start looking through their archive, and essentially they reach the Bible. So imagine you've got a bunch of like robots wearing masks and shit, and they're like, we're about to be slaughtered, what the fuck do we do? They go through like all like 15 quintillion petabytes of data that they have on human history, and they get to the Bible, and they're like, oh, well, the first human ever made was some guy named Adam, and he was made by God. So if God made Adam, who's the first human, and then humans made androids, what if we created an android in the image of the first human? So they make Adam. And then that's when, if you recall from the game, they all combine, and then like they like spit out this like ball of like yellow hair, and then like Adam is like this naked like fucking android with like long hair. And as we start to fight him, he starts to learn really quickly. Like he goes from doing very stupid things like just moving left and right to actually dodging and like trying to fight back. It gets to the point where he's learning, and he's able to like predict their movements. And we impale him afterwards. After a little bit, both 2B and 9S stab him through the chest with their swords, and he dies. But despite this, despite him dying, the robots are like, well, fuck. Adam is dead, what do we do? Oh. There's another human called Eve. Well, and then in the same story, they learn again that in the same story of Adam, they learned that there was another human born from his ribs, right? And that's how they ended up giving birth to Eve, right? So Eve pops out, and that Eve lets out this fucking like yell, right? That starts shaking the foundation of the area that they're in, which is like this tiny cavern with a bunch of like steel scaffolding all over the place, kind of like Megaton in Fallout, just rockier. And the whole place starts to collapse. 2B and 9S retreat, and then Adam and Eve are, there. But anyway, so let's see. Adam and Eve end up considering themselves to be human, or at least they want to walk the path of humanity, right? But they have no real like instructors for this. Remember, the machine empire or the machine network has access to all of humanity's history, but they have no real humans to teach them what it's like to be human. So they only have the ability or the concepts of humanity that they've gotten from just history books, from literature, from records, right? And that's all they have to go off of. So much like the first humans, again, they're based off, they're banished from Eden, and they need wisdom to survive, of course. So if they wish to survive, they need to they need not only like an equal but a greater amount of knowledge and intelligence compared to that of the androids that they have, right? So they have to get smarter, they have to get stronger, and they have to just be better. So from this encounter, we send this information off to command, right? We tell them, hey, Adam and Eve exist, and in the meantime, 2B and 9S are sent to investigate a party of androids that went missing at the amusement park. So we show up. There's a bunch of machines that are that we have never we never encountered before, and it's just a bunch of dudes having fun, right? It's a literal amusement park. Robots are throwing confetti. They're giving out balloons, all this shit. So they're not hostile. So they end up looking around, and eventually they reach the the theater? Yeah, the theater. Where all the Yoda signals are coming from, and they encounter the songstress who goes by the name of Simone Beauvoir. So, Simone Beauvoir looks like this, just in case you forgot. One sec. So this is Simone. She's the giant robot chick that ended up holding a bunch of the other android corpses hostage, and it was pretty bad as she was like keeping them alive and also just tormenting them. Anyway, so Simone in the past was just like a normal machine, but then she eventually became obsessed with another machine by the name of Jean-Paul, and he was kind of also pretty unique, except he was a philosophical type, and he kind of didn't care about anything that wasn't philosophy, and because of that, he didn't pay any attention to Simone. And Simone really wanted his fucking attention, so she thought, okay, if I become more beautiful, I'll be able to, like, you know, have him give me attention. I'll draw his eyes to me. So he started to, she started to basically change her body to try to look as more beautiful as she could from like parts of other machine friends, and he still kind of ignored her. After some time, her sanity like just dwindled some more, and she kind of like just became obsessed with trying to be more and more beautiful. It's like imagine finding a guy that's like really cute and all he cares about is like Warhammer 40k. You're like, do you want to go out? And he's like, actually, I'm reading this book. And you try your best to date this guy, and all he cares about is Warhammer. That's what was going on here, essentially. She tried everything she could to, like, you know, make him like her. All the guy cared about was philosophy, man. Why would he care about a beautiful girl when he can think about Plato? And when he can think about thinking. Anyway, she had heard this, like, rumor that if you eat an android's flesh, it would make you more beautiful. But that never worked. And even though, you know, despite this, she still didn't stop eating their flesh, or she didn't stop killing them. Instead, what she ended up doing was hacking into their systems. She would basically act as a life support for them and use them as weapons to bait more androids so she could eat their skin and then also like just get a bigger army, right? That's when eventually we show up and we destroy her. Unfortunately, again, since she was like the android life support, she ended up with her death came the death of all the other like androids. All right, so on our way out of the park, we end up meeting like machines that have white flags, you know, all the French, which was Pascal and Pascal's village. Now, it turns out that Pascal is actually a dude. I was referring to him as she because at least the voice in the Japanese dub is of a female, but they could have been interpreted either as an actual female or a young lad. So I assume they meant the young lad part. Either way. So, of course, the party is kind of, you know, hesitant. Like, why the fuck would robots not attack? All robots have attacked us. And then essentially Anemone vouches for them. And she's like, no, they're you know, they don't mean ill, right? But anyway, there's this giant machine that's like attacking the city. You should probably come help us. So we leave Pascal's village. We go and we try to like fight off. We try to fight off the giant machine. And then when we fight it, it ends up self-destructing, and then it just nukes the entire city, and it leaves like a giant hole, right? It's at this moment that we end up picking up an alien signal, which has not been like picked up for centuries. At that point, all Yoda units are told to like start collecting data, and they tell us to head underground and try to find out like what's going on with the signal. As we go further underground, we end up finding an alien mothership, and that's when we end up discovering Adam and Eve again. So, just in case you forgot what Adam and Eve look like. Jeez. They're like the most... I hate these guys, dude. They're so fucking dumb. Anyway, here they are. Here's Adam and Eve. They're like straight out of the year 2014. Anyway. So, Adam and Eve show up, and they tell us about the history about how back in the day, you know, the aliens created the machines, and then they started like fucking with them mentally, and they're like, well, you know what, if you're gonna like strip us of our emotions and our sentience, we're just gonna kill you. So they fought back and destroyed all the aliens, right? And how they've been gone for fucking ages. And ever since then, the robots have already surpassed like everything that they had in the past, and they don't really care about the aliens, essentially. What they do care about is like humans, like humanity, right? So Adam and Eve, of course, want to learn more about like the complex emotions that come with like love and hate and all this stuff. because it's confusing, right? They have no idea what any of this is. So what they wanted to do was they wanted to hijack the moon base and dissect the humans on the moon so they could better understand them, right? So Adam and Eve end up asking 2B and 9S if they would agree to help them out, since, you know, humans made them. And you guys might be curious as well as to why you're doing all this. Obviously, 9S and 2B don't agree with this. We fight, and they end up teleporting away. So then we go back to Pascal's village, and we start learning that there's like a bunch of other like unique machines similar to Pascal that are popping up, right? So Pascal's village was all about, you know, robots that were pacifists. Then we have the amusement park, which is all about robots having fun, right? And then Pascal tells both of us about, or tells 2B and 9S about the machine network and how they're not connected to it. And that's the main reason why, like, why we've got like places like the Forest Kingdom, where the Forest Kingdom, you know, tried to build a nation. You've got Pascal's village, which are all pacifists. Again, the carnival, which is, or the amusement park, where everyone's trying to have fun. Anyways, 2B and 9S head off to the forest, and we are able to discover that, again, the residents here are a little bit more aggressive. If you recall, I kept wondering if they were like based on like Japanese suicide bombers, but no, it turns out that they were based on shoguns and samurai and other classic Japanese warriors. So it's even worse for them. So that's why they were all super like hyper aggro, right? And they were all incredibly loyal to a fault because they wanted to protect their king, right? So we have to slash our way through them. Eventually we make it to the king's throne room, and that's when we realize that we're not alone, right? Here's where we encounter A2 for the first time in the game. Now, A2 was also making her way through the kingdom, killing everything that she could. And, let's see, hold on. Right. And it isn't until we finally get a look at the king and we see that the king is a baby that A2 comes out of nowhere and stabs the baby like through the fucking head. And then we fight A2. From here, let's say she impales it, and right. So from this first encounter, A2 is actually able to tell that 2B is actually an executioner model, which is kind of funny. So she knows that, you know, 2B is a 2E model instead, and she's kind of confused as to why she's with a 9S unit. But anyway, they don't recognize her face, and they end up, you know, they're then given the order to kill her. So that's when we have the fight with 2B and 9S, and 2A, or A2. Sorry. So A2 has already fought these type of, you know, androids in the past. She obviously doesn't give a shit, so she just handles it, you know, business as normal, or business as usual. Let me also do this again. So we'll get this going back on screen. And let's see. During the fight, A2 is able to notice that this 2E model, 2B, had kind of lost her will to live, just like she did. You know, she had gone through so much conflict and strife throughout her existence as an android that she can feel it from 2B, who's basically done the same thing, but just with 9S, right? So she mentions that there's something different about these two. A2 stops attacking them. 9S asks A2 why she like betrayed him, and then A2 just leaves. And then she basically warns them like, hey, Command is the one that betrayed you, not me. So both of them return to the resistance camp. We return to the resistance camp. We heal up, and then Anemone is like, hey, you need to go to the flooded city. We've got cargo that's there. It's being under attack, right? So we end up heading off to the flooded city. That's where we end up fighting the giant whale. Its name is actually Glyn. Not sure why they call it that. It just means green. It's green in German. But they called it Glyn. And apparently Grün is basically just this thing that was created to like destroy androids, but it was so big and so powerful that it wasn't able to tell like friend from foe, that they were just like, well, you know what, this thing is too strong, why don't we just dump it in the ocean? And like with all car batteries, Grün was dropped in the ocean, and then Grün just started destroying shit, and that's it. Anyways, we fight Grün, we destroy it, and then we head off in search of 9S, right? Because 9S gets blasted away, and we end up finding that his signal ends up coming from the alien ship location again. So we head off to the alien ship, and that's when we find a mysterious city that's made out of like crystallized silicone and carbon called the Copied City. This was created by Adam, so that's the like white city that we reached, right? And Adam was playing with his blocks and shit, right? He was like Minecraft IRL, but he was like geomancing it in front of us. Anyway, Adam created this to try to understand like humans a little better. So he took 9S and a bunch of other androids, and he used them to kind of lure 2B to his location, right? And the more he tried to learn about humans, the more it pissed him off, because humans were incredibly complicated, right? Every time he tried to learn about them, he goes from like, he's like, all right, I think I get it, and then he gets thrown a curveball regarding humanity, right? He can't understand like certain complicated concepts, even though he tries his best to try to understand what they mean. He like doesn't get it, even though he wears human clothes, he reads human books, he eats human food. Like he tries to sing and dance, and he tries to understand them on an emotional level, but he just can't. And what he decides after some time is that, okay, at the end of the day, all humans care about is battle. All they care about is fighting. To fight, to steal, and to kill is what it means to be human. Because that's why societies are created, that's why civilizations are created, that's why we have cities, that's why we have this and that. So he's obviously missing the point of humanity, but that's what he believes humanity to be. Anyway, one thing that he comes to a conclusion for is, well, if I'm going to try to understand humanity more, I'm going to try to force myself to live on the edge. I'm going to disconnect myself from the machine network, meaning that I'm now about to enter a fight to the death with 2B. And if I die, I die. But knowing that I have a chance to die, I hope that I'm able to understand humanity if I manage to live. So obviously, he ends up showing 2B that 9S is being crucified by his blocks, and 2B gets fucking pissed off, and she fights him. Right? We fight him, and we kill him. So, let's see. Right, during the fight, like we're told by Adam that machines and androids are very similar, and then he kind of lets her know that humans are already extinct. But he kind of already assumes that 2B might have already been told that, or might already know that. But anyway, deep down she knows that might be true, but she ignores it because she's, in combat and she wants to save 9S. And then of course we get like the funniest scene in the game where we stab Adam in the fucking stomach and he hugs us. Which is, again, so fucking stupid, man. So Adam hugs us, and then 2B like pulls her sword out, and he collapses to the ground. We save 9S, and Adam, who thought, well, if I disconnect myself from the network, if I've got a real chance at dying, I have a better chance to understand humanity. In his dying moments, he realizes, no, that's not true. Actually, dying sucks. Dying really fucking sucks. What the fuck? What the hell was I thinking? And then he dies. Like, no joke. He tried his best, right? To, like, understand humanity as best as possible. And then he just realizes death is not something nice. Death is not a good thing. What the fuck? And he just fucking bites the dust, right? He just fucking dies. Oh well. Too bad, Adam. Anyway. Alright, so Adam's words were not lost on her, right? And she kind of starts to consider that machines are no longer just like clumps of metal. that they're, you know, maybe sentient creatures, even though they look like just hunks of junk, right? Because you have Adam and Eve who try to mimic human appearance and human behavior. They spoke fluently, right? And then you've got other robots like those in Pascal's village who wanted a life of peace, right? They were all clearly sentient to some extent, right? They were able to experience their like free will to some extent. And that's what kind of separated like machines and androids at the moment. So anyway, while this like is in the back of 2B's mind, she goes over to 9S, and due to his injuries, he was brought back to the bunker so he could be like recovered, or so he could yeah, I guess, yeah, he could recover from his injuries. He fears that he might have been infected while being down there, while being held captive. So he does an extensive scan on his own systems. And then while he does so, he senses like some strange data coming from the bunker's main server. And as he goes to investigate, he finds all the information about Yoda. He finds out that the humans are not fucking real, and all this shit, right? And instead of being executed this time, the commander does something else. The commander decides, you know what? Why don't I just tell you the truth? So he does. Or the commander, she does. So she tells him at least that humans are extinct. So we don't really know why the commander tells him this, right? We don't know what her intentions are with revealing like this information. But 9S, sorry, to 9S, but most people tend to think that like she ended up having this sort of change of heart, maybe because she was able to see like 2B and 9S like push each other, right, as a pair. So maybe if we stop killing him, they might be able to grow further, and she might be a little more useful in the future. Anyways, one sec. Yeah, so at this point, he's like, the commander's like, well, I'll just reveal the secrets. And he, you know, she tells 9S the truth. And then from this point forward, you can make your own decision and see what you do. Like, what path will you take, right? So, while all of this was happening, so 9S is up on the moon, or up on the moon base, and he's like, you know, recovering. While that's happening, 2B is back on Earth. And we're supposed to, like, kind of, like, analyze some of the trends regarding, like, the villages, right? And Pascal tells us, hey, by the way, there's a new colony that appeared, and they want a treaty with us. So we should go check them out. And that was the robots, the god robots, who embody humanity's religion, like our sense of religion. And the problem is that these machines didn't really learn from humans, because, well, as we've learned, all they do is mimic. And they learn, but at an incredibly accelerated rate. So what they ended up doing is, and this part's like just pretty fucking funny. So essentially, the leader of these robots was God, right? Like the God robot. And the leader ended up turning their religion into a cult, as we kind of realized immediately. And the guy convinced everyone, hey, you too can become a god if you ascend. And the way you ascend is by killing yourself, because God is already dead. So if you die, you too can become like God. So all of the robots go crazy and die. Right? So again, they kind of, it's like they read through humanity's history, and they're like, well, what's something that united humanity? Religion. Okay. Instead of and then they started at the point where they kind of all came together, they united under the banner of a god, and then they kind of just skipped ahead to what happens usually with most religions, at least ancient ones, which results in sometimes group sacrifices and or a mass extinction of the group due to like zealotry and being fucking fanatics. Because again, their conclusion was, our god died, so if we want to be like them, might as well kill ourselves. So they started literally beating the shit out of each other, some exploding. If you recall, when we were leaving the factory, most were jumping into like the magma, or the lava that was used to manufacture more of the robots. It's crazy. Anyways, this was mainly this mainly happened so that shit could happen in the resistance camp. So once we get out, of course, Adam was kind of going nuts and attacking the resistance camp. So one thing that we should also talk a little bit more about is just Eve for a moment. So Adam is like complex in the sense that, again, he wants to understand like humans, right? He wants to know what they're like. He wants to understand how they think, all that stuff. Eve doesn't care too much about that. He's not like a thinker, and instead he just wants to like play, right? He just wants to have fun. He just wants to do physical things, right? He wants to like do physical activities. Well, his brother is more about staying home and thinking, right? But remember, Eve was literally created to protect Adam. Like, that was his sole purpose. And that's why he cares so much about his brother. Once Adam dies, like, Eve goes on a fucking rampage, and he swears to kill everyone, because, again, he's so fucking pissed off because Adam's dead, and he failed at doing his job, and then the person that he loved the most is gone. So, let's see. So he goes on a rampage, he kills everyone, and he ends up affecting a good chunk of the machine network, and he causes a bunch of machine life forms to share like in his insanity. So a bunch of them just start going crazy, and they start turning into savages, and they start to attack like the resistance camp, and they start eating the androids alive, which is when we like end up showing up for a moment, if you recall. So this is when 2B like shows up, right? Like, we show up and we see like the chaos breaking out. Anyways, at this point, we're running back and forth between Pascal's village and the resistance camp to try to help as much as we can, like, lower the casualties, right? And eventually, we end up fighting Eve, right? So Eve is a lot more physically dangerous than Adam, right? Because Adam was more of a thinker. He used like ranged weapons, right? He attacked with his little cubes. Meanwhile, Eve like surrounds his arms with fucking concrete and steel, and he punches you with it. Anyway, so while we're fighting Eve, 9S thinks that it's super fucking risky, but he tries to hack into Eve's system so that he can disconnect them from the machine network so that Eve can actually die. So Eve uses the last bit of his energy with an EMP, and that, you know, gives them the opportunity to kill him for good. 9S, unfortunately, gets infected with the logic virus, and after, you know, killing Eve, he asks 2B to, like, kill him, because he's been infected with a logic virus. He's gonna go berserk. He's gonna try to kill everyone. And, you know, at this point, like, 2B was, like, you know, she's still sane, but she kind of breaks her own code of like not getting too attached, and she gets really fucking sad at this moment, right? This is when we have the scene where 2B chokes 9S to death instead of decapitating him for some fucking reason. So she feels like super like sad while doing this, obviously, because she doesn't want to lose like the 9S that currently exists now that he disconnected Eve from the network. You know, he doesn't want that memory to be forgotten. He doesn't want him to be corrupted, but there's nothing else that he can do, and she kills him. Now, obviously, since 9S was able to hack into like the main robot network, he somehow manages to get some of his personal data and leaves it behind in the machine network, and he's able to upload himself into one of the machines, and that becomes his new chassis. Right, that's when we see like he gets into the giant robot. 2B is like limping towards his hand, and you know he opens it up for her, and then that's when like the game ends. Right, that's path A. But that's not where the story ends. We got 10 more pages of notes, so we're almost done. Oh, it's so fucking much, dude. And I had to stop myself like at some point. I was like, all right, this is good enough. All right, so let's see. Right, so Eve was killed, and since they were not in the machine network, since Eve is no longer on the machine network, and Eve was basically the backbone. It was the only thing holding all of the machine network intact for the most part. With him dying, like all the machines kind of are thrown into chaos, right? And because of this, the androids are like, you know what? Let's capitalize on this. So Yoda launches an all-out attack on the machines on Earth to try to take it back. So they send out a bunch of fucking Yoda squadrons to Earth for the final major operation. It wasn't really the final one, because by the time they would take, back Earth, that was if they were to take back Earth, that would be Yoda's purpose fulfilled. So enough data had been collected to fund the next generation of combat androids, and now it's time for Yoda to be destroyed and all of the evidence wiped from existence. So shit was still pretty hopeless on Earth, right? So the machines were not really crippled by Adam and Eve's death, like, at all. It kind of sent them spiraling for a little bit, but that didn't do too much. It only affected a few of them. And then a bunch of Yoda soldiers just show up, and then they are all immediately overwhelmed. Let me see if I can find a picture of them. Because it was a specific section, or a specific type of Yoda soldiers. Yeah, these guys. Here we go. They look like German stormtroopers. Kind of. But these are the guys that they send to Earth. And I guess, spoiler warning, it doesn't work out for them and they get corrupted, as you can tell by the image. So, let's see. Yeah, they were able to wipe out most of them with an EMP, but then they ended up getting infected with the logic virus. 9S was able to barely save 2B, but everyone else was just fucking gone. Meaning that now all these androids are under control, or under the machine network's control, which sucks for them, right? So, let's see. So everyone else is gone, and they only managed to escape the situation by detonating their black boxes and then re-uploading their consciousness into a spare body on the bunker. They end up rushing to the commander to let him know what happened, but because they disobeyed the commander's fucking pissed with them ditching the battlefield, then them coming back up to, like, the bunker to let them know what's going on. So, they basically turn on 2B and 9S, but by the time that this happens, the back door that I talked about, like, an hour ago kicks in. Because it was supposed to be opened, when it was supposed to be open, I believe, when the new generation of machines or new androids are supposed to go out, right? So, the back door is opened. The machine network gets access to the server, to the Yoda servers, and it infects everyone. Everyone connected to it. And they all get hit with the logic virus. Meanwhile, 2B and 9S were, and the commander would, like, fight their way, like, to the flight units so they could escape. And then the commander is like, well, I've been infected too, but I'm going to go down with the base. So, after these events, like, Project Yoda, Yoda is like destroyed. So everything went according to plan exactly, or basically, as this was always supposed to happen. Except 2B and 9S were not supposed to, like, survive this, right? All of the Yoda units are supposed to die. So, so 9S was responsible for uploading 2B's data, right? That's how it got sent to the bunker. But when he was doing so, he paused it because he noticed that there was, like, weird shit going on in the server. Because they weren't connected to it, right? So they were not infected by the logic virus. So when the machines took over, only the other, like, Yoda units were infected, and then everyone else that was disconnected from the server survived, such as 9S, 2B, and A2. So they were the only surviving members not to be infected from Yoda. Now, just because they did survive, it doesn't mean that everything was hunky-dory, right? Because there were still infected Yoda units, like, also on flight units that chased after them. So, on the way back down to Earth, you have a flight encounter with 9S and 2B. 2B essentially, like, takes flight controls away from 9S and sends him away. And then 2B basically sacrifices herself to try to, like, save him, right? But she was shot down, and then she ends up being infected with a virus that slowly begins to eat away at her body. And she doesn't want it to spread to the other androids, so she tries to get away, as far as possible. so that she doesn't infect anyone else. Then she asks her like Pod, like, hey, where should I go? And mentions, hey, there's the commercial center, like, you know, it's pretty far away, you shouldn't infect anyone. And there is where more infected like Yoda units end up meeting her. They find 2B, and A2 ends up saving 2B, right? She's barely holding on to herself. She barely recognizes who she is. And in her final moments, she tells A2, take my memories and please live on for me. So she stabs the ground with her sword and places all her memories on that sword. Not sure how that works. And A2 really doesn't have to honor her wishes, but, you know, it kind of reminds her of, like, her past. So she's like, you know what? Fine, I'll do it. So she takes the sword, she takes all her memories, and then, since 2B is infected, she stabs 2B through, like, the stomach, killing her. Right? And as she's stabbing her, 9S walks into the room, essentially, and sees that A2 had stabbed her. Which sucks. So, in, you know, like the way the cutscene plays out is like A2 stabs 2B, right? 9S walks into the room and he starts freaking the fuck out. And then she pulls her sword out from her stomach and cuts her hair as like 9S is shouting, "I'll fucking kill you." Right? So, you know, in honor to like try to honor 2B's memory, she cuts her hair like short just like her. So let me get this back up on screen before I forget. So do this. All right. Back to where we were. Hold on. Right. Okay. So as 9S finds her and basically starts shouting, "Hey, I'm gonna fucking kill you," this like giant white structure comes out of the ground, and 9S if you look at the cutscene, 9S is standing on the wooden bridge that connects to like the mall, right? And then A2 and 2B are like on this little like rocky cliff or whatever. And he shouts, "Hey, I'll fucking kill you," and the ground starts to shake, and then this giant like white structure comes out of the ground, and then it breaks the bridge, and then they both get separated, right? So this tower is basically the machines trying to completely destroy like android morale at this point, right? Because they try to like think of like, what's the best way we can stop them from like fighting us? So they think, okay, what if we fire a cannon at the moon and we destroy the server on the moon, right? Androids think that there's humans on the moon. Robots know that there's no humans on the moon. But if they destroy their servers with all the information, you know, to them, it'll be like, oh, well, all humans just got destroyed, right? So that's going to fuck with them. So they basically threaten to blow up, like, where all the humans are at. Instead, what this is actually doing, it's just collecting data. Let's see, hold on. How did I write it here? So the tower functions like a cannon, yeah, and they're gonna blow up the moon in front of everyone to try to collect stuff. They'll use a projectile and set up resource recovery units in certain locations. So yeah, so they'll destroy stuff and then basically collect as much data as they can. That's their whole plan, right? So there's 3 locations that are helping machines kind of get smarter and smarter, right, as they collect more information from like the fucking projectile. And here we end up having the story like split, right? So we've got a story that follows 9S and 2A, or A2, sorry. So A2's is like the shortest, so nothing much happens. She ends up being like greeted by 2B's pod, I believe, pod 042, who was basically told by 2B like, hey, support A2 and everything that she wants to do. So the pod agrees and meets up with her. Cool. So one thing that she tries to do is that she wants to try to get like fix herself as quickly as she can. The only problem is that before, what she would do is anytime a Yoda agent or a Yoda unit would come to kill her, she would just kill them and then take their parts, right? But all the dead Yoda corpses that are like, you know, around her are all infected with the virus, so she can't kind of do that. Otherwise, she will get, you know, infected. So she heads off to the resistance camp. When she goes to the resistance camp, she manages to run into Pascal, and she tried to kill him on the spot. But, you know, Pascal was like, well, honestly, do what you want. You can kill me or not. It's up to you, but I'm like not going to do anything to you. So A2 was like, well, I'm not going to kill you. And then Pascal just goes away. Right, like Pascal doesn't care about fighting, so Pascal just leaves. Let's see, A2 spends some time in Pascal's village, and then they eventually ends up growing closer to him, right? As well as the villagers, and then other children that are, you know, the child robots that are there that are running errands for them. Sorry, she grows closer to him and the villagers, and then children keep asking her to like do stuff for them. And then she ends up getting them like a bunch of stuff like toys and all this stuff. Anyway, one day when she goes out, and she goes to grab some stuff and comes back, the village is like gone crazy. And Pascal basically tells her that some of the villagers have turned into cannibals and are attacking like the others. So A2 immediately rushes to try to save them. When she arrives, it's like super fucked. There's like chaos everywhere. So Pascal was able to evacuate like all the children to the abandoned factory. And A2 deals with like all the machines that are still like, you know, rampaging, right? And then she runs to the abandoned factory. And they're like, well, what the fuck just happened? And essentially this was part of like the whole network thing that I mentioned a while ago. So remember, Pascal and all the other like little kingdoms, the forest with the, you know, with all the samurai and then the fucking amusement park, they were all quote unquote disconnected from the network. But they weren't really disconnected from the network, right? It's just like they were connected to the network, but the network just wasn't influencing them. So at this point, they're like, okay, let's force them to evolve. They're all pacifists. Pacifists are not doing anything. What if they are forced to defend themselves, right? So the network infects some of the villagers, and then it basically forces them to adapt. All of them end up dying except for... Or sorry, most of them end up dying because you have those that are infected and those that are not. And those who are not infected will not fight back no matter what. And they end up dying. From there, you end up having Pascal, who's like, well, I need to protect my people. So Pascal's the only one that evolves and actually fights back, right? And so he kills everyone that is infected, right? And that's basically Pascal's like arc here. So this is where A2 is like, this is where he tells A2 like, hey, you can either kill me or erase my memories. Actually, this is, sorry. When they first meet, they're like, kill me or let me go, and then she lets him go. So here, after all this happened, he asks A2, you can either kill me or erase my memories. And A2 knows what it's like to live with the, like, you know, the agony of losing your comrades or being forced to kill your own friends. So she decides just to like erase his memories instead of killing Pascal. And she leaves. She leaves the factory. And then this is when we get to 9S. Alright, so we're almost done. Holy fuck. So with 2B dying, 9S is obviously fucked up a little bit. Well, a lot. So he is like blinded by rage at this point. And all he cares about is enacting revenge on A2, right? And the robots, right? And all he cares about is killing them. So as like he keeps on going, his mental state keeps deteriorating. And he was actually rescued by Devila, who was like getting stuff and managed to find like his body. So Devila and Popla basically looked after him for about 2 weeks. He was unconscious. He wakes up. And then he goes out to try to find A2 because he wants to kill her. And he thinks, well, there's a giant tower that appeared out of nowhere that wasn't there before. I'm going to go check there. So he goes out and he checks the tower first. So let's see. All right. So at this point, the Red Girls have taken an interest in 9S, and they want to learn more about him. So, as I've talked about the Red Girls before, the way they do so is by manipulating him. So 9S enters the tower, and they basically start a bunch of trials for him. So they send out a bunch of little robots that essentially just start screaming for help. They're begging for their lives and they're screaming for help. 9S is like, well, 9S is racist, so he doesn't care. He's like, you guys are just, you're playing recorded sounds, like pre-recorded sounds. You're programmed to do all this shit, and he just fucking cuts through them, and he moves on, right? Like his pod, like the little thing that follows him that shoots bullets, is like, hey, you probably shouldn't do that. He doesn't care. He just like starts killing all these fucking machines. And again, he's super fucking pissed off at this point. And as he moves on to like the next area, he finds that there's no enemies here, but instead it's all the information, like all the truth, right, that he would normally find in every other path. But this time he was like told, hey, by the way, humans are gone. So here, the tower, like he learns the purpose of the tower, how it was pointed at the moon, and how like the machines were like gathering information, and how the black boxes are actually like also made of machine parts. So he's given the truth of all this stuff, right? And they want to see how he reacts, and he accepts everything essentially except that the black boxes are made of like machines. Because he's like, this is obviously a fucking test, right? I already know humans have been extinct. I know we were meant to fail. I just lived through all this shit. There is no way the fucking like black boxes are made of machines. You're fucking liars. You're just fucking with me. So here he is, like, in denial mode. So that's test number 2, and then we get to the final test, which is the literal psychological like test that he goes through, in which while he's trying to hack, he's counter hacked, and he's put into this room with all of his memories of 2B, right? So imagine being in a white room. You've got 9S like in the middle, and then there's just a bunch of holograms like playing back a bunch of like scenes and memories, right? And 9S starts to get really fucking pissed off because, again, remember, he cares a lot about 2B. 2B is like his most treasured thing in the world. He doesn't want anyone touching like his memories of her, and he becomes like very possessive of 2B to the point where like no one is allowed to touch 2B but him. No one's allowed to like interact with her or speak to her. He becomes like a very toxic boyfriend, right? Even though she's dead. And of course his memories are precious to him. So they all start to like kind of coagulate, and they form like a 2B almost. So let's see. Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. Because this is just like miscellaneous shit, doesn't matter. Right, so all the like memories come together. And then 9S is like, no, give me my memories back. He starts stabbing like the black blob that's in front of him. And, we've got like different flashes from different angles in the cutscene where he's stabbing like just a bunch of black like ooze basically. And then it flashes to like him being on top of 2B and stabbing her in the chest a bunch of times. All that stuff. Anyway. He's eventually able to get over this. Devil and Popla end up helping him out. As he's trying to get into like another room, they end up sacrificing themselves to open like the room for him. Like they end up like hacking into like this shit that's on the side of like the door to kind of open the door. And 9S is able to like go into this room, and this is where he gets his other final test, in which he's faced with encountering a whole group of like 2Bs, right? Like a bunch of 2B machines that were either like stolen or created, right? And they're here to like just like punish him, right? Like psychologically. So the Red Girls thought that maybe 9S would be like powerless at this point, that he would be like broken to see so many like 2Bs, but unfortunately for them, he was kind of indifferent because he knew that 2B is dead, right? And he knows that all of them are fakes. So he just like takes his goggles off, like his little bandana or whatever, and he starts killing them one by one, because to him they're all puppets, right? And let's see, he goes through all of them, and then there's only one remaining, and when he stabs her in the chest, he detonates her bomb, and he's sent flying back. When he wakes up, his like body is damaged. He's missing his left arm. It's been torn from his body. And next to him, he sees like one of the remaining like 2B like corpses. So he takes her arm. He rips her arm off and he puts it into his own socket. Even though it's probably infected, he doesn't care at this point. 9S like wants to like at least fight as much as he can. Essentially, like the arm is infected with a logic virus, but he manages to hold it off as much as he can, right? Let's see. And as he keeps going, he's eventually just confronted directly by the red girls. And, you know, since they made it this far, they kind of basically tell him, hey, we're going to tell you Yoda's like biggest secret now. And he learns everything was meant to fail, right? Like the red girls end up questioning if he'll continue to fight, you know, once he like has no reason to fight. Since everything's been meaningless, he's been doing all this for naught. 9S doesn't give a fuck. He's too pissed off to really care. And he all he cares about is destroying every like machine that he can. So he ends up like hijacking a flight unit, and then he starts to like fly to the top of the tower. And let's see. And as he flies to the top of the tower, we kind of reconnect with A2, who's been following in like his destruction, right? So she's chasing after him. And we get to the point where where is it? Give me a sec. Yeah, so A2 goes through the tower. Most of her time is just getting information and learning about what's going on. A2 is counter-hacked by the Red Girls, since it was a long time since they had last seen each other, right? Since the Pearl Harbor descent. Anyway, A2 manages to catch a glimpse of them, and then she remembers like what they are, right? So they end up revealing just again more information to kind of piss off like A2, but her instinct instead kicks in. So instead of trying to be psychologically manipulated, like her first instinct is to slice first, ask questions later. And at this point, like it's just A2 trying to fight the girls, right? Like the red girls, and they're mocking her the entire fight. At this point, they're like, "Oh, well, our superior intellect will always come out on top. You will always lose. You're a fucking loser. We're like much smarter than you. We'll outlive you. All you are is a stupid fucking android, right?" And at this point, like the little pod that 2B gave to A2 is like, "Well, why don't you stop fighting and instead like just defend yourself?" Because if the red girls are trying to learn from humanity, they're probably going to eventually multiply like crazy, right? Because they really want to be like humans. So they're constantly multiplying. You know, you go from fighting just 2 of them to 4 to 8 to 300 of them to 1,000 and so on, right? And the pod's logic is that it's going to get to the point where there's going to be so many of them that there's going to be a bunch of infighting, because they're going to think, one of them is eventually going to think that they're better than the rest, and then they're all going to try to kill each other. And then that happens, right? Like their egos begin to like clash with each other, and infighting breaks out, and then eventually they all just kill themselves. But even though the red girls are gone, the network itself is still active. It still hasn't collapsed. So A2 is able to escape like the hacking and makes her way to the top of the tower, and that's where 9S is. 9S sees 2A and obviously is fucking pissed, and he wants to fucking kill her. And A2, like, you know, refuses to fight him. She really doesn't want to fight 9S. But he's fucking lost his mind by this point, right? Like, his whole existence is meaningless. Project Yoda was for nothing. 2B is dead. A2 killed her. That's all he cares about. So they fight, right? So 9S was never gonna like stop this fight. So he wants to kill like 2A or A2, sorry, before the virus like takes over. So they both fight, and in the end, both of them kill each other. If you watch this scene, it's really fucking funny, unfortunately, and I can't take it seriously. Like, it cuts to both of them clashing against each other, and A2 stabs 9S in the stomach. He stabs her in the heart. She collapses, and then A2 is on his knees, right? He's on his knees, he's got his hands to the ground, and he is fucking screaming out in pain. He's just like, ah, fuck, this hurts, right? Like, he's just screaming, and he's slipping on his own blood, and like collapsing constantly, and every time he gets up, he screams again. He screams like 7 fucking times before he actually like collapses and dies. I could not take that scene seriously, man. It was really fucking dumb. But anyway, both of them clash, both of them die. And let's see. So 9S, they both kill each other, but as 9S fades away, his consciousness still like enters the tower. And it turns out, here's where we learn that the machine network was actually not going to fire a projectile to the moon. Instead, after like it realized like that androids were unique machines, kind of like Pascal's Village or the Forest Kingdom and stuff, or Adam and Eve, what they were going to do instead was it was going to try to find a new world that the tower could use to launch an arc to maybe find something suitable for humans, right? To maybe bring humans to this place. Because remember, like, machines have no concept of time. Like, to them, if it takes like 15,000 years, it doesn't matter. They'll eventually find it, right? To them, it goes by in the blink of an eye. So that's what they end up doing. So the towers collapse, or the tower collapses, and all the machines on Earth just go offline. They're disconnected from the network, and they're free to like do whatever they want at this point, right? They're no longer bound by the restrictions of the network itself, and they can have their own little autonomous life on Earth. Unfortunately, every Yoda unit is dead, and the pods start this like final sequence. So again, the pods are the little things that follow, you know, all the androids and all of their missions and kind of give them like briefings and stuff, or they serve as like support fire. all of the pods, where is it? Hold on. The pods start the final sequence, and they try to delete all android related data, along with like the chassis themselves, to try to delete them, and as well as have like the server like reset. So technically you could still make androids in the future, but it's probably going to be impossible. Anyway, we end up having 2 pods that kind of like the way we've had evolution throughout the entire series. It turns out that like 2 pods kind of became a little sentient. Pod 153 and 042. They end up developing like emotional and like sentimental feelings towards like, you know, the androids that they ended up helping out throughout the game, and they don't want them to die. So instead of deleting everyone's data, they try to salvage it. And the second they do, every other pod sees it as like a declaration of war. So they all try to kill like 153 and 042. They end up fighting back, and they eventually succeed in convincing everyone, essentially by like counter hacking them or some shit. And they kind of like tell them, you know what, we should just keep them alive. So they get counter hacked or something, and then the Yoda plans for everything like being deleted is removed from their systems. Same with their orders. And then instead, the pods begin to work on collecting and salvaging everything that they could to repair like all the protagonists, right? And they try to upload their personal data back into their bodies. And in the end, we end up getting 2B, 9S, and A2 to be completely repaired and given a second chance at life. They end up being reborn, and they can now live in a world without machines or war or anything like that in the future. Right? And that's the end of NieR Automata. Now, technically, this is not where the NieR timeline ends. There is a mobile game called NieR Reincarnation, and this also probably continues the timeline. It also probably continues some more information, or continues the Drakengard timeline, but I didn't want to play it or look into it, so I'm just going to stop here. Because, I mean, after 153 pages of notes, I think that's good enough. I've had my fill of the NieR franchise. Mind you, there's plenty of side content. By that I mean there's plenty of manga to read. There's plenty of novels to read. I don't care, I think, enough to actually do that. I've already like spent too much time on this fucking game franchise, and my throat is killing me. Hold on. Oh, mio Dio. This is so fucking exhausting, but we managed to cover Drakengard 3, summarize Drakengard 1, We played through all of NieR Replicant, and we played through all of NieR Automata. And now we get to just my final thoughts real quick on the series. When it comes to lore, when it comes to the characters, and when it comes to just anything involving the basic structure of a game that isn't gameplay, Drakengard and NieR Replicant are incredible. They're incredible fucking games. They're pretty fucking good. They have really interesting characters. They have really interesting directions. They have fresh concepts that were not really seen, especially at the time. And they're pretty good. They're pretty good in that sense. Again, Drakengard 1 is a game that I probably wouldn't recommend you play because of how outdated it is. Remember, you have a Titanic map per mission, and there are literally 500 to 700 enemies or some shit per map, and your job is to cut them all down, right? And you're supposed to cut them down. Cut as many of them down as you can because you gain experience and you end up leveling up. And then you end up leveling up your weapons, and then that's how you get all the endings, by leveling up all your weapons and collecting all the weapons and finding all the secret fucking like treasure chests that are located in like all these missions and all this shit. And it takes forever, and it's not a fun experience. But the story is really fucking good. Meeting with the characters is really fucking good. When you first encounter the chick that's like, I'm gonna eat babies so I can save them, and she meets Kime for the first time, and she like goes out to hug him, and then when she puts her arms around him, she fucking bites his neck and tries to eat him alive. Like, that shit's pretty fucking funny, and we get to see how mentally gone this chick is, right? In Drakengard 3, we get to see how fucked up all the characters kind of get, how their emotions and how their like states of being tend to be explained by their actions, by their by the way they're presented, right? The characters are obviously all pretty fucking mental and kind of gone. And then we get to NieR Replicant, where we have the characters be pretty well, or fleshed out pretty well throughout the entire adventure. Even if you just play NieR Replicant and you go through the first ending, you end up getting a pretty satisfactory story, right? You don't necessarily have to, learn too much about the background lore. If you just play NieR Replicant once, you'll get a pretty solid story, you'll get pretty solid characters, and again, the game respects your time, right? It's not gonna, if you want to do all the side stuff, all the side missions, which are not required, but if you want to do them, it will have you do a lot of backtracking. But if you just focus on the main story plot, it's pretty linear in a good way. It's linear in a good way, in which it doesn't, again, waste your time. Sure, you go through the same areas over and over again. You visit the Junk Heap like 3 times, right? But they're very short areas. They take 15-20 minutes at most to reach the boss, and then the boss fight is like 5 minutes, right? It's a nice little bite-sized adventure, and even though it's a 20-hour game, it respects your time greatly. NieR Automata is not that. NieR Automata is the complete antithesis to that, in my opinion. Again, I only did the first ending for NieR Automata, and I feel like I had 10 hours of my life wasted. Because I think I mentioned it, but I talked to a friend after like the stream, and he basically told me, again, ending A of Automata is like the first half of NieR, while ending C of Automata is like the second half of NieR Replicant. Meaning that you have to play through the game 3 fucking times before you get an actual fulfilling experience, right? Because when I was playing through the first ending, right, of ending A of Automata, I was not invested in any of the characters. Like, I did not have enough time to grow attached to 9S. I did not have enough time to grow attached to 2B, or her, like, when she had to kill 9S, I was like, oh, this is fucking stupid. Like, I was even mocking it while it was happening, because, like, why did she choke him out? Before you go over to 9S's body, as he's being corrupted by the fucking logic virus, there's his sword is stabbed on the ground. And what does 2B do? She gets on top of him and starts strangling him. Why? Just stab him through the chest, just cut his head off, do anything, right? Instead, she's like, I'm gonna choke you to death. And I'm gonna cry the whole time because sad moments, right? And again, I get it. You're supposed to play through the game 25 more times. You're supposed to get 25 more endings, right? Even though some are really short. You're supposed to grow attached and learn all this shit, right? But it's like, I have no incentive to do this if I did not get attached to the characters at first. It's like you gave me breadcrumbs to kind of set up a story, and then instead of continuing that in the second half, you ended the game 10 hours in. I didn't do any off-screen grinding. I didn't do any of the side missions. I just went straight from, you know, point to point, like from just mission, from plot point to plot point, and I got like the most mediocre experience of my life in any video game that I've played recently, especially this year. Like NieR Automata is probably honestly one of like the worst games I've played when it comes to storytelling, like in my life. Because again, Replicant, even if you just play the A ending, you get a really nice story, right? And if you start the B ending, which is the second ending, you start at Medias Res. You start at the middle of the fucking game, because the game is not like, well, why would you play through all of young NieR's adventure again? Why don't you just start with the second half and see what the fuck is going on? Because remember, ending A that we got in Automata is what we played through. Ending B is the exact same fucking playthrough. It's the exact same game. The only difference is you see all the cutscenes through 9S's perspective. That's the only fucking difference. That's a huge waste of time. Why the fuck would I do that? What is my incentive to play through the entire game again, spend another 10 fucking hours of my life playing through this game just so I can see 9S's point of view through the cutscenes? Just so I can see him be racist towards the robots instead of like 2B being like, oh man, 9S is really fucking racist. You know, like, why the fuck would I care about that? And that's only to then get to, like, the ending C, which will then actually give you some sort of, like, you know, conclusion. You'll get some sort of actual conclusion to the main story, at least to something, so that it doesn't feel rushed, right? Again, the characters of Adam and Eve were super, like, flat and all this shit. And again, this is just the experience through the A ending. Again, I get it. You're supposed to play the game multiple times, but even in that first example, we got nothing, right? Even some of the characters in NieR Replicant got a lot more backstory than like most of the characters did in fucking in Replicant. In Automata, like, you remember the fucking the blacksmith kid, right? When we first meet him, he's like, "Oh man, dude, my fucking mom has gone missing. Can you go find her? If you do, I'll fix your sword for free." Right? Just get some items too while you're at it. We show up, his fucking mom died. We found the letter, and then we learned that, again, she basically abandoned her children so she could go and, like, live with a man that she loved, right? And we come back and we tell the brother, like, hey, well, we found her corpse. She she's tried to run away with a man, and then it just so happens that they died. They were killed by the machines down there. And that fucking breaks him, right? It completely, like, shatters him, because, like, he knew that probably happened, and then us confirming it is just probably worse on him. And then his brother also has a mental breakdown because he's also a young kid. And then when we have the 5-year time skip, a year after the events of us meeting him, the younger brother sees his older brother die in front of him as the room that he's in collapses, right? The room that he's in ends up collapsing. His brother pushes him out of the way to save him, and then the younger brother tries to save his brother. He tries to pull him out of the rubble and fucking rips his arm off with how hard he was trying to, like, pull him out. And then that traumatizes him severely, right? Just, these were like 2 5-minute cutscenes at most, right? And with that small, like, you know, bit of storytelling, we got infinitely more information out of these two characters, right? That we only interact with like 3 fucking times in game. We got more info out of them than Adam and Eve, than maybe Pascal, than the Resistance members, right? We got more information out. Like, I don't even remember who any of the Resistance members are. The only ones that stick out to me are the chick, the tutorial chick that has the fucking robot head on. Like, that's the only one that sticks out in my memory. I can't even remember what the guy that sold us parts looked like, right? Because I wasn't invested in this guy. I never interacted with him, right? But if we remember, like, some of the, like, shopkeeps in town, like, there was like a quick side mission that we did where a guy was like, oh, the blacksmith hasn't delivered my swords. Can you tell his, like, wife to send them over? And then we rush over, we talk to him, and then she's like, oh, you're right, my husband's so forgetful, right? Let me send the swords over. Here's your payment, right? It's something super short. It takes 2 minutes to do, but that gives us a lot more character background on, like, who this blacksmith is. We learn that he's fucking forgetful, right? Automata has a fuck ton of problems. And again, I assume if you have nothing to do and you play the shit out of this game, you're gonna get your money's worth. And I get that. But imagine just this. Imagine you didn't have any background on NieR, right? You didn't have any background on Drakengard. What is your motivation to keep playing the game? You start ending B, and then you're going through the exact same game all over again. There's like literally no reason for you to keep playing this game. It's not so good. It is not really a great experience. If I want to force myself to sit through this just so I can get like the exposition that I just provided for you, why would I fucking do that? I just summarized the entire game in like 60 pages, provided a bunch more background from like stories that aren't even in the game, right? Because it's side content. One was a stage play that I fucking had to like summarize. Imagine like if you didn't have any of that information and then you just get the bare minimum. If I would have cut out all that background info and just stuck to like the main story, which was the last portion of this video, or of this segment, it was summarized in a few pages, right? It's literally just you go through the events of ending A, then you get sent back to the moon. That just so happens that robots start attacking shit, and then like 2B dies. Like 2B dies, then it's A2 that ends up like, you know, continuing like her legacy, and then 9S is throwing his little bitch fit the entire time. They go through the events of the tower, and then both of them die. And then, oh, by the way, don't worry about it. We can bring them back. Meanwhile, in NieR, at the end of NieR Replicant, the first ending, you know that they're all fucked. You learned about Project Gestalt. You learned that, you know, the Shades are humans. If the Shadow Lord dies, all Shades go with him. They're fucked. You know, by the end of NieR Replicant, you know humanity is fucking gone in 100 years. And there's nothing that can be done about it. And that's the fucking line that we take into NieR Automata. And then NieR Automata is like, well, we can save the protagonist, right? We can save all three of them. They deserve it. It's like, what the fuck, man? That's so stupid. It's not a good game. It is not a good NieR game, and it's not a good like game to tell a story through. Or at least the story that it tells is very mediocre. I can see why people like it. I can see how it can be marketed. I can see how it's sold like hotcakes because again, you see cute anime girl, right? You're obviously gonna buy it. You fucking gamer pay pig. You're gonna fucking pay for this. You want to see her tight, like her leggings be tight against her, like her thigh. You want to see that little like thigh gaps shit because you're gonna pay for it because you're a little like gamer pay pig, right? Because that's what happens in the current in industry, and that's how all these games sell, right? And it's unfortunate, but I'll stop my ranting there. Because I'll just keep going. But again, like as a NieR franchise, as a game of the NieR franchise, as a game of the Drakengard franchise, it is not good. The gameplay itself is fun, sure. The dodging, the shooting, the combat is fun. Imagine doing that for 60 hours, dude. I could barely get through Drakengard 3. And Drakengard 3 has like 7 endings. Imagine having to do the shitty combat that Drakengard 3 has. If this game, which is offering me infinitely better combat than Drakengard 3 and has like 4 times the endings, and you want me to fucking play through that shit, but just with better combat, I'm not gonna fucking do it. It's the same combos with the swords. It's the same combos with the light swords. It's the same combos with the heavy swords. I mean, there's combat bracers and spears, which you never use, but who cares, right? Like, how's that gonna change anything? Like, heavy swords had 2 attacks, right? And then you combo into the third one. Or the other weapon that you have in your back with the heavy attack, and then light swords had like what fucking a 6-hit combo into a heavy attack. Like it doesn't incentivize you to keep playing, if I'm honest. But I know people that fucking love this game. I know people that are obsessed with this fucking game, and I personally don't understand it. I guess if you've never played a game like this, if you've never played NieR Replicant, I can see how you can love NieR Automata, because on the surface, it is incredible. Right? It's a fresh new experience if you've never played a game like this. I can see how it can be incredibly like entrancing. But the second you read about like what happens in Drakengard 1, and you start going from like, wait a minute, this guy's parents were killed by a dragon, he wants revenge, what the fuck? He meets a pedophile? He meets a woman that eats babies? There's giant babies at the end? He's teleported to Tokyo in the year 2003 and gets blown up by the Japanese Air Force? What the fuck? That sounds infinitely more interesting than, oh, all humanity's been wiped out, you play as an android that's like there to kind of like fight robots. Right, you play Replicant, that's infinitely better already than this. And mind you, like people that I've spoken to who have played through both Replicant and Automata, or the entire Drakengard franchise, or the NieR franchise as it's known, they all put like Automata like in last place in terms of like storytelling, in terms of all that shit. To them, it's like the weakest entry, and I definitely agree. I don't consider Drakengard 2 to be a part of this series, mainly because again, Drakengard 2 is like, imagine like corporate coming into your company and being like, well, we should make some changes, and that's basically what happened. Where they got told like, oh, well, the first game was really fucking dark. Having a pedophile and a woman that eats babies is not really super marketable. Can you change it up a little bit and make it more happy? So they did, and then the game sucked, and then no one liked it, and then it sold like no copies, and then we didn't get a sequel until like 10 years later. And then Drakengard 3 was like infinitely better with characters compared to 2. Either way, pass on NieR Automata if you can. Find some cutscene collection or some shit and watch that instead, so you don't have to suffer through like the menial repetitive nature of this like visual novel like disguised as a game, I guess. Anyway, those are my final thoughts on NieR Automata. Was playing through the whole series worth it? Yes. Was Automata worth it? No. But I'm glad that it was a very, very short experience, and it did not have to overstay its welcome. Again, I don't care if there's some funny ending that like gives you like some more like backstory on like how this or that. At that point, why spend like 6 hours playing through that when I can just read it? Also, I can get like a small snippet of information that's like, oh, did you know that, well, 2B is actually this, right? Or did you know that this actually happens in this in like in the background while this is going on? It's like, who gives a fuck? If anything, you're fucking stupid for playing like through a 6 hour like ending just to like get that one snippet of information. You're a fucking moron. You're wasting your time with that. Like, why would you fucking do that? Why would you subject yourself to that? At least other games, if like we compare it, like even shit like Baldur's Gate, right? Like it's got its problems, but its side quests at least kind of, you know, feel fulfilling to some extent. You've got fucking Cyberpunk, like Cyberpunk, even it's got like 5-minute cutscenes, or sorry, it's got 5-minute side quests. And like these side quests in Cyberpunk are infinitely more rewarding, and they build they build the world in an infinitely better manner than NieR Automata does with some of its stuff. And it's insane. And this is like, again, for a $60 game, holy fuck. But anyway, I'm so glad I bought this on sale and I did not pay full price for it. Sadly, I can't refund it, so that sucks for me. So I'm gonna have to just deal with this. But anyway,